Good morning, YouTube. I am Shaggy. I am Philoletea, and my fucking tripod is not cooperating with me because these first 30 seconds can never just go smoothly. So good, so good, so good. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to move this here. I see. Part of why it wasn't cooperating with me is because I had reverse tension on it on my charge cord. Now it will cooperate more better. In theory, I can get it to come down so that you can see my left nipple. Hello, left nipple. You can also see my chair outside. Look at that. Look at that. You can see my living space. You can see all of my living accommodations. I had a weird night last night, dudes. How weird. I had a couple of weird experiences last night. And if you've seen weapons, you know why they freaked me out for just like a second longer than they normally would a normal, healthy-minded person. I'll tell you this story when we've got a few people sitting around. Good morning. How are you? I am Shaggy. I am Philoletea. If you don't know me, gonna have to turn my fan on sooner rather than later. Welcome to the fountain. This is more about you than about me, but I share during dead space. Passerby. Weird night. But I've got 2 bottles of water. I've got a box of granola bars. You're going to hear this a few times, future audience. If you're watching these from the future, you pretty much know how the cycle goes. You've probably figured out the things that I end up repeating a million times during the day. Thank you for the like. Good morning. How are you? Hello, Vip. How you doing? I'm Shaggy. I'm Philoletea. I need to repeat that. There are people who like to hear it a million times a day, are used to hearing it a million times a day from my shorts. So I need to get back. I need to get into the habit of greeting people with that. How you guys doing? I see there are 3 of you there. This is more about you. You're doing fane. Do you mean fine? Feign means like to fake or pretense. They even fixed that. Man, they're getting better so fast. Didn't mean to hit that. Trying to talk to a friend. I don't even know why that was on the screen to be hit. If you say so, Dirt. Morning embeddeds. I don't prefer that word. What's up, Essie? How you doing? Good morning, guys. How we doing? What's up with our Monday? Some of y'all are in the future from me. The first one, Paka Paka. Morning, Sandra. What does that mean, Dirt Rider? What does what wrong mean? What do you think is wrong? Why are you sorry to hear that, Paka Paka? I'm doing great, Sandra. How are you this morning? I slept very well, Essie. I slept so well that when I woke up and knew it was 7 a.m., I didn't immediately go back to sleep. I woke up cold. Why do you think I'm without a home? Do you not see that I'm broadcasting from my home, Paka Paka? Woke up breathing, heard that. Essie, I also bought myself a 10-pound kettlebell yesterday. I have a broken collarbone from my childhood, and I've let the muscles in my upper body atrophy over the course of the last 5 years to satisfy a woman. And so I was pushing. Well, who says I want a house, Paka Paka? Who are you to be sorry that I don't have a house? Anyway, I was pushing this kettlebell around until I just couldn't move it anymore with my left arm, and it's sore and it hurts, but my back doesn't hurt. And you might notice, those of you who watch me a lot, that this isn't as distended as it normally is. So I'm working on it. I'm getting it under control. I want this, Paka Paka. I want to encourage people to fix the problems in their lives by just solving them. My body was hurting so bad, Essie, last week. So when I woke up on Saturday, my back had locked up, and I couldn't move, and I was really struggling to inhale without pain. And so I went yesterday and I managed my debt so I wasn't asking my viewers to pay for this kettlebell because of damage that I had done to myself through neglect. I managed my debt, I moved my money around. I extended the time that I have to pay on debt that I have without owing more money than what I already had to pay. Does that make sense? And then I was able to work. Yeah, yeah. Back pain. I was talking about this last night. Um, Back pain is because the muscles of your back and your glutes aren't developed enough. Hey, Danny, they're not developed enough. And so what's happening is they are straining to keep your back straight. And so it curves, and that causes pain in the spine. It curves where the muscles are weak. And so we'll adjust our posture to give one side of our body a break, and then we'll just habituate that posture, and it'll curve our spine. And so trying to stand upright will apply pressure on that side that we don't use. And so, like, um, if you if you follow sports, what you'll see happen a lot is like somebody will pop an ACL or an LCL or whatever, a PCL, or they'll tweak an ankle, and they'll try to play on it before it's healed, and without going to physical therapy. They'll just do their normal routine of exercises. But yes, I know my stuff. That's why I've chosen this tent in the way that I have, so that I can give my stuff back without a corporation telling me when I'm allowed to talk and about what I'm allowed to talk. And so anyway, what they'll do is they'll end up hurting the other side of their body worse, and it's called a compensation injury. And yeah, I've been really. So anyway, I went. You asked me how I'm doing and how I slept, and I went and I got that. My fucking shoulder hurts now, but it hurts in that my body is building good muscle, and so my right side is not compensating nearly so much. I can actually lean over to talk to you guys now without extreme pain, and so that's how I'm doing. That's why I'm in this tent. That's why I choose this tent. So these people who want to give me, I'm sorry you're in a tent, I'm not. I choose this because it allows me the freedom to manage myself and to see myself for what I am. I have 2 Taco Bell sandwiches in the tent with me right now. Paka paka. Because I have what I believe is an income that's sustainable for food, I've increased my calorie intake, which means that I'm going to have to increase my activity and specifically my protein intake to start repairing the atrophy damage of my herniated torso. Okay, Parker Parker, don't tell me what to do. Like that I've tolerated you to this point with your condescension is beyond my patience. I make $88 a month. Dirt. Um, don't tell me what to do. You don't know me. Don't tell me what to do. I'm not paying you for your knowledge. So volunteer it as something other than a command. Oh, hey Jib. Welcome back as Essie. Oh, that is going to take me a few cycles to remember. Which do you prefer to be called? It seems to help. I know the science, Paka Paka. Well, he's not hating. I have pathological demand avoidance, and people telling me what to do, especially from a place of inferior information, pisses me off. It just instantly sets me off. You haven't offended me yet. That's what I'm telling you. Don't tell me what to do. You're worming your way under my skin. You've already got my attention. You don't need to be inside my body. Don't tell me what to do. We crazy few. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. And if you were, I'd tell you, fuck you. He recently started subscribing to me again, so I should be careful what I say or I might hurt his feelings. Good morning, High Life. Welcome back. Hey, you have a great day today too, Sandra. If I don't see you around, have a great afternoon and a great night as well. See, with the goddamn telling me what to do. You have a good day too, Parker Parker. I don't know that I've seen anything wondrous yet, High Life. I had a really weird night. Actually. And I'll mute you, Vincent. Just because you've got my name doesn't mean you get to talk to me in any way you feel like. I'll tell you about it, Essie. When I've got a few of you all here, so I don't have to repeat the story a bunch of times today. It was really weird. It happened during the live. I'll tell you guys about it, Paka Paka, so I don't have to repeat myself a bunch of times like I just did. When I've got a few of my regulars around, I'll tell you about it. Mila, I don't know how to respond to you. Do you think Please tell me the story of what you think you're seeing, Mila. I go live every day, Paka Paka. Hi, twins. I had to bail on Final Fantasy III early last night, about an hour early last night, because I was fucking exhausted. I've been putting in 10 and 12-hour days. That's not the narrative of the story, Mila! Yes, I'm pissed off at everyone, Dirk. I have boundaries, and when you cross them, I establish them. Re-establish them. I'm starting to get annoyed with you, Dirk. Have you not noticed what happens when people speak to me with that tone? Have I acknowledged you, D-Zone? I don't remember. Good morning, D-Zone. Good morning, Beverly. I usually don't dream, no, Essie. I smoke enough weed before I fall asleep that it won't let me. I am relaxed, D-Zone. It doesn't upset me to establish my boundaries, and it doesn't upset me to enforce my boundaries. People have been crossing my boundaries since before I understood what boundaries were. And in a permanently harmful way. Good to see you, Bob. Hi, Beverly. Good morning. Good morning, Bob. Thank you for your concern, D-Zone. Understand I'm not telling you not to be concerned for my well-being. I'm telling you that I'm not upset. That's what he said, Prime. But was he speaking in the first person, or was he speaking in the first person third? My plans for today, Paka Paka, are to do this until my batteries are dead, to eat my sandwiches sometime along the way, and drink my bottles of water. You think the 90s were better? I'm doing great, 90s. Okay, hi, Beverly. 9 years old might be a little young for what I'm talking about, darling. Your parents probably wouldn't approve of me talking to you or knowing that you're here. Morning, Bella. Hey, what's up, Tony? Again, I should apologize before I light this. For anybody that this triggers, I am deeply sorry, but I am going to still light it. Panera is a distinct possibility because I'm going to need to evacuate my bowels at some point, Bob. My pelvis injury makes it iffy when I know whether that's going to work or not. Okay, well that doesn't address my question, Primetime. When Jesus said that of himself, was he speaking in the first person of himself, or was he speaking in the first person third for another deity? Heard that you're 10 today, Beverly. That is still a little bit nice. Yes, Paka Paka. I am a shaman in the truest sense. I just make my tent available to people closer to me. Oh yeah, the coffee with the cigarette. A Mountain Dew with my first cigarette would be very nice. You are incorrect, Primetime. He was speaking for the goddess Sophia. You are incorrect, Primetime. He was speaking for the Ruach, I believe is what her name is in Hebrew. Take care at work, Bob. Go kick some ass, man. I'm happy to be here at the beginning of your day. Thank you for sharing it with me. That's what the fountain is for. I can see that you hope your messages are showing up, Bella. But if you're trying to send me to a page away from YouTube, A, I can't see, I can't do that anyway without ending the stream, and B, they get automatically muted, blocked by YouTube. I'm 100% serious. The book, the Gospel of John is a Gnostic gospel. The author is channeling John the Baptist. So in that book, everything that happens is magic. Nothing that happens in the Gospel of John is material science. All of it is mysticism. Hello, Melanie. Read the book, man. Jesus does the Sermon of the Mount in the Gospel of John in an astral body form. He's meditating on a mountain somewhere across the sea. Sometimes when people say stupid things, I just mute them. You don't know that the disciples died. You don't know that the disciples lived. God works in mysterious ways, gaming. Take care, Paka Paka. Jesus was a man who died. Thank you, Munra. Jesus was a cult leader who died. Jesus was a teacher that people called rabbi, and he died. Hey, John. Allegedly. Allegedly. The best we have is Josephus calling Jesus a holy man. Jesus and God, if you want your theology to be correct, gaming, and you want your prayers to be heard by the highest power, Jesus and God are different things. Heard that, Beverly. Your parents still probably would not approve of you knowing of me. They would not approve of me knowing that you're here while I'm talking about the things that naturally happen when I talk to adults. There is not more evidence for Jesus than for Caesar. Julius Caesar wrote books, bud. Prime, you're about to get muted for saying dumb shit. And Homer was multiple people. Plato wrote books. The only evidence that we have that approaches on historicity for Jesus is Josephus calling him a holy man. That's it. And his name was very common. His name was very common. He could have been anybody. Hello, August. He could have been anybody, and he very easily could have been nobody ever. Very easily. Inventing a semi-historical person that everybody believes is real in a time of oral history is very easy. He's trying to rage bait me. I hope you do dust off your sandals and keep it moving. He said some heretical shit in my tent and he expected me to endorse it. And he can just keep on moving. If he's read the Didache, he knows that he's not welcome here. Hey, Wednesday. Welcome back. Glad to see you. Jesus taught agape. He taught openness. He taught confession. And he taught sacrifice for the greater good. I have no relationship with Yeshua. Heard that, D-Zone. It was supposed to be funny. I have no relationship with Yeshua. I'm doing great, Mr. Ducker. How are you doing? I am very skeptical of Jesus the man. Heard that, Wednesday. I do apologize for those that triggers and upsets. I'm doing great, man. I've had my morning cigarette. I've got Taco Bell sitting here waiting on me because I was a stupid boy and ordered too much last night and then ended up didn't need it after my stream because I fell all the way to sleep. I'm great, man. How are you doing? Morning, Greenie. I've been promising when I have a few of us here together so I don't have to repeat it too many times for anybody who cycles back around for the future that I'm going to tell that weird story that happened last night. More weirdness happened after I turned off the stream. Hey, well, whether my mood was off or I was being performative in my rage, Mr. Ducker, I'm glad that you find this set better. What's up? Is that Dusan and Yarovic? Dusan? Yeah, I'm gonna tell a weird story. I had a weird story happen to me last night. A very weird thing happened to me last night. And if you've seen the movie Weapons, you know why I'm even more weirded out by it. I'm just kind of blurred out by it. I don't know what he's saving me from, Primetime. I was really hoping that his message was going to save me from you. I will, if classical music is on Wednesday, I won't turn it off, but I don't go seeking it out. Bev, I've asked you to leave, man. I've asked you to leave. I like, when I write, I like to listen to classical. And when I'm writing romantic scenes, I like to listen to the opera Chloe, Delphus at Chloe. Chloe at, Chloe at, Chloe at, Daphnis at Chloe. I like to listen to the opera Daphnis at Chloe. I don't have a 7-Up, some dude. Okay, well, that's confusing, that guy. Everything you just said was wrong. Everything you said was wrong. Hello, Batch. I'm pretty sure that Bev was a bot, so just getting it out of my life. What's up, Batch? You see it, man. Hello, Xenix. You can, Essie. It's called pine soda. And no thank you. Our air is not clean enough for me to put that shit in my water. I'm in Ohio, some dude. Proof is in the pudding, August. There are many proofs of God. Many good proofs of God. I'm within like a 40-minute walk of McDonald's, or I could take the bus if I felt like it, Greenie. I'm doing great, Xenix. How are you this morning? I'm sure it's not morning where you're at, but you know, aphorism and all that stuff. Monra's not wrong that there are proofs of God based in the human experience. It's not a walk I choose to take, Greenie, and I don't like being down there. They've called the cops on me. The Anne Reid, sir, the last gig, the last job I had, I was working at a Family Dollar. You can disagree, August, but you will be wrong. There are many proofs of God. What you mean to say is there's no evidence of God, and then you would be right. Yes, Cynics, I live in the States. Yeah, you're way in my future, Monra, or in the past, but I think you're in the future is how it works. You would be very wrong, August. There are many proofs of God. Yeah, the Dollar Tree is where I do all my shopping, Greenie. I hit it every night on my way home. There are a few pretty girls in there who smile at me, and then they do the bashful look away and blush thing so I don't press them. Heard that, Mr. Ducker. If I see you in 2 days, I'll wish you the day. I hope you survive until then. Oh, it's whatever, Greenie, to me. It makes sense. Their pricing system makes sense the way they get it. Heard that, Monra. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Wednesday. Yeah, filling up the balloons was so much fun. Working at Family Dollar, Greenie. Filling up the balloons was a lot of fun. Even the parents, the moms, always just liked watching it happen. Depends on how you think about that, Munra. The past and the present are in different places in space and time. No, proof is not evidence that conclusively establishes the truth of a claim. Evidence is the evidence that conclusively establishes the proof or the truth of a claim. Proof is the mathematical theorem, the mathematical theory. When you do a proof, what you're doing is you're saying a triangle is a triangle because of all of these different mathematical proofs. The evidence is when you build a triangle, August. This is basic Platonism. This is basic philosophy, basic thought structure and logic. Hello, little mango. I'm not condescending to you. I'm saying that you're wrong at the basics. You're wrong at the definitions of the words you're using. Perception, sure, Monroe. But the future is happening in a different place in time-space. I'm not an atheist, Nomad. I do believe in miracles, Monroe. I live on them. Looks don't kill, that's a myth, but they can curse. Melanie just posted a short, guys. You should check it out. I'm not an atheist for sure. This is what I do for a living, Sajay. I'm way behind the chat, by the way, guys. That's what they say, some dude, about Fig Newtons. Yes, I dialectic for a living, Munra. I love to argue as sport. I serve the god what if, Nomad. But you've got the wrong gender. The goddess is whom I serve. I worship what if. I serve the goddess. You like the accent in English movies? Yes, my lord. Well, Monroe, that's called narcissism, buddy. You need to start over at the beginning of your theology. I would call a Fig Newton a dessert treat snack. Hi, Harper. Try to act? Yeah, it looked like this, Nomad. Sorry, Monroe, I didn't mean to turn your worldview upside down. But you worship yourself. You're a narcissist at the beginning of your spiritual quest. You need to start over at the beginning. You forgot home. You forgot the humility part. You don't have to be nice to me, Harper. I'm an adult. No. Without evidence, there is no evidence. Without proof, there is no proof. The two things aren't interchangeable, and the two things aren't dependent on one another. You can have evidence without a proof. It would be a good idea, Monroe. You might want to start by reading the Secret Teachings. No, don't read the Secret Teaching of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. You might want to read some Manly P. Hall, though, because he talks all the time about how the wizard who believes that they are God in any way is the narcissist and is just doing black magic. Oh, they don't have to leave, some dude, but they don't get to talk anymore. And yeah, I used to work in a restaurant that was on our welcome mat. Be nice or leave. Sure, you want to grow into your best self, but that's not the highest God. Sure, it's easy to produce occult stuff because it's all copy pasta, some dude. I'm here for you, Munra. Hey, Bella. I see you observing. And hello, Zoe. I didn't see you there for a second. Yeah, I'm doing this because the occult is just copy pasta. I had an ego death experience reading through the occult stuff that was created across the last 100 years in a dedicated way over the last 2 years, and it brought me here. My real name is Vincent, Bella. I see you, Lena, but I don't choose to be objectified. Thank you for those likes. Father, Jesus, Sudden, your theology is so fucked. Everything you just said is wrong. No, there's no evidence, so there can't be a final proof. You don't understand logic, August. You need to start at the beginning. Vincent Van Gogh is one that I get a lot. See? The occult brought me here in a lot of ways. But the goddess brought me here specifically. Yes, Nugbucket, it nearly killed me. It wasn't a good experience, and it's not a story you want to hear. The difference in narcissism and psychopathy is one of understanding circles within circles. Narcissism is a psychopathy trait. Helena Blavatsky was very wrong, Slim Richard. I don't think it is possible to work for God. God doesn't pay a living wage. We should live up to his standards, but it doesn't pay a wage. Yeah, it makes total sense, Monroe. I live for God, but he doesn't pay me. Because they're wrong, August. Like I said, it's very easy to copy pasta this stuff because people will read it and they will repeat it and they will insist that they're right, but they will be dead ass wrong. We do not get paid for the existence of living. That's right. We don't get paid for the existence of living. Jesus said that the workman earns his bread. But the bread is made by people, and the money is provided by people. Yeah, the evidence problem is philosophical logic. Google it, bro. Yes, he's right. The evidence problem is just philosophical logic. It goes all the way back to Socrates and Aristotle. You've got it wrong at the beginning. If they bruised your big toe, they're too small, some dude. Our experience is the gift to one another. We bring it back to God when we die. Your views are wrong, Sudden. You can be wrong. I'm on here to tell you, the people like you, that you're wrong. Lena, I don't care. August, I don't have to do this with you today. You're wrong. I'll see you tomorrow. Time has always been money, Monroe. What is the reason for God? I don't know how to I don't know how to answer that question at conception. What is the reason for God? God is reason. Your God is wrong, Ralph Wiggums. That's funny, some dude. I'm doing my best to live the philosophical good life, Monroe. Yes, my heroes are Socrates and Diogenes. Jesus is one of my heroes, but I prefer Plotinus to Jesus as far as mystics. Hello, Lil Tech. Jesus didn't actually perform those miracles. Plotinus actually did have those mystical experiences. If we're using God as comfort, then we're not reading the Bible. Hegel is one of history's great demons, some dude. God is everything, Mother Nature is wife. Yeah, Monroe, have you read the Thunder Perfect Mind, the Gnostic text? I did a reading of it for the channel. You should visit Thunder Perfect Mind. Well, okay, well, the Big Bang, do we all know, if we're going to talk about Big Bang science, do we all know that the Big Bang is a code word in astrophysics and quantum physics for a moment that cannot be mathematically described? Do we know that, Wednesday? Before we move any further, do we know that? That the Big Bang is actually a code word to describe a moment in time, like something like 0.0006 seconds or something, that cannot be mathematically described. I love being in my I'm actually chilling in the shade right now. Jack, I'm not in the mood for your dumb, pedantic bullshit. You're not a physicist. You're a 13-year-old girl. Yes, your ability to taught and learn is the difference. The word speaks to those with ears to hear, and the truth reveals itself to those with eyes to see, Monra. No, the Big Bang isn't when God created the universe. The Big Bang is the moment in time when the universe came into being. But that coming into being cannot be mathematically described with our current understanding of the models of the universe that we have arrived at over 13,000 years of effort. And so if we want to talk at proofs and evidence, we have more proof of God than we have of the beginning of the universe. We have more evidence of God than we have of the beginning of the universe. We cannot prove with evidence, material or observational evidence, that the universe began, because we cannot find it. We cannot find the beginning of the universe. What we can find is that everywhere we look from our planet, we find center of the universe radiation. So that means that if the universe exploded into being, it didn't explode into being from a single point. It exploded into being from every point. Yes, animals have a soul, Wednesday, and yes, I believe in parallel universes, Essie. When I dream of my parallel lives. The Big Bang is what we're talking about, Mickey, and it is a moment before mathematics can describe reality. Hello, Batch. You probably didn't left. I probably muted you for annoying me, for being pedantic and argumentative. Hello, Hannah. Good morning. How are you? Thank you for the positivity, Bella. It's Monday. I'm ready to fight. Let's do it. Let's fight. Fight about stuff that matters. This is the good shit, Bella. This is what I live for. And so when we ask, was God the Big Bang, the only answer that physics has to arrive at is the answer that Thomas Aquinas arrived at. Yes. Yes. Heard that, Hannah. I'm glad to have you from Germany. You're not a lover, you're a fighter. I'm just here to develop that there are better arguments for God and the religious life than there are for the materialist worldview. Even scientists don't maintain a materialist worldview. The materialist worldview was imposed upon us between 1950 and 1970, and no scientist has a materialist worldview today, and none of them are taught it. I love fighting, and I fight for what I love. God did not put us here to be passive. Astrophysics is fun because astrophysics is one great big proof of God. It was developed out of the proofs of God that were developed by people like Thomas Aquinas and Roger Bacon. Dogma is what gets between us and God. That's why it's God's name backward. It literally spells backward, am God. Dogma, am God. No. Hey, Duck, do you think I'm going to take you seriously now after that introduction? I'm an Ohio informer. Maybe, Slim. I think it's a fantasy to believe that we're not here for any reason. And I will mute you during this conversation for saying shit that I don't like to hear. I don't have to endorse what you're saying, and I don't have to hear it. And keep your atheism to yourself. I'm not a religion, batch. Shalom, Gil. I wish I knew more. Don't tell me what to do, Dooney. Bonjour, comment ça va for the French out there. Bella, no sprechen Sie Deutsch. Good morning, Oro. I don't think I caught you. I'm just not in the mood to argue with an atheist in the morning. I'm going to get agitated. I'm going to start yelling at you, and I respect you enough to tell you that I will yell at you over this. I am bipolar type 2, and there are a lot of people pulling me toward the I'm going to freak the fuck out on somebody that I really like if they want to push my buttons for fun. Maybe not even really like, but that will happen. Adam, don't tell me what to do. My channel is going big time. That's right, Monroe. I know, Magic Shag. I'm fine, Kenny. Maybe, John. You're contributing to my ability to turn on super likes and to add ads to my videos, so continue, please. Paul, my shit is the shit. YouTube loves what I'm making, and so they've just been throwing people into my life. I don't think I've yelled at anybody in a couple of days, Dooney. I'm trying to keep that streak going. I should keep a tag up here. Just like a running total. Last time since I raised my voice. I can add super likes at 3,000 watch hours. Slim. I've already crossed all the other goals. At 500, I needed 500 and 3,000. When I cross 1,000 and 4,000, I can turn on ads. And if I'm missing you guys, please understand that my chat is blowing up, and this is the first time it's ever moved this fast, and I'm just enjoying watching it move. I'm not sure what you want me to explain, Gil. I missed that. I'm going to scroll up because that's a question that I'm here to answer. The dogma stuff, dogma getting between us and God. What happens is that natural religion happens, and then there's a shaman or a teacher or an experiential mystic, and then they tell people about it because the people come to their tent and they say, we have spiritual problems, we need help, we have demons, we have illness, we have mental health, we need your help because you are calm and you seem to have it figured out. So help us, please. And then they teach, and then they die. And so people write down the things that they said, and they write them in books. And then the people who wrote those books die. And then the language that those books were written in dies. And then people continue reading those books, and they call it dogma. And it gets between you and the experiential God that helped that mystic help those people. This is why mystics like Jesus reject the written word. All these ridiculous opinions told as truths, Essie, is called philaletheia. Well, understand what I mean. My ridiculous opinions told as truths. But yes, I don't have friends because when people say dumb shit to me, I say, that's dumb. If you say it to me twice, I will hit you with a stick, Slim. No sprechen Sie Deutsch, Wednesday. I don't want to put on ads, Magic. If you don't want me to put on ads, you got to hit the membership button. I can turn that on at 3,000 watch hours. I have a little chair. I have a camp chair, John. 3,000 watch hours. Thank you, Slim. And thank you for understanding that my outburst was trying to hold in an outburst. That wasn't me lashing out at you in particular. Thank you for understanding. Hannah, you can ask me anything you want. Just ask me good questions. You understand? Like, don't ask me, why don't you do this thing that seems obvious to me? But normal conversation is great. But if you have questions, please ask them. Because every moment is a teaching moment. Do you understand, Gil? Well, tabernacle, Adam, tabernacle. And please, Gil, with the shalom, understand that I'm not trying to teach your faith. And if I say anything wrong, please correct me. But tabernacle means the tent that the Ark of the Covenant was stored in. So it means any tent that people gather in to be religious. This is a tent that I have gathered you in around my religion. 100 years from now, we will be a different people, yes. Thank you, Nugbucket. And thank you for the confirmation that I explained in a healthy way, Gil. Who needs enemies with friends like this? Right, Munra. I do my best, so I do my best batch. Luckily, I'm not being lazy. I do sleep in this tent, Kenny. I started smoking for the first time around 5th grade, Marco, but I started buying as soon as I had a home when I turned 18. I don't know that I'm seeing all of your questions, Kenny, but I'm way behind the chat. No, I'm not an evangelist, Paul. Respect is rare, Monra. That's why I'm trying my best to give it to people even when I'm about to have an explosive episode. I'm loving the inner dialogue happening in the chat. Heard that, Gil. I don't want more destruction. I'm trying to get some sort of check, says John. He's got it all figured out. He's got me all figured out. I don't have neighbors, Dooney. And yeah, Serenity, Munra. That's the name of the great evil in my literary work, Serenity. Okay, John. If you think that this is laziness, why are you watching and why are you commenting? What are you doing that's so much less lazy than what I'm doing? Well, Munra, you're doing the higher calling of having children. Yep. John is going to condescend to me about how I'm sitting on my phone in my tent being homeless. I'm so lazy, and yet he remains in my comment section. In fact, he's hitting it over and over and over, knowing that I'm way behind the chat. So he's not only giving me watch hours, which I can then turn into money that I can then turn into a home, which he doesn't understand how money works, obviously, but he's making his life about watching this. Which one of us is lazy? The person who's making or the person watching? Who's lazy? The person taking a break or the person working right now, John? God damn, stupid fucking people. Nah, what he wants is for his daddy to rescue him from work. Oh, I have to hurt myself so I don't hurt him. I'm not clapping, John. I was backhanding your stupid fucking face. No, I'm not clapping, and no, I'm not camping, Nat. He wants a kiss on the lips from his daddy. Wants to kiss his daddy right on the head of his dick. Yes, people are very stupid, Analog. You just summed it up, Nothing. Welcome back. Hello, Cypher. Don't tell me what to do, Ceiling Fan. I will mute you too. I had to slap the back of my hand until it hurt to contain my rage, Denny. Yes, he was very likely washing his daddy out of his mouth. He's probably only got that job because his daddy is on the crew. Don't tell me what to do, Nat. What up, Brian? Great to see you. Hello, Mohammed. Welcome back. I don't know what that means, Cypher. I don't understand one-word sentences. You gotta give me more, guys. That doesn't transmit a thought. I also hope that people are running for the higher moral ground when the water begins to rise. I'm fine, Nat. What's up, gaming? Jim and Neil? Jim and Yell? What's up? You see what I'm doing. I'm glad to hear you're good, Mohammed. I was getting frustrated, Hannah, yes. But I'm good now. My hand hurts, and so I've reminded myself to be calm. What about a job? Nothing. I'm hours away from being able to make money at this. I can't afford a dog, and I don't have anywhere to keep it during the day, Nat. I'm not camping, Eddie. Don't be stupid. Yes, I'm lying around bitching, Eddie. I mean, hayseed. That's exactly what I'm doing. I don't have to watch her out for bears, Eddie. I don't know what that question means. Nothing. On YouTube. What kind of question is that? No, external frustration from an external source. He's not an influence. I prefer Modest Mouse to Deftones. I don't like the Deftones, and I love Modest Mouse, Mike. Welcome back, Paka Paka. Yes, Toombs, I live here. I sleep here. I wouldn't say I live here. I don't like either of those things, Mike. There are bears in America, but there are not bears in Zanesville, Ohio. Don't be stupid. I'm hours away from making money. Where else? On TikTok? Am I going live on TikTok? Nothing? Maybe I'm hours away from making money on the stock market. Maybe I'm just hours away from hitting it big on my big realty scam. God damn. Y'all say the dumbest shit. Thank you, Wednesday. Because I don't think people appreciate that when you slap someone repeatedly in the face, it begins to hurt you. It will actually do permanent damage if you do it hard enough. There are snakes, but I haven't seen any, Paul. There are rabbits and deer. Heard that, Paka Paka. Have you, Hayseed, heard of the thing called the mute button? A little mouth is probably not okay. I don't want anything from you guys, except for you to ask better questions. Watching streams is pretty lazy, I agree, Slim. It's enormous, James. Yeah, no good trolls today. No good trolls today. The conversation was going hard because Monroe and I were discussing spirituality and the quest, and people just don't want to hear that. Obviously, I want money from you. That's why I'm asking for it, Nothing. I don't want your money, man. Your money's gross. Yep. What I have, James, is called BDA. I don't have a dealer, Michael. You're going to finish that sentence, ecstasy, and I'm probably going to mute you. I don't like either of those things either, Mike. Probably not that, Javier. Well, what do you think it is, James? Money is not money, Denny. Not if it comes from you. Burgers, but I love both of those something. Actually, James, actually. What would A possibly mean? Actually. God damn it. This is why I don't talk to gay dudes. You're so fucking stupid. If I could do anything other right now, what would I be doing? I don't know, Paka Paka. I don't think about what I would be doing right now if I weren't doing this. Because this is what I want to be doing. I would rather die, Hannah, than be in either of those places. Bagel breakfast sandwiches are delicious, Brian. I like the bacon, egg, and cheese bagel from McDonald's is really good. Their bagels are chewier than they are crunchy, so they don't hurt my mouth when I bite into them. I'm not having a normal existence, Monroe. This is decidedly outside the normal. I'm so far outside the normal that YouTube is catering to get people to see it. Cashews are amazing, Monroe. I love cashew chicken Chinese. You want a lox bagel? I've never seen lox before. My my ex mother-in-law was a Jewish convert, born, raised, converted to Christianity, and she used to talk about how much she missed lox. Is there anywhere I'd like to travel in the world? There are many, many places I'd like to travel in the world. I would love to hike the Alps. And I want to be on the Appian Way really badly. I don't trust fast food steak analog. Just straight up, I don't trust fast food steak. Lox is salmon? I thought it was salmon eggs. I thought that lox was a particular way that the salmon or the eggs were made. All I know about it is that my ex-mother-in-law, stepmother-in-law, said that she missed bagels and lox. Okay? That's all I know about it. I've never seen anyone say, this is lox. It's a particular way that it's prepared. Thank you for the sub, James. You're not going to get what you want from me, but you have a large community of men just like you to choose from in my comment section. Circus animal cookies were awesome when we used to get them at church. Heard that, Paul. You can swipe up or hit back, bud. I wouldn't call me that, Call of the Noob, no. Hello, King. Or I guess that's Kim. Ex-wife's stepmother. James, please fuck off. I answered your idiot question. Hello, Chia. No, I'm not camping. Favorite hobby? I don't know. Mounting a woman. I know who King Cobra is. Favorite book of all time is a question I'm still trying to answer. I just say the Poimandrous Man Shepherd at this point. I don't think they know that I have moderator control. I'm beginning to think they just don't know that I have moderator control. Science subject, all of them. Depends on what you define science as. Your mom, Call. I'm truthful, Paul. That's what Phil Alitea means. It means lover of truth. No, it's not okay to call me Vince. Glad you like that, Slim. Water, Mike. Bonsoir, Olivier. Philosophia is a lower level of abstraction than Philaletheia. No, we shouldn't forbid alcohol. We should regulate and educate. I prefer Coke if we're talking about, I prefer Coke if we're talking about the colas, but I prefer Mountain Dew if we're talking about sodas. If we're talking about that, I like quantum physics quite a lot, but I just like science. No, I've never been outside the US, Bhakta. Alcohol is poison. I am into psychedelics. I can't use them anymore, Paka Paka, but I've spent quite a long time eating LSD. Barks. I'm not sure, Mike. Both of those are shit root beers. The real root beer is, it's in those bottles and it's real expensive, and sometimes they sell it at, oh, it might be A&W. Actually, it might be A&W. Actually, it might be one of those two. I don't remember, man. My brain's not working for, uh, my brain's not working for root beers right now. I'm sorry, man. You're back at your hotel at from the event. How is it going? How is it going? How did it go, Olivier? Never done DMT. I hated mushrooms. I don't know that I could teach you quantum mechanics on purpose, but I could help you understand it. I don't have a passport, Bhakta. I barely have a state ID. My day's going great, Zydax. Great to see you around. I have a serious taste aversion to mushrooms. They make me gag and want to vomit, and then my trip is always bad. Nah. The only people who come out dumb to me are people who are anti-intellectual, Javier. If you want to understand, we can have a conversation about it, and I won't think you're dumb. Ugh. Hello, Queenie. Don't ruin peanut butter for me, Austin. Yep, that's my girlfriend tried to do that nasty orange juice shit, and it's fucking disgusting. That's why I have a taste aversion to it. If I travel anywhere first, I'm going to the Parthenon in Greece. Well, maybe, Moonra. Maybe. I'm glad you thought that was funny, Austin. She goes, I'm going to take a whole bottle of this lemon juice that you use for cooking, and I'm going to grind up a bunch of mushrooms in it, and I'm going to float them on top of it. I'm going to tell you to drink the whole fucking thing. Fucking nasty. Heard that, Chia. And don't worry about typos, Javier. This is a typo-friendly zone. So long as you're not trying to say something hurtful, I don't care about the typos. I am too intellectual for my own good, Paka Paka. I have lost at least one job because I'm too smart. That's literally what she said to me. Heard that, Brian. She said, you're just too smart. You're just too smart. You're just too smart. You're just too smart. I don't know what that question means, Bhakta. I was managing a combination gas station and ice cream parlor. Paka Paka. I know, I've tried them in other food items, Brian. It's fucking gross. Right, Spenny. I don't know where we are, Ben Affleck. I don't have a college degree, Austin. So she said to me, Zay, and she fired me. It was stupid. It was baffling. I didn't even say anything. I was just glad to not work there anymore, if that's how she thought about me. Are you asking me if I own the business of being Shaggy Philaliteia, Bhakta? Wait. The house salsa boof? Cool, man. How did it go? I'm here with you, Javier. Thank you for establishing who you are as a person. It's probably not going to happen, Jake. Good morning, Abhinav. Good morning, Dory. I think that means hello, Thundeka. Tandeka? Good morning, Dory. No religious denomination, Paka Paka. I don't put a name on my service. I don't even know the name of my goddess that I'm willing to say out loud. I'll call her, Ao, or Io, one of those. The Dawn, if you like. I charge at Panera, and I have a battery bank that I'm hooked to right now, yes. That should be hooked to my phone, actually. Yeah, I should actually do that. Thank you for the reminder. I was charging my vapes. Doing great. Was it Tandeka? Good morning, Sarah. I've told the story, Brian. I have a taste aversion. No, Jake. Yeah, it's not going to work out because you have a college degree. You're probably useless, Austin. No offense. I wouldn't hire you either. Hey, Queen. My night was great, Alec. I played Final Fantasy III. I only played for an hour, but I finally found the next narrative beat, and that was enough. I was exhausted after yesterday. I bought myself a kettlebell, and so I've been working on my spine, so I didn't wake up in pain today, Alec. Thank you for asking. No, I'm not camping, Jake. I live in the U.S., Tandeka. Sun God Ra, for sure. I wouldn't identify as either of those things, Fifth. Olmecs. Tabasco. Heard that, Javier. Morning, Jacob. It is very bad for my health, Abhinav. I'm talking to these people, and you, now, Jacob. Yeah, I'm playing through the pixel remasters of the Final Fantasy games to relax at night, Javier. You said South America, so Javier. Take care, Paco Paco. South Australia. It's been great. Thank you for the sub, bud. West Virginia, heard that. I'm in Ohio. Hello, Calvin. If that's what you want, Fifth, this is why I don't answer that question, because I just don't want to talk to people like you. Yes, Fifth is jealous. See, I just don't want to talk to people like Fifth. This is why I'm evasive of their questions, because they're very dumb, and they only know dichotomies of dumb. Someone quote that and put it on a shirt. When I hit 3,000 likes, we can start putting the cool shit that I say on shirts, and we can start selling them to get me out of this fucking tent. It's not likely to happen, Sheffo. That's fucking sick, Olivier. I love that people liked it. I don't know what was mean. I don't remember what I said was mean. The dichotomies of dumb? I would wear a shirt with that on it. Both of you might only think in dichotomies of dumb if you think that was mean. Nah, Fifth is gone, Zay. I could ask for donations, Munra, or I could put all of the information where you can donate to me and support me financially in the description of this video. There's a non-zero chance I've already done that, Munra. None of your business, Sheffo. I could have already done it, Munra, so I don't have to ask for anything. I'm not here for the money. They keep buying my food when I go to eat at Panera. So I've eaten for free the last 2 days, and so all of the donations that I've gotten over the last 3 days are just piling up and start starting to really make me anxious. So I'm not asking for money because, well, money's definitely not useless. Well, Abhinav, at this point, it's to mute you. Thanks, Jake. I don't need luck, though. I need watch hours. Yeah, so hit that like button. Thank you, Analog. I prefer it when the chat says it, because that means that somebody in the chat is really enthusiastic with the way that the conversation is going. And that's what I react to, is the direction the conversation is going. I would rather mute you, Matt. I don't think you were paying attention, bud. I don't think you were here long enough to be speaking. I need luck. I need watch hours. Brian, I am baking right now, buddy. Welcome back, Essie. What are you owing, doll? Smash that like, Dr. Dangus. Just please don't talk about your little chungus. We're not engaging with that question, Triad. You should helicopter a little more. I'm rude to others because they ask me stupid and invasive questions and I'm allowed to establish my boundaries. This is my home. You are literally in my home right now. I am talking to 20 people. That's a lot of people for me. You don't know how to monetize because you haven't clicked the monetize button and just read. Munra. Good morning, Billy. Never tried ecstasy. I did have a girlfriend who liked to be humped while she did ecstasy, so that was fun for me. What's it look like I'm doing, Our World? No, I promise you it's tiny, Dr. Dingus. Truth can be very rude, Monroe. I own YouTube as a... Yes, it is generous letting you be here. Not you specifically, Paul. It's generous letting all of you be here. Like questions like the Our World podcast asking me, are you homeless? Over and over and over and over again while I'm broadcasting live from my tent. Well, Munra, Philolitea means lover of truth, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. If Eminem was allowed to get away with not sugarcoating it, just getting on the mic and spitting it, then so am I. If your mom is a bug, Buckshot, then yes, I eat bugs. Hey, restaurants will pay you to have their dish on their menu. That's what I'm praying for, Olivier. That's what we're rooting for, man. I could be camping, the Our World podcast. I could be. You could have already clicked the description because you have a podcast and you're internet savvy. Both of those things could have happened. I wipe my ass, Buckshot, with people like you. Maybe, Brian. I'm not camping, and this is my home. I did have a good rest, Billy. I bought that kettlebell and I worked out my left arm. I worked both arms, but I worked my left arm until it was exhausted, and my spine doesn't hurt. Well, English isn't your first language, if I remember you telling me, Monroe. Please don't call me Vince. I will mute you for that, Analog. Yes, Dr. Dingus. Everyone gets roasted. This is a democracy. It's an equal opportunity to be humbled. Yeah, thank you for rooting for Olivier. Olivier's my dude. Mandy doesn't realize that I have to pay taxes. I'm not getting a van. Hey, what's up, JJ? Good morning, One Punch. Great to see you, man. You asked me if you can call me Vince. I said I hate Vince. Don't call me Vince. And then you called me Vince. I will mute you for it. You did that on purpose. It's not funny. Don't take liberties with my name. I didn't even give you the okay to call me Vincent. Your computer's being slow, Billy? I don't love to hear that. You hope I get somewhere? Where do you want me to walk to, Jacob, and why? Why do you want me to go somewhere? It's comfortable. It's like 62 degrees inside my tent. There's a sunbeam just outside. I got to watch rats eat my leftover food that I wasn't going to eat last night. Why do you want me to leave, Jacob? If you call me Venny, Dr. Dingus, I will find you and I will hit you. There are ways that you can make that happen, Jacob. You're way too young to be watching this, man. I keep asking you and inviting you to leave. I'll go to Panera if I feel like it later, Brian. I'll eventually have to defecate. You can call me by my name. I don't mind it, but Vince and Vinny are just unacceptable. I say over and over and over that I hate it. Weapons is that good, isn't it, JJ? Brian, I will mute you, man. You could just wait. You could just wait, or you could click the description, because the first words of my description are I'm homeless. Frickin' awesome is what Weapons was. It was too good to spoil. It was just awesome. And a weird thing happened to me that I'm going to talk about, that now that you've seen Weapons, you know why I think it was so weird. Thank you, Jacob. Have a good day. Denny, I'll get you however I want. Don't tell me how to get you. Yeah, it annoys everyone. That's why I get agitated and let you see it, and then I yell at you. Because it agitates the people in my chat who come here to just hang out. I'm in a chint because I choose to be, Braden. It annoys Essie. It especially annoys the ladies of my chat. The grown men, it also bothers. The comebacks I try to make amusing. Bhakta, I'm just not in the mood for you today, man. I'm just not in the mood for your AI bullshit. Thank you, Munra. One day at a time, Braden. One day at a time, man. You can go to my channel and you can see that there are almost 2,000 videos. One day at a time. At this point, Brian, well, when I mute them, it doesn't make them leave. Yes, Dr. Dingus, we appreciate the wit. When I mute them, it doesn't make them leave. It just means I can't see their comments anymore. They'll eventually keep moving, but the comments begin to agitate the ladies of my chat. How do you want to help me, Denny? I don't remember asking for help, but if you think that I need help, how do you want to help? And then I'll tell you whether you can or cannot do that. God is on my side, Billy. If God didn't want me here, the stream would fail. People keep telling me about this guy. I don't watch. Brian, what time do I have to watch? I did 10 hours yesterday. I was awake for 14. What time do I have to watch? No, Denny, that's not the question that I asked you. You want to help. How do you want to help? Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Leave me on, whether you're listening or not. What time do I have to get bored, Brian? You have to define hate, Twisted. I think you hate me, but I don't think you know to hate me. I think that I am hateful to you because I represent what you want most for yourself. You can tell us funny jokes so long as they're not racist, Munra. What do you want to do to help me, Denny? You are starting to annoy me. There are so many hate comments. It's Caro. Because I represent what they most want to be. Thank you, Hannah. Okay, Monroe, that's inappropriate, but thank you. Okay, guys, how do you want to help? I'm not asking for help. That sounds like a good and fast way to die, Brian. I'm working on it, One Punch. I'm trying not to engage with them, so at least the audio is less annoying. Yeah, Billy, I have bipolar type 2, so my emotions ride that wave. What help do I sound like I need, Titus? If you want to help me, Denny, go to my description. That's what I said, Twisted. It's that I am hateful to you. You don't hate anyone but you. Everyone is hateful to you because you're the worst. I don't understand where the assumption that help is needed comes from either, JJ. I keep saying that I've got 2 Taco Bell chalupas sitting right here. I got a bag of chips right there. I got a box of granola bars right here. I got 2 bottles of water. I got my vapes. I got my cigarettes. I don't understand what help they think I need. I got $60 in my bank. I owe $200 in debt to CashApp. Nobody wants to pay off my debt. Yeah, if I need help with my issues, you're not helping, Titus. All you're doing is giving me an opportunity to performatively express them. If you want to donate to help me prepare for winter, you're going to need to say that explicitly, and you're probably going to want to just put that in a bank somewhere and wait till fucking winter. Because what I don't need is a bunch of clothes sitting around in my tent that I'm going to still have to do laundry with anyway. It's in the description of this video, Samuel. It's in the description. Guys, it's in the description. I'm not asking for it because it's in the description. Because the more we talk about it, the more likely someone is to say that I need to get a job. I wish we could just talk about something interesting instead of my situation. Because no one is paying me to tell stories about my situation. Denny, I didn't say that you can see it. I said I keep saying it. When my regulars come in and say, hey, how are you doing? Have you eaten today? I can say that I have food and that I bought a kettlebell yesterday. And that it probably actually isn't, Brian, but yeah, you can look for that stuff. It should be my username everywhere. I didn't anticipate this on a Monday morning, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I anticipated that Monday was going to be a lot more, not this. That's fine. There's a reason it used to take me weeks between. I was trying to find those sweet spots. Good morning, 5,000 butterflies. Times 2, does that mean 10,000 butterflies? I know that you don't know, Denny. That's why I keep telling people like you that it makes more sense to just be quiet for a few minutes. Hit up my Cash App, Cool Vibes. Cool Videos. Cool Videos asks for things without paying for them. Cool Videos wants things for free. Cool Videos is a beggar. Monday, so good to me. Heard that, Dr. Dingus. The stuff that the UFO stuff that Congress is talking about is a smokescreen for stupid people, Sean. Heard that, Black Phantom. How do you cope with your bipolar 2? How long have you known that you've had it? I've known since I was in 5th grade. You left a like and a sub, and then you asked me to do things for you. Cool Vibes thinks that likes and subs are enough to beg. You can hit my Cash App, Cool Videos, if you want a shout out for how cool you are. Otherwise, Cool Videos is a beggar. Cool Videos is a mooch. Because I'm a speaker of truth, Denny. I have no thoughts on Palestine, Samuel James. His name sounds French because he is French, Hannah. Twisted Sister, if we sword fought, you would be fighting against someone with a claymore, and you have a dagger at best. You don't want to fight me. Cool videos is begging. One day at a time, Black Phantom. One day at a time. I don't do a very good job of keeping mine clean, but I have a glasses that is one of those that they sell. The cloths. Oh shit. Heard that JS is in the chat, and I don't know which one of you is JS, but he just hit me up for way too much money. So, thank you very much. I know that's coming from Australia too. Yes, I believe in God, Denny. No, I'm not a beggar. I absolutely did not ask for the money that just hit my Cash App. James, buddy, I don't know which one of these is you, and I did not notice when that happened, when it happened, that it happened when it happened, but my PayPal just exploded to the tune of $100 that I don't remember asking for. So thank you. Thank you, JS. That's not the first time you've done that. No French like you. Oh, I like that joke, Olivier. That one cut deep. That was good. That was a good one. And yes, thank you very much, JS. There's JJ Juber, guys. Thank JJ Juber. He sent me to the movies last weekend, and he just covered half my Cash App debt. The Cash App debt was for this tent, so he just bought half of my tent, guys. Big shout out, JJ. Thank you, man. I knew that your name wasn't in your profile, so I didn't want to out you if you want to maintain that anonymity. Thank you. Hey, Billy, every day's a great day if you make it one. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Take care. I am aggressively unbeggar-like. No, I didn't ask him to send me a Cash App. I told him that if he wanted me to shout him out in a friendly way, he could have sent me money. And then I looked to see if he had, and someone else had. Your name is not in your profile here. I'm not going to out you. Just sent me $5. Thank you so much. The amount does not matter. That you sent at all is a huge deal. Thank you so much. I always tell people, it's not about the amount. Jesus tells a story. He's standing in the temple and he's watching people tithe. Tithing is taking an amount of your money and giving it to the church so that the church can distribute it to the poor effectively. That's what it's for. And he's watching these people tithe, and he's got his disciples with him, and it's a story in triplicate. So there are three people that come in: a very rich man, a man of the middle class, and then a very, very, very poor homeless woman comes in, and she gives of her money to the church, to the temple. And the disciples, in descending order of these people, praise the rich man, criticize the middle class person, and say of the poor woman that she shouldn't have given it all because God is mad at her for taking that money that he helped her give and give it back to him. I don't tithe. What I do is I take this money and I tip. I tip over 50%. Sometimes I tip over 100% around town. I give this money back. I treat this money like it's going to come back to me when I spend it, unless I'm told to spend it on something specific, like half of my Cash App. What Jesus said is that woman, because she gave such a huge percentage of her effort to God, is the only one who's getting into heaven. The other two only tipped. The other two tipped to be performative. My guy JJ did not tip to be performative. He didn't tip so that you guys would like him more. My guy Mr. S doesn't pay. He doesn't send me money. He sent me money last night. He doesn't send me money so that you guys will like him more. In fact, I think I embarrass him when he's in the chat, and I thank him to his face. Alec did not buy this battery bank in my shoes because he wants you guys to like him more. Thank all of you that I've missed. Nuestra, all of you. Kyle, all of you whose names I haven't said. And go to KJ McDonald. Go to KJ McDonald. Buy his books. JJ Juber sounds like he's tubing. I need to find his account if it's not invisible in my subs, and I need to sub to his stuff. I'm going to be able to turn on my community spotlight soon, and I'll be able to put your videos on my channel. All of you, whether you pay, it's not a paid service, whether you donate or not, will get there just for hanging out with me in the mornings and making something. Make something, guys. Thank you so much. You guys, when you see the performance of what I'm doing, and then the money starts to roll in, it's not sympathy money. You guys get it. Thank you. Mad, dude. JJ's GOAT. That's right. My future plans, eventually I'll be able to afford a house on, eventually I'll be able to afford a studio apartment on subscriptions, so on my Patreon or through memberships here on YouTube. Justin is butt hurt that he hasn't made $105 while he sat in this chat. He is butt hurt. Look at how butt hurt Justin J is. If you want an aggressive shout out, I'm pretty sure I already gave you an aggressively negative shout out, Twisted Fister. The law of karma, Munra. To receive you must give, and to be blessed. And to receive you must give, and be pleased to give to someone in need, says Munra. I am not in need, but there are a lot of people who want this to continue, and they understand that this is a small business that will get on its feet someday and will tour this world. Like guts. Which hand do you mean? I fucked this hand all up. Do you mean right there, that scar on my fingers? I cut it on a swimming pool. JJ, thank you, man. Thank you. I don't even mean to be entertaining, but yeah, I do try to entertain when it's time. Thank you, Olivier. All of you deserve the love and praise as well, and I do my best to be a good person. I'm discussing the things that someone bought for me so that I can give thanks to the people who make this possible, just like all public radio used to do. I have seen tiny home build-outs. They make me feel claustrophobic. And thank you, Analog, again for reminding them to hit the like channel, or the like button. Justin J, again, is deeply butthurt that he hasn't made $105 while watching this. Deeply butthurt. Deeply offended, guys. That would be enough if I had the super likes on, Justin J, that I would see $1, $1, $1, $1, and you would be washed out with $1. Relations and regular people. I don't know what that means, Hannah. Thank you for liking my stream, Denny. I'm caught up with the chat also, guys. It's also a lot easier. Let me be very clear for JJ and everybody else. When I let my IED, intermittent explosivity disorder, show itself, when I let it bubble up, I'm not doing that so you'll send me money. I'm doing it to be authentic to who I am as a person. You're fine, Monroe. If people want to argue with you, they're just trolls. If I'm endorsing what you're saying, then you're not saying anything that I don't like. And if I say I don't know if that's for this channel, I'm not telling you to leave. You understand what I'm saying? I'll tell you when you've crossed a line. It's my show. It's my fountain. My show, my fountain. We're just keeping the flow going. That's right, Monroe. You don't want the water to get too still or the mosquitoes will lay eggs on it. So I don't mind turbulence with that within the fountain. I don't mind. And 32 people is the most people I've ever entertained at once. So as the bigger the fountain gets, the more turbulent the, yes, I am a good-hearted person, Denny. The more turbulent the water is, the healthier the conversation will be when we go to drink the water. And so what I'm doing is I am cultivating the chat section of YouTube Live looking for teaching moments. And sometimes children need to be afraid. Sometimes we need to be shouted at. I hope that he wasn't a self-end 5,000, because most people like me self-ended before their 20s. If he was, hey, my guy Abs. My guy Abs has seen me blow up more times than any of you, and he still comes around. He's seen me blow up in very self-destructive ways. Yeah, Monroe, I'm here to support you with teaching moments. You are a fractal of a fractal of a fractal of a memory of God. What a quote. Don't want the water to be still or else mosquitoes will lay eggs on it. I mean that. You have to be careful with that. Mosquitoes will kill you. What helps me most, I do a lot. I used to do, Sean's asking me a really good question. Sean says, he also has, and I'm sorry if you don't want me to out you for the future, but I do leave these for a future audience, Sean. It's just Sean. I'm not saying your last name, your middle name. I don't have your social security number. But he says, and I talk about my BPD IED for this reason. Thank you for the question, Sean. He says, I also have BPD IED, bipolar disorder, intermittent explosive disorder. What helps you the most day to day? Little Vince, when I feel it happening, say something funny. That's what I try to do. Try to make it funny. Try to make it performative. Try to make it non-scary for the people around me that I am about to blow up over something over which I have no control. And then the bipolar is very similar. I just feel every emotion, and if I can't get out of an emotion, I just put on a song that feels that emotion, and I ride a radio to it. If I can't get out of it after a few hours of that radio station to that song, I listen to something entirely tonally opposite until I have an explosive episode on the music. That's how I control it, Sean. And then I do this. I go live so that I can show people what are microaggressions and what are actually micro triggers. Abs has been here through the blow up too. Abs, I love you, buddy. I'm really glad that you're here, and I'm really glad that you're in a place in your life that you can be, respective of the time you spent here. Because I'm not. Chris Moore asked me, why am I proud to not control my emotions like a child? Because I'm not controlling my emotions in the way that a child doesn't control their emotions. I am in complete control of my emotions, Chris. Children have no idea what they're feeling and what they're saying and why they're doing it. Yeah, Monroe, I also have medical trauma, so you just take it one day at a time. I lost a job. The job that I lost because I was too smart was a combination gas station ice cream parlor. I take myself away when I'm in a really bad mood. You'll know when the BPD is bad because I won't be live. I won't want to be around the people that I know it will hurt to see it. So I manage it so those people aren't hurt to see it. They can see it in little bits, increasing their tolerance. I lose my temper to make a statement as well, Monroe. These are my boundaries. Yeah, people always tell me, they're like, oh, you should be a stand-up comedian, Sean. And what I always tell them is that I'm not funny on purpose. I'm only funny when I'm angry. So I have to work myself into a rage to be funny. The weed helps me write a zero. It helps me, because what I do, Brian, is when I start to get agitated, I just remember the weed. I remember, hey, I'm a little stoned. And then that takes me back out. This is comedy, Marty. Comedy is tragedy. No, Denny, I plan to take up another job. When I turn on the community and the memberships, and eventually I'll be able to turn on ads. When I turn on ads for my shorts or whatever, this will generate a revenue that will put me in a home, and then a traditional home. And then from the traditional home, I'll be able to invest in the business. So I'll be able to increase my technology. I'll be able to increase my footprint. When my footprint increases, I'll be able to buy things like a passport, and then then this thing can really travel. Comedy helps for sure, yeah. When I'm depressed, so apart from the bipolar, when I'm just sad, I listen to either comedy or I listen to Neebs Gaming. I just binge Neebs Gaming. So you'll know when I'm in a bad way because I've been talking a lot about Neebs Gaming a lot. Donations help, Daniel, but the donations, I consider donations non-renewable income. I am writing many books in process, Olivier. Yes. I was journaling day to day my experiences as a homeless person and my thoughts. And the first month or so of those, I stopped posting them to my Patreon because nobody was reading them, and I found that really, really depressing. Arena of Valor, you like that? Cool. I've never heard of it, but if you like it, that's cool. And so I think what you mean to ask me, Olivier, is would I ever publish? And maybe somebody has to approach me, and they're not allowed to edit my work. They're not allowed to tell me what I'm allowed to say and what I'm allowed to talk about, what I'm allowed to write about. Probably not, Denny. I don't feel like moving my camera, and I'm not wearing pants. You were just saying the word Bing in your mind, and I said it at the same time. It's because we're connected, Abs. Heard that, Monroe. The World Who Made Me Homeless would be a good one. Yeah, that would be a really good title. That would be a really good writing prompt, Olivier. I would like to go, I would like to be everywhere. I'd like to visit everywhere, Brian, but if there's any one particular place in my heart, I always say Genoa. I want to hike. I want to hike the Appian Way. Binge. Yeah, I understand. I read binge. Yeah, heard that. Thank you for correcting me, Abs. You were just saying the word binge in your mind. Yeah. $342. That means that today is already productive and on pace for another 25 sub day, maybe another 50 sub day. So there are no bears, GNC. The reason that I let those explosions happen is because there are a lot of people like Denny who need to understand that there are people who came before them, and that sometimes you just need to take the time to stop. And Denny, my guy, Cloud, you owe King Cloud a debt of gratitude, because what King Cloud told me is that I need to stop muting people the first time they say something annoying to me, that I need to give them a chance to realize that their behavior is not appropriate to the channel, and then they will try to adapt to what's happening around them. Thank you for the 40th like. So you owe when you see him around, King Cloud, he has a yellow smiley face as his icon. I think Abs was my first subscriber, actually, Olivier. I think just me in the chat was my first subscriber. I don't like shrooms, Brian. I have a serious taste aversion. So yeah, when you see him around, the reason that I handled that too many people all trying to talk at once in the way that I did is because King Cloud told me that no, you're not annoying me anymore, Denny. You were, but you were annoying me in large part because you were one of about 30 people all trying to do that at the same time. Maybe don't do it, Joe. Heard that, Brian. Makes your thoughts race. Shrooms do. Just listen to the words that I'm saying, Denny, and stop taking assumptions about the moral. Listen to the words in order. You, Denny, owe King Cloud a debt of gratitude. I'm pretty sure that Abs, I remember being Abs, just me being my first sub on YouTube. I do remember that. I'm hanging out talking to the chat, Michael. I prefer not to be called Bud. You don't know that, Emo Nerd Kitty? That's what my dad used to call me after he beat me up. So I do prefer not to be called that. King Cloud is just not just another one of my subscribers. He's another one of my subscribers, and he gave me really good advice yesterday that I took to heart and that I used, and that's why you and I are having a good relationship right now. That's why you and I I've given you multiple second chances, is what I'm saying. I'm using you in this story as a teaching moment for the future and the other 15 people here with us. But what I'm telling you is that you owe King Cloud a debt of gratitude. Denny, listen to the words I'm saying or I'm going to shout at you. You owe King Cloud a debt of gratitude. Listen to the words I'm saying. Because he gave me good advice that would have led your inability to listen to the words I'm saying to you to a mute. When you see him around, thank him. You too, Bombaclat, owe King Cloud a debt of gratitude. All three of you on my screen right now owe King Cloud a debt of gratitude. So people were asking me, a couple of people, but specifically Sean, if you're still around. I don't like to be called Bud, emo nerd kitty. Thank you, Brian. That's all I'm asking for. People ask me how I manage my bipolar, and I remember good advice. When people say to me, hey, don't mute them, they don't know you have bipolar. But what I will do is I will insist on what I told to him. When I say to people things like, don't call me Bud, or I'm not camping, stop asking whether I'm camping, and then they insist on doing things like calling me Bud and calling my living situation camping, I am absolutely going to mute you. Denny, I am reacting in real time to the statements that annoy me. So when I say, the thing you just said annoyed me, that's the thing you said that annoyed me. So if you can't remember the things that you've said, you need to not hit send, because you are not paying attention to your own thoughts, and I am not your brain. You do not pay me enough to remember what you were thinking about while I was talking to someone else. And I will get you however I want. You are not my dad. Don't tell me what to do. I genuinely don't understand how, when I could be talking about how I'm muting you for annoying me, people will try to annoy me thinking I'm not going to mute them too. It's kind of crazy thinking that you can call someone crazy and not get the mute while he's talking about muting people that say things that he doesn't want to read. Who are these people? Like, who do you think you are? Do you think you're the exception? Yes, it was crowded, and I was talking to a lot of people. No, I will not. I just told you, Denny, that I will not repeat to you because I will not do your thinking for you. Have a good day, Denny. I'm not talking to you anymore today. Oh my goodness. Anyway, the rest of you who are around, I'm not annoyed, but I do not like repeating myself to one person. My father, if I made him repeat instructions, used his hand to repeat it and reinforce it. Oh, yeah, Olivia, they never really think about how they would feel if they were doing the show that I'm doing. Chris, I am expressing my gratitude, you stupid fuck, by telling other people that they owe him a debt of gratitude for giving me good advice that benefited them. You dumb shit. I don't know what you're agreeing with, Daniel, but thank you for agreeing with whatever it was. The reason that people like me are in front of the camera and other people are behind the camera is because those other people never imagined what it would be like to be in front of the camera. And so they never said to themselves, fuck it, I'm just turning my camera on. It's that easy. I'll learn the skill set and I'll adapt my personality flaws to the camera if necessary. I couldn't ask my mom for the time. She always got mad and said, go find a clock. That's funny. Yeah, Alec, I will go. I was trying to ignore them before that blow up, and then I spent time teaching about why the blow up, and then I'm just going to go back to ignoring them pretty soon because, frankly, those tips calm me all the way the fuck down. Because I know you guys don't like it when I get distracted with this. But I am, because I got good advice, and because I am a person of good faith, I am trying to establish a track record that I know the difference between the people that are going to be annoying long term and the people who are going to apologize. Yeah, Slim. The idea of turning the camera on themselves is terrifying because the only context they have for cameras is them doing criminal behavior. So they know that if they turn the camera on themselves, they're actually going to get caught doing criminal behavior. I'm not doing anything criminal. I have permission to be here. I have permission. I have explicit permission to be everywhere that I shoot from. Hey, Greenie. Hey, great to see you, Nug. I have so many. When I say hangers on, understand that I mean cliffhangers on. So many people hanging on for dear life and just listening or watching. You got your tire pumped up. I love to hear that. Kingsley, I know it's nighttime elsewhere in the world, Ahmed, but it's not nighttime here. So, would you prefer that I just said, like, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever, whenever you are? I hope you're having a good day. I hope this finds you well to every single person of the 3,000 people that are going to cycle through this video today, Ahmed. I will. It's just going to be tiresome to hear. Hello, Notecore. Good morning. How are you doing? Because as I was saying, Ahmed, I have a lot of people who are hanging on for hours to listen to this like old radio used to be, like an old radio show. I'm great, Notecore. I do think words are spells, Monroe. That's why I'm careful with the words I choose, very specific in the words I choose. And somebody was suggesting to me that I write down my goals in order on paper the other day, and I said I was afraid to do that because words are spells, especially when you write them down. The word spell and the word to spell, as in to write a word correctly, are the same word etymologically. They come from the same. It is a whole podcast, Essie. Thank you for the positivity on that. Thank you for the confirmation. So writing them down is spell casting, and I'm terrified that someone is going to steal my. If I did that, that someone would steal my dreams. I'm also terrified that people are going to come into my tent and leave stuff written lying around. Like, I guess now the sun is out enough now, and it's starting to warm up. Now is good enough time. I'll tell the story for the first time, and then I'll repeat it later. But when I got into my tent last night, when I came down here, there was a huge animal that I've never seen before. I think it was just a big fat groundhog. But there was a big. This is my action, Daniel. So just hang out. A big fat groundhog eating the last of the potato chips. I dump out the potato chips that I don't eat outside my tent, so they don't try to get into my tent, and I don't put them in the bag of trash, so they don't scatter my trash all over the place. Because the only condition of my being here is that I don't let it look trashy. So we don't let it look trashy. Um, so I dump my chips out where they can get a hold of them. And I come back, what looks like a groundhog is eating the last of them. I'm singing Megadeth loudly. I scared the fuck out of it. It sprints off, right? And then I open. My tent looks different than normal, but I think it's because my shoes are in a different spot than normal. And so I open the weatherproofing flap of my tent, and I get the distinct scent of a woman's perfume. Distinct scent of a woman's perfume. Enough that I was afraid to turn on, I was afraid to open the door and reach in to turn on my light. So I actually turned my camera's light around to see if anyone was inside my tent. No one was inside my tent, but maybe an hour later, I feel something itch in my hip, and I'm like, God, that feels like a hair is itching my hip. What the hell? And I reach down, and there is a clutch of about 18-inch long black curly hairs with split ends in the zipper of my sleeping bag. And I'm like, what the hell? And so that really tripped me out. And if you've seen weapons, you know why it really tripped me up for a second while we're talking about spell casting. Really tripped me up for a second that I could smell a woman. There's evidently a woman's hair in my sleeping bag. That happened right at the beginning of my live stream last night for Final Fantasy III, which might not be public yet. And so whatever. And then I get up to go pee after the stream, and I unzip my tent, and there's more. There's women's hair in the zipper of my door. There was a woman in my tent yesterday. And I'm just praying to God she didn't turn into a fucking groundhog and leave. That I didn't walk up on her actually leaving my tent. Olivier's living the dream. It scared me. I was legitimately scared for a second. I legitimately was like, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind if there were another homeless woman that knew I was here, slept in my tent. Nothing was moved. That's the thing, is nothing else was disturbed. She didn't eat any of my food. She didn't steal anything. There's nothing to steal. She didn't even disturb my backpack to see if there was anything to steal in my backpack. So if she slept in my tent, I wouldn't mind. But I made the joke the other day about a woman who was sexually harassing me on my live, that if she came to sleep in my tent with me, I would do the stupid polite thing and sleep on the dirt outside my tent. So if I walked up on her, I would be inclined to let her have it. Saint-Germain? That's funny. She didn't mess my stuff up. I would have no problem sharing with her. What I'm bothered by and scared of is the groundhog witch. Your standard groundhog witch. That I'm actually afraid of that. Don't be like me. Don't be like me. I'm not encouraging it, but that was my first thought. Was I smell a woman, see a groundhog. Did a fucking woman just turn into a groundhog after sleeping in my tent all day? I wouldn't mind. It'd be the weirdest, and it'd be the second weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. I once watched a basketball-sized ball of light turn into a Cessna private plane about 30 feet over my head and fly directly over me. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. All right, it is starting to warm up. I'm going to have to pee soon, which means that I'm going to have to turn my camera and my mic off for a few seconds at any rate. Not 24/7 in the tent, no. I tried. It's too hot. You don't understand how hot it is to just sit around and do nothing. No, I don't have Wi-Fi. No, GNCI. I don't have Wi-Fi. I don't use Wi-Fi very often. Am I on a beach in Spain, Alex? No, I'm not on a beach in Spain. Weird guess. Doesn't even look like a beach. Or Spain, for that matter. But weird guess. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go pee-pee soon. And if I go pee-pee, that means that it's time to get out. Well, wait. Yeah, you will wait. I'm gonna go pee-pee because I got these tacos to eat. Thank you for amusing one another while I was gone. Yeah, right. Man, Olivier, it really freaked me out. Hey, Jamie. I had stepped away for a second. Thank you all for being here. I'm gonna put on some bottoms, I guess is what girls call it, and then I'm gonna eat these tacos because I suddenly got hungry. That is a great experience. I don't know if you know what it's like to be hungry and have food after being hungry and not having palatable food. But it is a great experience to know that I have palatable food right here. This is what I do, GNCI. I've made I've made enough money, honestly, guys. Like straight up, I've made enough money that uh, I I could project being able to pay an apartment with this the last month. So um, it's just the apartment complex that would struggle with the idea that I could make $450 a month plus utilities. But yeah, hunger, Olivier, makes anything delicious. So I went from just in a state of a few months, really, but really a state of a few weeks, from feeling like this is impossible and what I'm doing is stupid. The going live from the tent, the reading, the screencasting, video games, all of it, feeling like what I'm doing doesn't make any sense. This is stupid. I'm unwelcome here. There are people that are better at this thing than what I am. I really need to just give up, to feeling like, yeah, this not only is this sustainable, but this is not only am I welcome here and I should be doing this and this is a skill set that I have, but I can do this long term professionally without having to prove anything to anyone. You always wanted to manage a bank, GNCI? That's cool. I don't know why. I've always tried to apply to work at banks because I'm really good at math and they won't hire me. I've never gotten an interview. Yeah, and I really thought, and I genuinely believe that that people would enjoy watching it grow someday. That someone, but it really took. If she came back again, I don't know, Olivier. I don't know. That's what I'm afraid of. Is what if I see her? Mm. I chose these street chalupas because they're just chicken sauce and onion, and the two different kinds of fried chalupa. And I chose them specifically because the onions act as a preservative, so they wouldn't maintain their texture, but the chicken wouldn't be sitting in here rotting, so the flavor profile wouldn't be fucking nasty and gross. And oh my god, that was so good. Erdat, welcome here from Philippines, GNCI. But god damn it, if you haven't tried the Taco Bell, their cantina menu, if you haven't tried their cantina menu and you think you know Taco Bell, you don't know Taco Bell. Their cantina menu is so good. So good. I don't know what this sauce is, but it's just pulled chicken. I think they cube it too, but and onions and sauteed onions. It's so good. I don't even think they're onions. You have a Wendy's? I love Wendy's. Yeah, man. I I grew up in kitchens. I'm a proficient cook, Olivier. I wouldn't say that I'm a chef, but some of my favorite people in the world are chefs. I love to pick a chef's brain when I have access to a kitchen. I make a really good Alfredo. You know, cream reduction. It's hard. You know what I'm saying. You got to make sure that it doesn't break. You gotta get the temp right, the everything right. Taco Bell is a classy place in Demolition Man. That's funny. Oh my fuck. Fuck. That's so good. Mm. I've never been to Jollibee. Hey, Icosa tetrahedron. It's going really great. I'm eating cold tacos. I'm gonna keep plugging these things, man. The street chalupas are so fucking good. Oh my god. Yeah. I had a girl I used to cook for, and my Alfredo used to get me sex, Olivier. Hmm. That's cool, GNCI. You have family members in the States? I'm guessing they're probably what? West Coast, California? Hey, Hidden. Hey, Flyby. I was making, I actually call the people who scroll through, or find me by scrolling through, flyers by. So it's great to make your acquaintance. I like your name. New York. I don't like onions, though. Ugh. So I'm not going to bite into these diced onions. And they are not, by the way, I said that they might be caramelized or sauteed. Nope, raw. Yeah, heard that, Olivia. Yeah, our fast food only tastes good because of the saturated fats. I wish you a happy life as well, GNC. Fly safe, man. Yeah, and New York City does have to be one of the most, if not the most, diverse cities in the world. Hello, Nicole. Is that Campo? Campos? I see the S now. Campos? Campos? Campus? Hello, Nicole. I'm in Ohio, VN. That's in the U.S. I'm drinking Nestle water right now, Atul. I'm in Ohio. I'm in Zanesville, Ohio. Flyby. I'm not trying to say that too much because I live out in public in the mercy of strangers and flyers by night. But, you know, I'm in Ohio. Nah, you're fine. I was just telling you that I trust you not to come looking for my tent, but I don't say it a whole lot. That's all I was saying, man. I like it here. I like it here a great deal. It's very peaceful. I'm going to have a cigarette. Everyone who doesn't like cigarettes, please respect my autonomy. And I am sorry if it triggers you. But I'm not going to stop. I will stop for a week, maybe 5 days when I'm out of these. But I really enjoy a cigarette when I'm thinking. And if you have pathological, nope, I'm sorry, if you have bipolar disorder, you can understand that they help me keep my highs low and my lows high. I'm sure that the U.S. government has made you very mad, VN, but you don't know me. I hear you, Icosa tetrahedron. Hi, Nicole. I know I'm saying your name wrong. Campos? 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 I know that's not right. Proud American, Flyby. Me too. Oh, that's cool, Olivier. You got a painting of yourself from a street artist? Do you like it? Was she good? Hi, Pizza Punishers. Is that football or American football, pizza? I don't know what that means, mister. Hey, Demetrios, it's great to see you, man. I know that Philaletea is misspelled, but thank you for the positive feedback. I love your culture. I'm not emulating it on any level. Please understand that. British football, thank you, Pizza. I figured with the football club. EPL, the plan for today is to do this for exactly as long as I can, one punch. I've got so much food and so much water and so little will to go for a walk, man. I need a rest day for my knees. At some point, I'll brush my teeth and I'll sling my kettlebell around and let you guys watch that. I like tea coat, but I don't seek it out, and I don't prefer hot tea. I really, really, really like green tea, but again, I don't seek it out. I prefer white tea though. White tea is really hard to get in my neck of the woods. Yeah, I've experienced that before too, Chris. That's what my ego deaths are like when I'm between functional egos. What you just what you just described, the complex PC. I also have complex PTSD. I am a very broken person. Complex PTSD with a dissociative disorder called depersonalization, derealization. He feels like he's watching a movie instead of being alive. That's what I feel like between. Yeah, you are. I know what it feels like. That's what I feel like between ego deaths. I haven't drank coffee since it got warm, flyby. When it's cold, I'll drink a coffee. But I have serious gut issues. It's not hot in here yet, and if it will be. Um, I have a fan going, and I'm in the shade still for the better part of the next few hours. Welcome. Um, hang in there, please. Essie is right. Please hang in there, um, because I know exactly what you're experiencing. Is what I'm trying to say. When I'm between functional egos, heard that, Demetrios. I borrow from your culture to ask myself what things I like about myself. So thank you genuinely for the love. Wow, she cold read you and made you a beautiful painting in the medieval style. That's awesome, Olivier. I'm so happy you got to experience that and that you got to take it away. That's cool. Man, Chris, I don't know what I did. Well, I had a lot of sex, is how I got through it. But I don't have good advice, man. All I can say is that I'm here for you, man. I'm here for people like you, but I'm here for you. Yeah, she made you a meaningful painting. She's a true artist. Now, the more I talk to Olivier, I always answer the question when people ask me, if you could be anywhere in the world, where would you be? The more I talk to Olivier and the more I talk to people who know what northern France is like because they live there, the more I want to be in northern France. That's so fucking cool, Olivier. I'm legit. I know you're in Paris, but I'm legit Paris. I prefer to say Paris. You're in Paris, but fuck, that's awesome. Whatever you do, Essie's right. Whatever you do, just don't drown in alcohol. Please. I look just like your older brother, Hidden. I get that a lot, actually. I have one of those faces, man. Lots of crime is right. Lots of crime. They've decriminalized crime in blue states, flyby. They decriminalized crime during Biden's administration, so we'll see how that goes. I wouldn't wish derealization on anyone. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder and living in a gaslighting environment where you no longer feel like you're alive, you're just watching your life happen, is why I'm doing this. Um, that's why I left United Dairy Farmers. That's why I bounced around and eventually did work at a dollar store for a few months and couldn't fucking take the dehumanization and the derealization they wanted to put me through. And that's why I'm here. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. It's a horrible feeling. to have to ask, am I real? Am I going to wake up in a different body tomorrow? Is this a dream? It's always extreme. That's right, Flyby. That's why when people say that America is this or America is that, I say, I don't know. Regular Americans are probably just holding on by the seat of their pants, too. Thank you for that 50th like. I'm trying to engender the habit of noticing it every 10. The only person who would say that someone is a mental case is a psychopath, Levi. So you are a psychopath. You are a harm to yourself and everyone around you. Please find yourself gone. Yeah, full-blown psychosis. Yeah, I had a psychotic episode in that they hospitalized me for a week. Now I was living in abuse, but I'm good again, right? Sigmund Freud, that normal is relative, and as a therapist, as a person who is interested in mental health, you're trying to get people to a place where they feel normal. Normal is relative. Sigmund Freud said the only way that people are normal is with medication. That normal, as of whatever, the 1880s, 1890s, was alcohol and opiates and ether, extreme dissociative chemicals. And so my guy, Chris, yeah, just lay on the floor and stare at your hands. I didn't know that I was living in a constant panic attack for years. I didn't know that it was just a constant, one long panic attack, Chris. We're here for you, man. I'm here for you. And it does change you. Are you familiar with the band Leprous, Essie? A lot of their music is about time spent in Scandinavian mental health institutions. Thank you for the confirmation, Slim, that the only person who would say something as hurtful as mental cases is a psychopath. The only person who would say something so hurtful to a stranger is a person who derives pain or pleasure from causing pain. God bless everyone in the chat, even those who want to come in and cause harm. Jesus said, Satan, he said, get ye behind me, Satan. He didn't say, get ye where you can cause harm to people who aren't me. He said, get ye out of my sight, but fall in line behind me. Now, he said it to Peter. So he said it to his closest follower and the founder of the Catholic Church. So if Jesus was calling him to order, then I'm not doing anything wrong by telling the bad faith in the chat to act to order or leave. Changed a lot. Yeah, it's me too. Me too. Made me more empathetic, more open to the ideas that the people around me might have something to teach me about what I'm going through. I used to be very isolated in my pain because I was the only person I knew who hurt in the specific ways that I did. I thought I was the only person who was mistreated in the particular ways that I was. And that's just not true. It's just not true. And so I can't make music about it. I can't. I'm incapable. I've tried. And I can't write about it because I can't come to endings. But I can talk about it. And that's one of the things that they say in mental health. They say, well, talk about it. Be open about it. Talk it. Share. And when you share, you've seen it. The random passerby, when you share, it says horrible things because they're afraid of diagnosis. They're afraid of diagnosis because what they don't understand is when it comes to mental health, diagnosis is power. Because with diagnosis comes information, and knowledge is power. Having information that you can manipulate and that you can understand and that you can learn and that you can integrate, that's power. And so in the book of Job, when God, through Satan, hit one of his aspects within his presence, when God kills all of Job's wealth except for his wife. Because all of his wealth except for his wife. Job covers himself in sackcloth and ashes until his body begins to have blisters and boils. He goes so long without bathing himself that he has to take broken pottery, broken pot shards, to scrape the sores on his own skin. God didn't give him these sores. He gave him these sores through neglect. His wife comes to him and says, forsake your integrity and die. Forsake your integrity and die. And what she's saying is turn your back on, forget all of the things that you have integrated because you were wrong. And then what does God say as soon as he appears to Job? What does he say to Job? He says, put on some pants. Are you a man or are you a monkey? Put on some pants. Because everything that you believed was wrong. And that is what mental health and learning to live after death teaches us, is to be empathetic. That these people have integrated bad information. They have they have integrated bad religion. And by just hearing them and feeling their pain with them for a little while, we can help. Hello, Mr. Animator. Because depression is the feeling like when you speak, your thoughts are idiosyncratic. They are original to you and no one has ever had them before. And that people don't want to hear them when you share. That's what depression is. And we can cure that just by having this fountain exist. You're allowed to share here. And I will do my best to say, I hear you. And welcome back, Billy. Demetrius says, anyone who's been around for a while understands how fragile the human psyche can be. He empathizes. Pay no attention to haters like the person who called you a mental case. They are insecure. They are afraid. They are afraid of diagnosis because with diagnosis comes the compulsion and the command to forsake your integrity. I've never played Five Nights at Freddy, mister. I don't like jump scares and I don't like animatronics. I'm very, very, very frightened of masks. Very frightened of masks. I was terrified of the animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese as a small child. They say Christ is king. They say that, but I didn't vote for him. Marukfi. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm going to call you Maru, if you don't mind. Yeah, well, that's the thing, Chris, is the people who are fine mentally will say things like that, and what they don't understand is that they're projecting microaggressions and gaslighting out onto the world. They're fine because they abuse everyone around them into maintaining their fineness. You're right about that. They'll tell you things like, you should just man up and deal with it. It's ridiculous. How the fuck am I supposed to man up and fight with an invisible feeling? How am I supposed to man up and fight the feeling like I am just watching a movie projector? How am I supposed to fight that? What is man up to that? House Living Room asks me if I were able to go back in time to when I was 15 and give myself advice. The advice that I would give myself at 15 is weed's not that bad. Jesse needs you. Don't fall in love with Megan. Stay away from Bonnie. Call Jesse. And ask Mandy out even if she doesn't like guys with long hair. That will change your life. Everything about you will be different. There's no mountain lions or bears in Ohio. I hope you guys understand that these when you testify and you confess to mental health, religion, anything, I'm going to read it for the future. So Billy says, I've been dealing with depression at a very young age. And the thing is, people always say, you're young, you can't have depression. And I say, as a child, all you have is emotions. That's all you have as a child is your emotions. And they can absolutely ride below a zero if you're powerless within them. Hello, Emilio. Are you bass fishing? Are you that meme of the bass player playing up out of the water at the pier? Suddenly warm in here. And laughing at other people's mental health is terror. It's fear. It's cowardice. That's not bad advice to a 15-year-old, Slim. It's not bad advice. I played a shitload of WoW. It's not bad advice. Don't play Zelda and believe Link is Zelda. That's funny. People will ridicule you for this one day, young Brian. People will ridicule you for this. But it lets you name him at the beginning of the game. How was I supposed to know? I don't think I was pushing anything. He asked me if I like Five Nights at Freddy, and I said that no, I don't like Five Nights at Freddy because I'm deeply afraid of people wearing masks, and the animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese scared me for the reasons that game exists. Bass fishing. You're very dumb. Go back to fishing. The internet is just too advanced of a society for you. Return to communicating with the fish. I also hate you can't. You typically don't have mental health disorder at young age. But I hate it when people say that you can't have mental health problems, traumatic experiences, both. Well, it's vape, Brian. I don't have access to flour. It's too expensive. You hate your government even more now because why? She's busking and not working for the government like she should be. Yeah, Chris is right. And depression especially is something that everyone says they have these days when they don't. They think normal sadness or boredom, I added boredom, continuing with his, and being sad because of their situation is depression when it's just not. It's just not. That's powerlessness. My life can be perfect, Chris continues, and he can still feel hollow and filled with dread and deeply, deeply dark inside. Depression isn't even sadness, really. It's easy. It's way different, for me at least, is what Chris says. He continues with, you can't imagine what it feels like until you actually have it. I don't need to add to that. How do you know you've got depression? Well, if you have clinical depression, you don't feel anything but nothing. BK. Yeah, sometimes you don't get out of bed just because you feel like that's the only way you can preserve your life. That's called generalized anxiety disorder, Billy Lover. That's a generalized anxiety disorder. You need the weight because you need the safety stem of the womb. BK2, I don't know whether I should take you seriously or not. Spiritual warfare, clone. Spiritual warfare. It doesn't end tomorrow or today. Some of us do best. Some of us have kids. It's a true honor while we're at a lull here. It's a true honor to keep looking up at my analytics and see plus 15 people. Hovering around 20 all day is a true honor. Thank you guys. That means that a lot of people are just listening. What up? What about it? I'm having a good day, yes. If you watch the whole stream, you'll see me have some emotional spikes, but yes, good day. Chris says, I used to think I had depression when I was younger. This is Chris speaking. But when I got older and actually got real depression, it blew me away. I couldn't imagine feelings like this could even exist. Life is crazy.
Life is crazy. I agree, Chris. Poor girl was in art school. Yeah, Olivier, it's bad. It's rough. I don't want to read her whole situation out loud for the future, but it's bad. Mm. If your kids are depressed, you're a bad dad. Thumbs up, yes, what about it? Thank you for contributing, Bahamian kid. Oh, heard that, Billy Lover. I'm glad to hear that your life is looking up. I can repeat that if you're a child and you have clinical depression, you have a bad father. Hey, deadbeat, what up? Be cool. What about it? Don't embarrass me. It's funny when I'm embarrassed. I'm not actually bossing you. You know that. You've got the wrench. I'd take it away before I bossed you. The trees are just outside the tent, Bahamian. Just outside the tent. I am hyper aware when I use bossy language because of my pathological demand avoidance. So I'm aware of it, and I think it's funny to immediately apologize for being bossy. Is it Bahamian? Bahamian? Well, Essie, it depends on what we mean by happy. It depends on what we mean by happy. If you can talk to me about what you're not, if you can try to approach if you can try to describe what you're not feeling when you want to feel happy. I have a clinical diagnosis for pathological demand avoidance, so I am hyper aware of when I use bossy language. He said on, Chris, he said take it out on you. That children will take their depression out on their parents. But as far as that argument, well, get kids, that'll get rid of your depression. It doesn't help people with kids. He's right. I don't want to read that, the whole thing, uh, for my own reasons. But yes, I came to that conclusion as well, Chris. That's not a solution. It just transfers it onto the children. Yeah, it doesn't help. A genuine smile on your face. Okay, well, why do you feel like there's more to accomplish, Essie? Heard that, Billy. Yeah, it's hard to end relationships, and I don't know if you know this, but 70% of lesbian relationships end in ugly divorce. Marriage, I should say marriages. 70% of lesbian marriages end in divorce, and it's usually really ugly. I was watching a comedian the other day who was trying to be edgy and bait the audience with how edgy he is with this, and he was talking about how between two marriage the divorce rate is about 30%, between a man and a woman it's about 50%, and between two women it's 70%. And he goes, you can notice that the difference there is the involvement of women. You have to get yourself right first, Bess. Otherwise, you're just projecting. I keep saying that over and over and over again, and you keep giving really bad advice. Yeah, you have to get better first. BK2, I've told you a couple times now that I don't know if I'm supposed to take you seriously. The more you try to contribute, and I can't tell whether you're being serious or not, the more likely you are just to get muted. You weren't happy because you knew there was more that needed to be accomplished, Essie? It's just not true, Bass. It's just not true. You don't understand what depression is. You're talking about self-pity. You don't have time to feel self-pity. You're not being helpful, Bass. You're being counterproductive. That's what I'm saying, BK2. I can't tell if I'm supposed to take you seriously or not. Everything you're saying is just wrong, Bass. Everything you're saying is wrong. It's never enough. Okay, well, Essie, have you done the write down your goals thing? Because what happens with goal-oriented people is they reach a point where their goals are never enough. Accomplishing it just feels like, okay, well, now I have to accomplish something else or I'm not living for a purpose. Do you feel that, Essie? That tends to happen, Billy. I'm not telling you that what you went through wasn't devastating for you. I'm telling you that it's common. And so now that you know it's common, you know what to look out for so you can protect yourself into the future. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to give you a sword here, or at least a scabbard. Yeah, depression doesn't go away if you don't think about it. It only gets worse if you try not to think about it. Yep. I'm glad that you got out quickly. The longer you stay, the more likely you are to be like Chris and me. Dead on the inside. Bahamian, that's not funny to me. It's just not productive to the conversation. That show set autism awareness back by decades. What up, Eric? Yes, what about it? Agrees with Chris. So everything you're saying, Bass, is just wrong. Well, what does traumatized mean to you, BK? Because when a doctor talks about trauma, they talk about blunt force trauma or the traumatization of a shark wound. Won't be happy till you find your purpose. Well, Essie, what do you think that is? Heard that, Eric. I'm also high, Bahamian. If I can be high and take myself seriously, you can be high and not take yourself seriously someplace else. Well, in any marriage, you should both be enduring each other. Yep. People who don't have depression always think they have the cure. Well, again, Demetrios, I would insist, if we're going to talk about trauma, that we need to define trauma, because a clinician, a medical person, when they talk about trauma, are talking about severe damage, usually damage that leads to mortality. Stuff you're too old for now, Essie? That doesn't make sense to me. It's impossible that you're too old. You're alive. Well, sure, you don't talk about it. There are a lot of bad things that happen. But you understand the difference in a bad thing that happened to you and a shark bite, don't you? BK24. Did those bad things lead to mortality? Were you in a life or death situation in those bad things? Or were they just bad things? It's like I said in a short the other day. You don't have trauma. You're just fat. Heard that, Billy. You had a chance for a while, but now he's in the army, and you're worried about him, I presume. Probably don't get to communicate with him as much as you hoped. And males, that girls wanting an older brother thing that's not sexual is real. That's why so many of them explore it in porn, because that's the best they can get from you chuckle fucks. The best they could hope for is that you're an unserious chuckle fuck. Oh wow, when you were still young, so yeah, you don't have a relationship with him, so I'm sorry to hear that, Billy. That's a bummer. And you can't just you can't just replace that relationship, and now he's old enough that it would be weird. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Billy. It's starting to get warm in the tent. Gonna have to think about moving here pretty soon. I might see if it's chill. The thing is, the shade isn't where I could sit in my chair, so I'll probably end up having to go up to Panera here pretty soon. But the battery should be full. Battery in the phone is not even charging. That's no good. I messed up. Battery in the phone is charging again. Why, as an adult, do we keep focusing on bad memories? Because we were powerless, and we told ourselves why those bad things were happening, that when we were an adult, we would be powerful. So we just remind ourselves of all the times we were powerless. And we ask ourselves, how did we get through it then? How can I get through it now? What can I do differently? Now, see, people have gotten their veterinary license on their deathbed. Yeah, BK, mine too. You just have to keep going. This is it's a street chalupa from Taco Bell, off the new cantina menu. It might be a new item entirely. It's very good. It's probably better that way, Olivier. Find you a girl, fall in love. Out of 10, BK, the new street chalupas are a 10 out of 10 for what I like in food. They're perfect. I'm eating this cold, and it's perfect. Tell me what to do, Bahamian. This is me taking my time. Oh my god. Right, BK. Me too, buddy. You're overthinking it, Essie. It's about the moment. And it's about contentness. Contentment. Am I content? That makes me happy. And I hear you, Billy. Mm. I could have deep throated that whole taco hole. You guys don't understand. It was that good. I could have just whomped right straight down. Yeah, it can make you feel dead inside after a while. Chris is right. Slutting it up makes you feel dead inside. Some people, well, when Chris says for some people at least, what he means is some people acknowledge it. It happens to all of them. Mm. Not even in a sexy way, Bahamian. And I'm stoned enough, and that was flavorful and delicious enough that I had just one bite, just gone. So good. Because the faster you eat them, the more of them you can shove down. I could just sit and gorge myself on those fucking things, so I gotta actually take the time. I really do have to make them 4 or 5 bites. Yep, that's a big part of why you've been single for so long, Olivier, is because you treat them like human beings. Many women, especially women who are open or available for casual sex, don't want to be treated as anything but the casual sex. They don't want to be treated as human. No soda. I will have a Mountain Dew when I get up to Panera. I'll have a 32-ounce Mountain Dew. Because they're dead inside and they're using you, the casual sex, as a dispenser to remind them that they're alive because they've got something literally inside their body. A lot. Me too. Me too. People ask me, well, why don't you sleep around, or why don't you find a girl who will let you use her for sex in the shower? And I'm like, because it'll make me feel empty inside. It'll make me feel dead inside. That's why. I hate being single, Essie, but I am very happy for you that you like it so much. Because you liking being single means there's no pressure to be anything but Shaggy Philolitea, as when I'm talking to you. No offense if any of you are out there. I won't name any of you by names. I'm not talking about any of you. You're all lovely. Cocaine makes you feel empty. That makes sense, Nug. That it would explain why people use it so often, why they can't let it go. I feel like I'm doing something with my hands and mouth that tastes really good when I'm using a cigarette, by the way, guys. It's whatever. And I should apologize every time I do it. I don't know who's watching. I don't know who's watching or listening, and I saw my analytics dip when I said that thing about not wanting to take casual sex. It's not you guys. I do smoke THC, one punch. Nobody in the audience, none of my regulars, would make me feel empty inside, because none of you are casuals. I do eat meat. The one I just ate a chicken chalupa. Heard that, BK. Please be safe. Well, but he's in France. But yeah, that works on American girls for sure. Maybe I am, Mr. Conqueror. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm so much ash. But if I am, then you am. Because we are the same fucking thing. Maybe, Dan. Probably not. Doesn't sound like you're searching. From my perspective, it looks like you found, because my name is Lover of Truth, and it looks like you're trying to boss me around, Mr. Conqueror. Maybe we all are. Maybe this is an illusion. Maybe this is a dream. Or maybe this is the only thing there is. I'm just gonna move on like you didn't say that, Bahamian. What does it look like I'm doing in a tent on a Monday, Lucifer? Who do you think Lucifer is? Are you right or are you wrong? The existence of life in the universe is a noun of some sort. like a noun clause or something. Subject clause. It's good to know that there aren't slutty men out there, Essie. Yeah, some of us gotta hold out. What do I think about water? I don't often think about water, Mr. Conqueror. Sure, we've just been making casual conversation. You don't need to start a conversation with my looks because we're not in person and I can't say who you look like and we can't share a laugh about the fact that I kind of look like the guy from American Psycho. No, I don't entertain the simulation hypothesis at all, Demetrius. Not at all. This is real. The only thing simulated about it is that nothing outside looks like what it actually looks like. Your brain is creating an impression of what everything is, but your brain is flawed. Well, you should feel bad. I can't participate in your joke, so you got to have a laugh that I didn't get to have. I felt bad when you said that. I don't know who Rabs is. I'm not even noticing it. One Punch. Do I need to... Thank you for the heads up, One Punch. I didn't even see him. I've gotten so good at not even noticing it. If it's distracting. What is the truth about this life? It's happening right now. Have you never thought about that, Bahamian? That maybe people are sensitive about their appearance, or maybe other people say things that are hurtful about their appearance? You do like One Punch Man, I heard that. Maybe, Jake. We perceive an approximation of true reality. Something like that. It appears to us how we see it. Timu Rihanna, that's funny, Essie. I need to clean my feet before I go anywhere further. Well, it's not about sugarcoating, man. You just want to be mindful. What you want to ask yourself is, this thing I'm about to say, is it going to land? Are they going to feel the way I feel this thing I'm going to say? Some people call it a filter, and I call it just hear what you're going to say before you say it. Sometimes the things I say, I don't think about, and they hurt people's feelings, and so I immediately have to apologize. Am I rich enough? I don't know what that means, MR Conqueror. Do I have what I need to get through today? Yeah. Do I have what I need to make it up until the winter? Yeah. Do I have enough to defeat the winter? No. Not yet, but I'm not saving up. I don't like to save. People want me to save. But what I prefer to do is have access to credit and use that credit for big expenses like buying new clothes, and then I prefer to earn off the debt. Somebody paid half of my $200 debt today. It wasn't an outburst, man. You expressed a joke, and I reacted to it honestly, and then you asked me why I reacted to it in the way I did, because my reaction made you feel bad, and now we're just discussing, and I'm asking you questions, and I'm giving you a way that you can help get to where that doesn't happen to you so frequently. That's all I'm doing, Bahamian. You're not in trouble, man. This is called a teaching moment. I don't like to be a teacher, but I do like to sit and meditate on teaching moments. I didn't know that 301 is a way to call somebody a hooker. That's funny. It's approaching noon, so it's 11 o'clock right now, VN. You should be your own hardest critic. I agree with that, Jake. Should be. We rarely are. The Dunning-Kruger effect says that we rarely are our own hardest critics. Maybe, Jake, maybe the Bible teaches us not to worry, but I don't think that's what the poor of Jerusalem taught in the first century. Hey, it was great meeting you, Bahamian. Great making your acquaintance. I hope I see you around. Take care of yourself if not, all right? It was great talking to you. And for those who don't know, I love the side chatter. I love to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So the side chatter that's happening that I'm not reading and I'm not reacting to is because it's side chatter, and I want to encourage it as a unique experience in the live itself. The future audience, for those people who swing back to watch it, they don't get to see the chat. I don't think. Maybe they do. I just look like a normal person, man. I try to stay clean. Thank you for saying that, Olivier. What do I think about the sky? I don't know how to answer these questions. Um, are you a are you an animist? Like, are you a pre shamanic thinker? Yeah, it's very strange questions. I'm doing great, Brian. Thank you for letting me know that you're swinging, that you're hanging out while you do stuff in your life. I don't think about the Taliban or Taliban. I stay clean, 81. I was just talking about I need to wash my feet before I do anything else about getting out of the tent. And obviously, my hair is not even oily. I keep my hair clean. You guys watch me every morning when I get out of the tent. You watch me. I started doing these as shorts called the Naked Philosophy, where I just got clean on camera. There they look. It's not my hair. So what I'm hoping is that it's thread from my fucking sleeping bag itself. That would make sense. Mayonnaise is not an instrument. You're looking for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Do you have good sunglasses, Mr. Conqueror? They certainly dangle. I wouldn't call them of steel. That's a challenge to get people to kick them. The weather is beautiful, Jake. I do smoke weed, 81. I'm in Ohio, John. Nice to hear from Massachusetts. Nothing is ordinary? What do you think ordinary means? No, Leo, I'm not camping. Oh, that's funny, Chris. I don't know what that means, Junaid. Um, what are you, a Republican newsletter with all those caps? You got sunglasses, bunch off. Where are you, Mr. Conqueror? You talk funny. Where are you? Where are you from? What's your native language? I'm not on holiday, GSX. The Beastie Boys stuff at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I didn't make it to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We were up, I made it to, is that Cleveland? I made it up there for a MCR concert, My Chemical Romance, back in 2008. What kind of work have I done in the past? I mostly managed restaurants, retail. I did gas stations. I grew up in CNC machining, so I worked a brake press for a couple of years. Never been to a powwow. Welcome back, Billy. Did night stock at a grocery store for a while. Scotland of India. Heard that, Mr. Conqueror. Yeah, I really liked the used too until that third record, the record after In Love and Death. That might have been the fourth record. Um, I saw them live on the Taste of Chaos '07. It wasn't '08, it was '06 that I saw MCR, and it would have been '06 or early '07 that I saw the used headlined for the Taste of Chaos, or the one in the winter. I can't remember if that was I don't think that was the Taste of Chaos, but the one in the winter, that winter tour, and the used show was really bad, and Burt McCracken made out with the dude from one of the other bands on the tour, and that just really got under my skin. So I haven't listened to the used since then. My family are all used to be in CNC. You been to California? I think you told me that, Olivier, but I wouldn't have remembered it. Thank you for sharing me. Yeah, The Bird and the Worm. I hated that record. It was Taste of Chaos. It wasn't. The Warp Tour is the lesser Taste of Chaos in the winter. It wasn't AFI. I don't remember who it was. It was one of the bands that was getting big in the emo scene but didn't quite get big, and they were terrible. They were terrible live. I can't remember who it was. Thank you, Slimmy Slim. No, I'm not using any kind of gravity-fed water filtration system. I don't need one. For those of you wondering, I'm just washing my legs with a wipe. Oops, there's not a trash bag over there anymore. There is now. Hello, Mel Mel. I have met many, many Mels. Mel is probably the most common name that I have met. Oh, that says... that's two L's, right? Yeah. That's the most common sound, Mel, that I have run across in names so far on the internet. What up, KJ? I hope you got a little bump. I had a 30-pack of trolls earlier, and so I just started telling them to go to your work and leave me alone. So hopefully that went well and not badly for you. Sitting up to wash my neck. Washing my hair. I don't know what that means, Alchemy. I'm always rooting for you, regardless of whether that actually had a bump this morning, KJ, but I'm always rooting for you, man. Glad to still see you around. So yeah. New hypothesis, for those who are hanging out for the spooky story, is I am hoping that those are just threads from my sleeping bag, and not a woman in my sleeping bag. The band I was talking about. Yes. Alchemy. Hey, it's been great talking to you too, Demetrius. I hope to see you around. I'll be looking forward to it. Yeah, LA is huge. I've never been there, but it's enormous. Lots of people. And then, yeah, it's just urban sprawl across the beach there or whatever. That mountain valley. Well, I've never actually done the 9 to 5 schedule. I always work nights, second and third shift. But yes, I do prefer this, John Dux. That's why I'm doing it. It's not fair, Tinman, because if I could be born in any period in history, I would absolutely be born in this one. But if I had to be born in any period of history for the purpose of being a common person I would probably pick the 10th century. Why did I just spend $11 at Dollar Tree? That's uncomfortable. What did I buy last night? It might have been 11. I have 0 children, Mr. Conqueror. The used, their 3rd or 4th record was called, I think it was called The Bird and the Worm. They definitely had a song from that record if the record wasn't called The Bird and the Worm. You hope it's a forest nymph? I hope so too, Essie. I would be okay with an illicit sexual romance with an infinitely powerful spirit being, especially if she could heal my pelvis for her purposes, not mine. I can see you, Ashley Rebello. Is that Rebello? The 10th century, because that's the century of my particular interest. I'm not married. I'm divorced, Mr. Conqueror. Are you asking? My dowry is way outside your price range. I've read enough, Essie, I've read enough Arthur mythology and medieval romances to know that if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna get fucked to death, you may as well do it with a nymph. And not a nympho, an actual wood nymph. What up, Emo? We were just talking about the used and MCR circa 2006. I don't know where my wife is, my ex-wife. I don't know where she is. Because I once saw My Chemical Romance and then The Used back in the day. Lies for Liars. Thank you. Bird and the Worm is the single. That's what I thought, Chris. I thought it was the single, but that is the correct time period. You like that album. I did not like that album. I had opinions about that album, Chris. I had opinions about the way that Bert and MCR's frontman. No, we're not camping. I still sleep in this tent. Hey, Cindy. Every time I almost go, hey, Cindy. And people are going to think that I'm more enthusiastic for you than Gerard Way. Yeah, I had opinions about the way that Bert McCracken and Gerard Way were comporting themselves in public. And then I was vindicated by that garbage 4th MCR record. I hope you're doing well. It's approaching noon my time. So we'll call it afternoon in 10 minutes. I'm doing great. I don't know if you heard me talking about it yesterday, but I was dealing with some real severe back pain coming into today. And so I bought a kettlebell yesterday, and that's basically gone away. The Used and In Love and Death are awesome. Those are great records. The story behind the making of is kind of fucked up, but they're great records. Look, I still have feelings about Danger Days, all right? I once denied a very attractive emo girl sex because she liked that record. And I said, we cannot couple. You are allowed to like that. You are allowed to like it. I had very strong feelings about both of those records. I had very strong feelings. There may be, Chris. I had very strong feelings. That was at a transition point in my life, and I was never an emo. I just really liked The Used and MCR. I really liked those bands. I really like Seosin too. But the rest of them can all be forgotten as far as I'm concerned. And so I had real strong opinions about those records, and Bullet for My Valentine, their 3rd record, really set me off too. Those were a transition period in my life from young adult to grumpy old man. I got married, and those records weren't good, not in that order. Hey man, you're allowed to like it. I'm not saying that it's bad. My favorite meat is brisket. Olivier, my favorite meat is brisket. Seosin were awesome. I got to see them live 3 times. I got to see them open for I got to see them open for uh, Avenged Sevenfold when Green, I can't ever remember his name. Is it Trevor Green? When Anthony Green was there, when he was still their singer, and I got to see them at the Taste of Chaos, and I got to see them at another venue opening for somebody else. I don't remember who the other venue was off the top of my head. It might have been a festival. I got to see them 3 times, both lineups. They were a really good band. I really liked Seosin. They were so tight live, such a good live show. That's what bothered me about the emo shows, is the live shows sucked. Yeah, they were only a band. They were for a very short time, and they mostly did those emo festivals. They did not get a lot of Seosin did not get a lot of record support. They didn't get a lot of record support at all. 30 Seconds to Mars was really good at Taste of Chaos. I really liked 30 Seconds to Mars, but I never considered them emo. I didn't like This Is War either, though. No, I transitioned to Meshuggah Tenman. I transitioned to black and death metal. I've never had a good Philly cheesesteak, but if you know a spot, yes. If you know a spot, I'm always willing to try. The only Philly cheesesteaks I've ever had were from Subway and like Mike's, and they were gross. I thought that This Was War was going to be a lot better. Obzen. Obzen is when I realized that maybe music could be better than emo. I was like, whoa, this is a different kind of thing entirely. But my favorite band at the time, I never considered myself emo because Tool was my shit. I was I was lost all the way up Maynard James Keenan and Adam Jones's asses, all the way up that band's ass. I didn't learn to appreciate Justin and Danny until many years after 2005, 2006. Hey, welcome back, Wednesday. It's great to see you. Great to be seen by you. Hurricane is a good song. I agree, Chris. And I would probably say the same. You loved asking Alexandria? That's cool, Chris. I've never heard anybody say that. I've never heard anybody mention them just casually, like, hey, I'm going to bring them up. Usually I get Taking Back Sunday when the emo starts. I seem to have chased away our emo nerd. That's what I'm talking about, man. The pre-orders for book 3 are probably from you talking to me about the plot. Stand Up and Scream by Asking Alexandria. I don't know that I've ever heard a song by Asking Alexandria, so I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to leave now. I've never tried mutton. No, Olivier. I've had gyros. I've had Mediterranean-style gyros with sheep, but I don't consider that mutton. Would you consider that mutton? I thought that mutton was a different cut of meat than a gyro. Soulfly, great. Never listened to their music on purpose. Bring Me the Horizon, I've never listened to. Bullet for My Valentine was a band that I loved until their third record disappointing me. Chimera is a band I didn't know existed. I actually said in this on this call it podcast space that I was surprised that no band was called Chimera, so I didn't know they existed. And Lamb of God has that guy that killed that guy, but I like their drummer. I don't like Lamb of God's music. APC, I listened to more A Perfect Circle than Tool, and Pussifer is too pretentious for me. I liked the first record, the first couple maybe, and a few songs. Like I like, I don't even remember what it's called now. Remedy, maybe. I like that song. Heard that, Chris. Every 48 hours. That's awesome, KJ. I'm just glad to see you find any amount of success during your how did I say it that guy got really upset when I called Jib/Essie? I said your time that you have to waste, that you want to waste it or spend it in that way, I think is awesome, and I think it's cool that you're making sales during your free time, hanging out with me. I'm glad it benefits you. It doesn't just edify you. Does that make sense? That's why I'm here. That's what fills me with pride. Like Essie, I'm gonna call you Jib a little bit, Eddie, just for the regulars who recognize your call sign. Was talking about finding sustainable happiness or feeling happy about accomplishments. I find happiness in little stuff like that, helping other people in ways that make them feel like a winner. The Impossibility of Reason. That is a really good name for an album. Hey, that's fair. If you don't if you don't like Tool's singles, you're not gonna like Tool's records. Heard that, Chris. Respect. I see you, Bavesh. Did I get that right, Bavesh? It's not Bavesh. And there's no glottal stop. I can't even make that sound. Bavesh. I'm not trying to make fun. I am doing my best to make that glottal stop. I can't do it. I got it right, Bavesh. Bavesh. Thank you, man. Thanks for being here, and thank you for understanding that I'm not making fun of your name. I'm doing my best. Interesting, Olivier. I didn't know that. Okay, I've bathed, and it's time to move. Sober is an amazing song. I agree. Maynard is a good songwriter. He like all good songwriters, he has some really great songs. As you understand, I mean lyrically, harmonically, melodically. I'm neither of those things, Bavesh. Bring Me the Horizon. That is cool. What about it? I see their t-shirts a lot around here in central Ohio. Okay, you could be less inside out, Pants. Why? Okay, moving on from that. Good morning, Coey. Corey, great to see you, man. If there's ever a name, and this isn't Corey's fault, if there's ever a name that I know I'm forgetting when I go through the list of people who have ever sent me donations and deserve to be thanked, Corey is that name. So thank you for being here so I can shout you out in front of everybody, Corey. Corey Kehoe, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your past support. Senses Fail was a band that was really popular around here too, Chris. Yeah, Killswitch Engage, Under Oath, Senses Fail, these were bands I could never get into. I appreciate that you guys really like it. It just never worked for me. I prefer like Opeth. I liked, I was really into Dimmu Borgir for a minute. Catatonia was my favorite band until their most recent. The most recent is straight up bad. But then I listen to a lot of slow jams, like a lot of stuff that you guys would be like, really? Like I really like the band Hurt. I listen to a lot of Elliott Smith. As I Lay Dying, that's another band that I never heard. Yeah, good for you, man. Like what you like. Like what you like. I've been listening to a lot of, I've been listening to a lot of Metallica radio stations and a lot of 70s radio. Like I listened to a lot of Megadeth back when you guys were listening to, what do they call that? Metalcore? I was listening to a lot of Megadeth. I actively dislike Sleep Token, Tinman. Actively dislike Sleep Token. They strike me as a catatonia, or they strike me personally as a catatonia copycat. But the hip hop and then the crooning piss me off. His voice actively annoys me. You're allowed to like it though. I just do not. I see my traffic. I love Megadeth. I love the frantic jazz of their composition styles. Because Megadeth is many different bands. Well, many different contributing artists. Heard that, Corey. Glad you got something out of this, man. Take care of yourself. Do I hear hip hop? Do I listen to hip hop? No, Wednesday. I don't listen to hip hop. A lot of people love them, and good for them. Young people are allowed to have new bands. I don't like that kid that Ozzy Osbourne passed the torch to either. But you know, kids need these new bands because we are in a very real cultural transition period where like I shouldn't get. I got to be careful about how big I get at my age. That young people need to be doing what I'm doing. Baby metal are fun. I don't listen to baby metal. There's another Japanese girl band. Love Bites is better than baby metal in my opinion. Love Bites are awesome. Hey, people like Skillet. People like Skrillex. Youngblood. People like Youngblood. I don't like it. I don't like it. People like it. I don't like it. You're allowed to like it. I don't like it. I like Leprous a lot. Leprous is technically pop in Scandinavia. Yeah, there's a certain amount of he does covers that bothers me. Sushi Mamurie, Sushi Mamire is the best Japanese girl band, and you'll die on that hill, KJ. Well, I won't fight you because the only one I know is Love Bites. You like the '80s stuff, Wednesday? Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of thrash and thrash from the '80s and '90s, and well, it wasn't really thrash in the '90s, but and then '70s prog. I've been listening to a ton of '70s easy listening. Damn. I don't know why that people like baby metal for the music. Heard that, Chris? What's up, Eric? You only like baby metal because they're beautiful? I kind of assume that's just the J-pop star scene, is that people only like them because they're beautiful. Take on me, take me on. I can't get that high. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to try. I'll be good. I can't get all the way up there. But if you like that, if you particularly like that song, Wednesday Addams, the band that I keep saying, Leprous, they recorded a cover of that. I don't know if they've released it yet, but it's on TikTok. Leprous, like the disease. I like them a lot. Yeah, the live show is why I thought people liked baby metal for real. Hey, autism. I gotta wash my arms a little bit better than I have been. I got, um, not quite rashes, but I got agitated spots on the inside of my arms where I didn't get them as clean as I could have this week. So I gotta manage that. I don't want to be itchy. Because itchy means stinky. And stinky means unwelcome in public. You like Lady as well? Lady Gaga? I used to really like Lady Gaga. I liked her first two records. You might notice that the third record I have really high expectations for. The first two, there's almost no pressure to be a unique songwriter to have a unique personality. You need a unique vibe, right? And then you need to do what's popular, or do something newish enough that it becomes the popular thing. But then your third record, to me, there's just a ton of pressure to be idiosyncratic and true to your music going forward. And a lot of pop artists, a lot of these bands fall apart at record 3. Most bands fall apart at record 3, in my opinion. You like Shakira as well? That's cool. Yeah, I'm wiping off the forest nymph. No shit. Oh, wiping off the day. Wiping off yesterday's forest. Oomph. Alright, see if I can put you up here instead. The hips don't lie. That Shakira, she's a truth teller as well. I respect her. You write music, BK? And by write music, how relative are we being? Depends what you want, Top G. I kind of feel like this is strange for what you would normally see on TikTok or YouTube on the internet. You just write a lot? Yep, KJ's right. They're not looking for the next great band. They're looking for the next great song. And the reason for that is because since the 80s, the bands have been personalities who are mostly on drugs, and the songs have been written by the producers in the studio. And so if a record label has a good producer like Bob Rock, they know that if they can find a band that can sell, they can produce songs. The songs are easy. Thank you, Alec. About your lyrics? I don't know the melody. I don't know what's going to them. It's hard to judge. It's hard to judge lyrics just on the lyric. Hey, look at this. What do we have here? Black threads in my shirt. My shirt. My shirt is where those black hairs were coming from. What up, King Cloud? Yeah, man. I do my best. I would suggest, though, if you're going to call yourself a songwriter and you're going to call yourself a lyricist, that what you want to do is you want to use metaphor, simile, alliteration, rhyme. You want to tell a story. And maybe you don't want to use the same words that you would use speaking. Maybe you want to art it up a little bit, like the greats of the past would have. Yes, someday, KJ. I don't know, King. I just found black threads. Those black hairs that I found in my tent last night, I just found black threads on my shirt. The same color. So who fucking knows, man? Raise the bar, BK24. You just heard me talk about what I think about music. That you write songs to get your first record and your second record, and then the third record is about who you really are. So I would recommend putting who you really are as far as an artist all over all of your work to sell it to the record label. Don't just tell the record label, because I'm telling you, the record label can write the songs. They need to sell your personality. That's what they're concerned with. So if you're trying to write songs, if your goal is to write songs, write songs. And look at the great songs of the past. They're telling a story, they're using metaphor, they're using simile, they're using artistic motif like alliteration, rhythm, meter, and rhyme. I wish, KJ. I wish. Not that I don't think I couldn't. Ay. I'm just saying, man. Like, when people come to me, BK, when people come to me and they're like, oh, you should check out this new song by this new rapper. Or not even new rapper. They're like, you should check out this song by this rapper, like the guy that just did the Super Bowl. And I listen, and he's just talking. And then you ask yourself, well, what is he doing that I couldn't do? And what he's doing that I couldn't do is having very, very stupid friends that think he's good at that. He doesn't ever use meter. He rarely rhymes. Like that bing bok boop bok bing bok bam. That's not even fucking words. It's not even a scat. That's how much effort he puts into his work. All I'm encouraging you to do is put more effort into that, and you will sell like hotcakes because people are just looking for a modicum of effort. It is very sunny. It's very cloudy, but it's very sunny. Hey, you son of a bitch. I had a splinter in my heel. No, I think Drake is a paraplegic in a television show for Canadian children. I'm doing great, Joe. Maybe if I put this, there we go. I think Kendrick is terrible and Drake is played a paraplegic in a children's show in Canada for teenage girls. Yeah, I hear you, BK. You write your own stuff. I believe that. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna do the hip hop thing where it's just sampled music, it's just beats. What you want to have is artistic lyrics. You want to provide art. Heard that, 5,000s. I'm glad I found you too. Or I'm glad you found me too. Yeah, man, I'm encouraging you to chase your dream. Chase your dream. I'm just telling you to raise the bar. Don't try to fit in. No, lyrics aren't everything, but when they're what you provide to the music, maybe they're everything to you. Yeah, I'm trying to help you, BK. I'm not trying to tell you, look, I don't listen to the same music that you do, but I am trying to help. I'm saying, raise the bar. Raise the bar. Sure, I don't listen to the lyrics at all when I listen to the music either the first few times I hear a song. Because I'm a singer, I don't listen to what the singer is doing. I listen to everything else. So I can have an opinion about whether what the singer is doing or not is good. And so in rap, I'm of the opinion that because in rap you already have a sample, you already have a beat, you've done nothing musical with the music, the lyrics are everything in rap. They're the only thing you're listening to. They're the only reason you're there. And you got to do better. If you guys, everybody pisses and moans about the state of the music industry. And the state of the music industry is talentless hacks that can sell because they're pretty and they will capitulate to the record labels. If you don't want to be that thing, you have to be an idiosyncratic generational genius. So elevate. Big L? I don't know what Big L is. Didn't Korn just feature Wheezy, Lil Wayne? And rap lyrics are everything. The only reason you're showing up to a hip hop show is to feel like a fucking thug or whatever thing he's selling you. You have to understand those guys are fucking used car salesmen. It's all they are. You have to, well, Jelly Roll and Adele are not talented. They're just a meme. Adele is not talented. Adele is a meme. She's just a fat chick. Can you sing? Do your lyrics make sense? Thank you, Marble. And it's not just do your lyrics make sense. Are they artistic? Have you used metaphor? Have you used simile? Have you used things, motif, like rhyme, meter? Amy Winehouse wasn't talented either. She was a thief. The people who invented Motown were talented. Amy Winehouse was a thief. Sorry, Essie, but Amy Winehouse killed herself because she was a thief. She was a thief who sold and was in bondage to the record label. Her only out was suicide, and so she took it. I probably could if I wanted to. Rapping is just talking over music. IK been cool. Give me a beat. Drop me a beat and I'll rap for you. I'm glad that you like Ice Cube. Eminem's popular because he's white. If you ask Eminem why he's popular and you actually listen to his music, it's because he's white. Drop me a beat, Aiken Bull. Or IK been cool. I don't think my email is in the bio. I don't know that I want people to contact me, but somebody found my email through my profile page, so maybe. The only thing you don't want to do is sign to a label. Yeah, so if you want to remain independent, you either have to have the coolest, you have to be the most Riz motherfucker in the history of Riz, or you have to be an idiosyncratic genius. You have to be the best. Like, look at this channel, right? How am I competing with the other lives? How am I maintaining 20 people here? By being idiosyncratic. I don't believe I'm a genius. Well, she wasn't singing jazz, Essie. She was singing fucking doo-wop and Motown. She wasn't singing jazz. If she were singing jazz, I would have said, yeah, she's got a great voice. But she was singing doo-wop and Motown. You don't have to have the right voice, Brian. I don't know how I did it. I just did it. It was hard. That's rap. Freestyle a bit in acapella? No, give me a beat. He's not talented though. He can't do it live. Have you ever tried to watch Eminem live? He's terrible. He misses his downbeat all the time. He misses his stabs all the time. He's not stupid talented. Not as he can write, but he can't actually perform live. KJ's right. The label takes all the money. Andre 3000 is a crackhead and a hack. Well, yeah, BK, just appreciate that the reason I'm not making music is because I don't want to get in the way. There's music in my soul that I just can't make because I didn't develop the skill, and I know I'm not good enough to compete with the greats of all time. So I'm not telling you something, I'm not asking you to do something that I don't do myself. I wouldn't be surprised if Eminem were actually gay. He talks about it too much. He talks about and has too many negative opinions about gay people to be heterosexual. Heterosexuals don't care what gays do. Gays care. Don't tell me what to do, Neymar. I mean, you're literally from 2014. You're traveling to the future to tell me not to smoke. That's not going to help your present timeline when you get back to 2014. You went the wrong direction in time, dumbass. I mean, if that's how you feel, Chris, then you and I just have different opinions on what a live show should look like, man. I mean, that's why I introduced Tool. I've seen Tool 3 times, and I would leave an Eminem show. That's right, Marble. I'm not trying to be anybody other than me. I know that about you, King. I could guarantee about you that you don't like Tool. You don't like Metallica. You wouldn't like Adam Jones' guitar work. 2014 was not cool and well, smoking in the U.S. wasn't cool in 2014. For sure it wasn't. Well, they want to, King. That's the goal. Adam and Danny want to record on tape. Well, it's not just the same. It's the same studio. It's the same studio and the same equipment. They are a garage band at heart, Tool are. They're an independent band at heart. I prefer Metallica to Manowar. I don't like Manowar's voices. I don't like his vocals, is what I was trying to say. You like Satchmo? Satchmo is good. I don't listen to his guitar. I don't listen to his music, but whenever I see him playing or talking, I sit and listen. I like a Perfect Circle a little bit more too because it's not Metallica with good drums, frankly. King. I don't listen to Tool as much anymore, but that was my shit back in the day. Viking Bikers, basically. I don't like the falsetto of power metal in general. David Gilmour, for sure. Marble. It's not for me. Pink Floyd to me sounds like what's that called? Stuff called fiberglass insulation being run in and out of my ears. I find Pink Floyd physically painful to listen to. And then I listen to the guy talk, and I'm convinced the only reason you guys listen or that you guys like him is because you've heard him talk about how great he is. Humbling River? I thought Humbling River was... Oh, you might like the new record. I hate that new record. You're allowed to like it. Swallow the Elephant or whatever. Thanks for the fishes. Whatever it was called. Eat the Elephant. I hate that fucking record. I lost a lot of respect for Maynard on that. I don't like Dragon Force because of the power metal of it all. There's that one song. The beedly diddly 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 diddly. I hate that shit. It gives me anxiety. I don't like to hear it. I tend to listen to music at very high volumes directly inside my head, and that stuff. Pussifer's Indigo Children is a song I like. Maybe Pink Floyd's only good when you're tripping on acid, but I've tripped a lot of acid. It's fake fast, yeah. I like if we're gonna talk about power metal, I prefer dimmable gear to all of the power metal stuff. Hey, welcome back, Greenie. Travis Scott, the drummer, I've never understood what the deal is. I've never found anything that he does on the drums particularly impressive. But again, I grew up in music watching Danny Carey. Nobody's as impressive as Danny is. And I don't like punk, so I have nobody to compare him to. Stupid audio, fully auto-tuned. Heard that. You're allowed, Essie, for the I don't know Pat Metheny. You're allowed to like all of these artists that I don't like. I just voice my opinion so that we know it. And I've needed to say it. A lot of it I just have to say. Oh, Travis Scott is that white guy from Detroit. I was making fun of somebody somebody asked me about a Scottish rapper, and I said, oh, he's the Scottish Travis, or I said, he's that Scottish rapper from Detroit, and they thought I meant Eminem. I was talking about Travis Scott, the crackhead, or whatever, raps about how he's on AA, still goes to his meetings and stuff. Hello, Judge. I prefer not to be called by that word, if at all possible. Exactly, Marvel. I share that I have strong opinions because I have strong opinions, not because I want you to not listen. Like, I have a very strongly antipathetic opinion of Taylor Swift's music, but I would never suggest that anybody not listen to it. I see, King Cloud. He's a scumbag. More evidence that face tattoos aren't cool. And the people that have them are scumbags. If you're willing to do that to your face, what are you willing to do to other people? Hi, Kate. Yes, we've been talking, IK. Hello. Do you need me to call you out? Or maybe I was talking to somebody else named Mikey, and I'm sorry that I grouched at you. Heard that, Greenie. I've been listening to, I think they're called like The Father of Justice or something like that. They have a song called, as far as new bands go, they have a song called No Complaints that opens, Fuck My Life! And it's the best. Yes, Olivier, live shows right now are a status symbol to show that you have the money to go to a live show. Yeah, Rammstein is a band that I've never been able to get into because it's too graphically sexual, the live show. But I'm glad that other people have it and like it. It's not for me. Yeah, Du Hast for sure. That blew up in the States. Du Hast. Du Hast, Mick. Yes, KJ. I like it when people like things that I dislike, so they can explain to me why it's good. So Essie, when Essie is allowed to defend, I'm just saying that Essie is allowed to defend what's her face. I just have strong opinions about her. We do this thing where we're like, oh, don't speak ill of the dead, and it's like, okay, but we need to speak honestly of the dead so we can grow past their mistakes. Totenhosen? I don't know that. And Wednesday's not a fan of Rammstein. Wednesday's in Bavaria, right? The east of Germany. Did I get that right, Rammstein? Jesus, did I get that right, Wednesday? I'm glad that you like it, Eric. To Byzantine music? The song, Belisarius? That's cool. That's cool, Olivier. Yeah, I heard that, Marble. I love Rammstein, but the only song I know is Du Hast. Bist du Deutscher? Ostdeutschland? I was close. Rock or rock emo covers. That's cool. The emo cover movement was a lot of fun back in the day. Those little buy these bands, please. Compilation albums that they were making back circa 2006, 2007, before the internet just took over that marketing niche and emo disappeared. Heard that, Greenie. It depends on it depends on the vocal timbre for me with the screaming. Like Opeth, the way he growls, it doesn't bother me. But after a while, Meshuggah will give me anxiety. Hawthorne Heights. That's funny. I lived in Dayton when they hit their record. They got their record contract. I fucking hate Hawthorne Heights. But you're allowed to like it. Yeah, Rammstein got real big. Rammstein. They got real big, I guess, in the late 90s, early aughts, for whatever reason. There was a whole cultural movement behind it, behind them getting big. Emo. Yeah, they were basically the last emo band. I'm gonna have to leave the tent soon. It's just uncomfortably warm, and the shade is moving the wrong direction. So I'm gonna have to take you up to the Panera eventually. But we got 4 hours in the tent this morning. I said I would be back before 10. I think I was back at 9. Yeah, before 9 actually. It was closer to 8:30. If I can do math. It's 12:30 now. 4 hours ago was 8:30. Yeah, it was almost 8:30 when I got on here. Feeling good about that. It's gonna be a long day though. It's gonna be a lot of hours. Thank you, yes. I didn't even see what he said. Heard that, Marble. That's basically, that format is what I know about Rammstein, is the slow and smooth piano or the keys, and then you get the grinding guitar. Constantly staring at their shoes. You got to see a shoegaze band. That's funny. Thanks, yes. I've gotten really good at not even noticing those. In my opinion, by my estimation, I've gotten good at not even noticing. So I'm glad to have you guys that I've given that little wrench to around. Five Finger Death Punch, I'm glad you like them. Not a fan. Their cover of Blue on Black is cool for existing, but I prefer the original. I can't remember his name. Kenny Wayne Shepherd. Blue on Black is a great song. That's the only song by Kenny Wayne Shepherd I know, though. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was talking about with RK when he was asking me for advice with music, or at least for critique on his lyrics. Is I was telling him that no matter how much I, as an old man now, don't like young people's music, that in no way means that young people should not continue making it. If they want me to approve, they just need to aim at the stars. Yeah, shoegaze. KJ is not a fan of shoegaze. That's funny to me. That's a whole genre. Oh, there is a translucent spider trying to make friends with me right now. Yeah, we're not friends, translucent spider. Yeah, the new generation has some shit music, but we got to remember that the new generation was born after 40 years of making music worse. 50 years, some of them. Slow Dive is fire. Yeah, Slaughter to Prevail is one that's getting real popular right now. I don't like either Slaughter to Prevail or Hatebreed, but you are allowed to, Christian Trainer. Absolutely. I was actually trying to watch a documentary the other day about Hatebreed, but it wasn't working for whatever reason. Blackstone Cherry was good. I liked Blackstone Cherry. That one, they only had that one record that I'm aware of. Heard that, King Cloud. Founded the genre of shoegaze. After Lil Wayne, you just stopped listening to new rap? Because you liked Lil Wayne so much, or because you thought that he had changed the scene so much? Disturbed, I liked their first two records. I don't like David Draymond as a person. I've never listened to All That Remains music, and I actively dislike the Deftones. It's about sales. Yeah. Heard that, Greenie. You like Lil Wayne's music. It's too sexually graphic for me. Just not interested in the sex these people are having. Yeah. The vocalists tend to be crazy in those bands. Like, I was talking about it earlier, but like Lamb of God killing that guy. Nice, Marvel. That's really cool. Damn, Greenie. Lincoln Park is aging terribly. I'm here, KJ. I don't know about infinite wisdom, but I'm here for it. I like seeing your native languages, even if I don't know what you're saying. I'm happy to see you guys communicating. I don't know who Uncle Bob is, Greenie, but heard. It's not for me, but heard. If it's something you guys are interested in, I'm not going to try to take it away from you. I might warn you to reorient yourselves. But your lives are your lives. Oh, I understand, Greenie. That's cool. Le rosé florissant grâce à toi, Shaggy. Thank you, Olivier. I even said Shaggy almost with the French. Shaggy, almost. I like Metallica, yes, Earth. They're my casual listening band right now. I just put on Metallica radio and go about my day. Well, just if okay, this is what I do. This is what I do when people ask me to read their stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to read your stuff. I'll either say, hey, it's going to take me a while. It's going to take me longer than you're going to be comfortable with for me to get to that. Or I would just tell him straight up that you're probably just not the best critique of that genre because you actively dislike it, and it's going to be hard for you to divorce your feelings about the genre from your feelings about him. That's what I would say. Like, I like you, but I fucking hate this, and it has nothing to do with anything you made. I just hate it. You're allowed to feel that, and that's what I would do. That's what I would say. Heard that, Christian? Yeah, I like Tool as well. Twister was one of my favorite movies as a kid, Greenie. That's cool. Have a good day. Thank you for being here. Heard that, Marble. Thank you, Earth. Yeah, the critique. Their critique, if you don't like the prosaic style, I would just tell him, man, like, I'm not the one. You're not going to get what you want. I'm going to hate this whole thing so much. I'm going to take it out on the page because I can distance myself from you and my relationship to you on a page, and you're going to really hate it. Yeah, not my jam sounds like you're just dismissing him. But if you're just honest with him, like, man, I think this is going to negatively affect our friendship. I would just be honest with him, like, I'm not the one. I'm not the one. This is gonna be bad for both of us. I'm gonna hate it, and you're gonna hate that I hate it, and it has nothing to do with you or your work. Hardwired to self-destruct is okay. It gets repetitive after halfway through the record. I do, Nick. My links should be in my descriptions. And for full disclosure, I've made $110 today, something like that. So don't feel like I don't have it. Don't feel like I'm asking for it for certain. I really don't remember asking for it. I am outside. Yeah, Milk. I'm outside. I am technically homeless. I am doing this for the potential pay, but and the tips, the donations, they do make me feel good. I just like to be full in my disclosure that I've got money to eat on today, and I've already made $110. So if you're just enjoying the show, please do the like, the subscribe, hang out, ask questions in the chat. I have no problem answering your questions. I should say at least once an hour that I do take donations, and that many of the people I'm talking to right now have donated at least once, and that's not why they get any particular special interests. Motley Crue, Rat, GNR. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan either of any of that stuff, Marble. It was before my time, but I'm not a big fan of it looking back on it. Yes, you do want to stay ahead of the game, Nick. I'm not saying that I'm waiting until I have $0 to ask for donations. That's wise. That's smart. Me too, KJ. I'm practicing every day, and I'm not telling you that you have to. You are a selling author. Remember that. You are a selling author, and I'm not. Yeah, Queensryche isn't hair metal. Queensryche is power metal, in my opinion. Hey, you're a badass, Nick. It's a breath of fresh air. That's right, Earth. I'm doing my best to provide what I want to see. Right? They say be the change you want to see in the world. And so I'm doing my best to just provide what I want to see on YouTube. I do, Nick. I smoke. Christian, it depends. I tend to like catatonia, but I also like Opeth. Um, it depends on my mood, and I tend to like progressive more than just straight aggression. Morphine, I've never heard of Morphine, the band. Do you like them, 5,000 Butterflies? Your name is very long. I need to give you a nickname. Tu es le papillon de mon jardin. Okay, that's the, you're the butterfly of my heart, Olivia. Is that right? You're the butterflies of my heart. So you're the flutter of my heart. Is that right? Did I get that one right? Aaron, 5T or Aaron? I'll try to remember Aaron. Oh, there I see Aaron. Heard that. 5T or Aaron. One quality that I want to do that's going to help me this year excel to where I'm trying to go. Well, if you had asked me 2 months ago, I would have said my recovery time from going live, being able to recover in a reasonable amount of time and go live again, would be the answer to your question, but I don't know the answer to your question right now, Nick. I'm working on a lot of things all at once, but I don't know what the list is right now. I'm smoking weed and nicotine, Nick. I like black and death metal. I prefer black metal too. Aaron, you're basically telling me I can call you anything but late for dinner? You gotta give me a sec, Nick, to catch up with the chat. I want what I'm getting out of this chat. I want to gather together cool people, and I want to have interesting conversations. And I would like it if I could get multiple of them going in a row. Butterfly my garden. Hardin is garden. I'm never gonna be able to remember that, but I could read it, and I knew enough of the vocabulary to say it. So, tu es le papillon de mon jardin, it means, I said it like Spanish, but that means you're the butterfly of my garden. I like that one. You say that to a pretty girl. I like spliffs, Earth. I like when I have a bong, I like to put tobacco in the bed and burn the weed on down on top of it. I don't know how to answer your question, recover from. I don't know what you're asking me, recover from, Nick. And thank you for the compliment, being down to earth. I am good on my smokes. Um, I could buy another pack, but I'm good for today and tomorrow. Deep house music, heard that. I like drums and bass. I'm in the U.S., Stork. I've got like half of this pack left, but I do like um, until I have memberships. Basically, until I have memberships, I'm not trying to have like a bunch of money on hand. You know what I mean? Well, I don't want out, Nick. Unless you want to hit up my Patreon for $1,000 a month, then I'll just walk across the street and get an apartment after that. That I can know that you're not going to just bail on that. Yeah, I've watched that, KJ. The people with the rubber bands, putting rubber bands around a watermelon. People are paying them per rubber band, and there are thousands of people watching in the stream. Makes me actively angry. Seven Dust is okay. Seven Dust is okay. I listen to them from time to time. Yeah, KJ. And they get so much money. Heard that, Earth. What I used to do is take my cigarettes and I would pinch off 1/8 of an inch of the cigarette, or maybe 1/4 inch of the cigarette, and I would just break that from the cigarette. I would just crumble it right down into the bed of the bong, or bed of the bowl for a filter. I don't know what new Jabez is, Essie. Heard that, Marble. I can't move around like that, but heard that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, Seven Dust are original. Seven Dust sound like Seven Dust, and nobody sounds like their vocalists. That's why I say they're okay. I won't ever say a bad word about them, and that I do listen to them from time to time. Static X, I really like. Alex, I can't do rock climbing. What an absolute stud to Alec in Final Fantasy III last night. I know. Thank you for that, KJ. I'm glad that was on your mind. Last night was really starting to kick my ass. I was really starting to be like, oh no, they're going to think I'm bad at this. That game is a lot more difficult than the first two. You like their originality, Aaron? Yeah, weed has been a good friend, Earth. I do like Alice in Chains, but only since I became homeless. I didn't understand Alice in Chains music before I became homeless. If you know the song Nutshell, when he says that he'd rather be dead if he can't be his own person, that hit me hard uh, when I became homeless. Yeah, Final Fantasy III, Alex. I'm playing that. That's my relax at bedtime game. I stream it until I'm tired, and it was kicking me in the ass last night. Static X is fire. That's right. Midwestern white and millennial. Static X is fire. That is absolutely right. Yeah, I have options. The longer I'm homeless, the more those options have dwindled, but I had options for sure. Blaze your own trail. Learn about yourself, Marble. I'm glad to hear it, that I'm not the only person who ever had this thought. Shinedown's okay as well. His voice is a little high for my taste. Heard that, Earth, that you understand. Thank you for the compassion. Doga was kicking my ass. I got you, bro. Hold my beer. I didn't narrate that fight like I eventually I'll get to the point where I'm comfortable enough that I'm narrating the fight as all four of them, because I do that when I'm playing alone, but that was hilarious to me, KJ. Thank you for that, man. Nutshells, the song that comes to mind with Alice in Chains, man. He wouldn't let anyone help him. Yeah, wouldn't let anyone help him. And that's why I think of that song, and that's why their band didn't make a lot to me. System of a Down, Lane Staley and System of a Down. Yeah, he was first. Lane Staley was first. So if System of a Down sounds like him, it's because they were trying to, or they were thinking of him. You know what I mean? Veridique. Okay. Is it Veridique? Ooh, I like that. Veridique. Oh. I don't know who Lee Felix is from Starry Kids. Elena, you look like every mixed girl in a cartoon. STP is my favorite grunge band as well. RIP, just for a moment. I talk about it from time to time at night, but the crickets and the cicadas, if just for a moment we could just say a prayer for all the suicides ever. Lance Staley, Elliott Smith, um, these artists who left us early with songs in their hearts. If we could just Google it. I probably, not Google it, if we could just say a quick prayer sometime, doesn't have to be now, for the people that we've lost with songs in their hearts. I probably could Google it, Elena, but I would have to drop out of this live, and I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Meta Girl, yeah, that's the dream, Marble. That's so funny, KJ. That's so funny because I wanted to stream these because that's what I do while I play too. I get so, I ended up doing a lot of that in Final Fantasy too. But yeah, I get in my head and I start to narrate the dialogue of these characters as they're fighting through this stuff. Yeah. Eventually I will get to where I can actually do that. But thank you for sharing me with yours. That's really funny. All right, body count. Oh, body count the band. I thought you were saying that my body count was good, and I was like, how do you know? Elena, babe, I don't really know what you're saying for a while now. Oh, okay, yeah, I know what we're talking about now. Yeah, I could Google it, but if I Googled it, I'd have to end this stream. If I could go anywhere in the world, right now, Irv, straight up, if I could go anywhere in the world, I usually say somewhere in Greece. But my guy in the chat, Olivier, is a chef in northern France, and I've met a bunch of people from northern France who say I look just like them. So I want to go there and see if how true that is. Because I don't look like anybody I know in Ohio or North Carolina. I've never met anybody who looks like me. I kind of look like Jim Carrey, or all these people say, you look like that guy, or you look like that guy. Lil Loaded left us by suicide, Jacob. I don't know who that is, but yeah. Just when I hear these crickets, these aren't crickets, I guess these are cicadas, but at night with the crickets. Hey Joey, welcome back. When I hear the crickets at night, I like to say a little prayer for the artists who left us. And now this is embarrassing, but I'm gonna throw this kettlebell around so my back doesn't hurt while I'm at the Panera later. I took you out a little bit there, Irv. You were in Redwater, Texas. Taco Bell dumpster. Met a girl. That's cool, Marble. But do you love her? You're in the 9 to 5 life, but do you love her? Heard that, Jacob. I'm sorry that he left you. You know, you understand what I'm saying. I'm not doing this exactly right, but I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to stretch out that shoulder until I can't do this anymore. And then we'll go triceps. Yeah, see, if he can't go straight up, I gotta stop. And then I gotta stop. I'm only gonna be able to get 1 or 2 of these. I let my muscles atrophy that much. Almost in the final form of I am never gonna be able to be a gym bro. I gotta do this. Like, I can only do that twice. This is physical therapy. I'm not training. I'm not weight training. I'm not trying to have a beautiful body. My collarbone is badly broken. You can see it, how badly broken that is. And it hurts. That's what it's supposed to look like. Oh, it's not 320 pounds, Jacob. It's 10 pounds. I'm not trying to, again, this is not a workout stream. This is my arms hurt. My shoulders hurt. I've let my body atrophy from a certain amount of inability to love myself that is just not fair to do in front of you guys. Heard that, Joey. I wouldn't worry about it that much if it doesn't cause you actual pain, man. She doesn't argue. She doesn't complain. She matches your energy. Top shelf chick. 9 years and she's still the only woman you want. And that right there is the goal in life, my brother. Yep. The collarbone and rotator cuff. And I'm pretty sure that I've wrecked both of them. King, that shoulder hurts like a motherfucker. Old football injury from when I was a kid. And I'm not in this right either. I'm putting bad stress on my muscles just to make them hurt. Oh. I'll throw that around in a more serious way when I get home. You can tell it to me, but whether I want to hear it is another story. What's up, Carl? How you doing, man? Great to see you. Heard that, Olivier. I have tried really hard to understand the European cultures. I don't know France. I don't know it, but I've tried hard to understand because in the United States we say, oh, all French people are the same because they all speak French. They're all from France. But then when you zoom in on France, you can see that France divides itself up into... I love High on Fire, King Cloud. France divides itself up into states or provinces or whatever they call them, so they can't all be the same people. Oh no, he loves her, Joey. He's not broke up with her. He loves her. Yeah, you're right, KJ. I just wanted to do that I wanted to do that specific exercise because those are the muscle groups that hurt me. But yeah, doing it out here, I'll do all of that later. I'm not trying to... Matt Pike is a legend. I'm not trying to be a workout guy. I'm not trying to inspire you guys with that. I'm moving on with my day, and I don't want to have back pain. I kind of hope it's not true, Jacob. He KJ's helpful. His suggestion is helpful. But yeah, I'm not trying to work out, but I do need to activate as many muscles as possible. You're both right, and thank you both. I have a lot of upper back pain. Yeah, Kamal. I let my body atrophy to satisfy a woman who kept telling people in public that she was afraid of me. So I let my body shrink in a way that I shouldn't. Totally different people. They have the same language imposed upon them by a centralized government, but they're different people. So I don't know France. I just want to be very clear, Olivier. I don't know France. But it's someplace I've always wanted to be. It's someplace I've always wanted to feel like I could belong. You know what I mean? So thank you. That's really cool of you to say all that stuff. To be so open. I'm hearing you, KJ. Three main dialects. And Chia says that the fiance is from Palawan. Philippines are very popular right now. They got pop stars and everything popping out of the Philippines. I broke a rib wrestling with a teenager in my early 30s, and yeah, I let my torso atrophy. So I spend a lot of time bent over like this, as you can see. Kamal. And so back pain tends to be from underdeveloped back muscles. So I was mostly just trying to engage my shoulder and back muscles. But KJ's right. Taking the ball out here, rolling your wrists, doing whatever other things he suggested. That is the way to do it. Heard that, King Cloud. That makes a lot of sense. He doesn't think it's true, but it makes sense either way. It also depends on how you're defining men and lazy. There's a lot of they've been colonized. They've been terrorized by a centralized government for a very long time. Their males have in the Philippines. There's a lot of feeling like we can't. We have to leave. And yeah, other natives don't like it that you look so white, so they don't accept you. Marble, I hate that. That's not true, King Cloud. Nice and respectable, for sure, KJ. For sure. That's why I was saying, like, it depends on what we mean by men and what we mean by lazy. Because a lot of people would call uh, letting the centralized government not shoot your children lazy. And I would agree with their perspective, but I wouldn't say it myself. I would say it makes sense. Thank you, Analog, for the reminder. Do please hit that like button, guys. Thank you. And I didn't notice. Thank you, we're over 60. That's really cool of you guys. Oh, Kamal, I hate that. That's one thing that I tell people who want to get into bodybuilding is you gotta be careful, man. You can get hurt so bad. Charming and capturing the hearts of tourists. Yeah, manipulative for sure. 10th generation tourist farmers, yeah. Spain did a real number on the Philippines, and I don't know that the Philippines wasn't under Chinese control before then. But yeah, I mean they've been tourist farmers forever. That's real. It sounds hurtful, and if we choose politically correct words, we could make it not sound hurtful. Yeah, King Cloud, I know that about you. Thank you, Chia. Chia. That's hard for me to say all those vowels together like that. I don't think you're trying to say anything hurtful, King, and I don't think you're trying to say hurtful anything. I don't think you're trying to say anything disrespectful. I think I've just invited us not to overthink what we're saying, to just try not to say anything hurtful and not to have anything hurtful in our heart. Yeah. Because, like, I would say around here that we have a lot of lazy men, a lot of men who are happy to let their women work while they stay home and play video games. Favorite drummers? I have a lot of favorite drummers. I actually like Lars. King and I will argue about that, but I like obviously I like Danny Carey. Um, Naming drummers is hard, right? Um, I like the drummers that Opeth has had over the years. I have a bunch of favorite drummers. Being able to pull names out of my head is really difficult, but I tend to start on drums and bass when I listen to bands. I start at the drummer. So like Megadeth always has good drummers. People do get drunk sometimes. Martin Mendez. Martin Mendez, one of those. Yeah, I think he's still with the band. He might not be anymore. But yeah, he was awesome. I think he's back with the band because their drummer and their bassist are both Martins again. That Horsehead, yeah, I love Horse the drummer, Horsehead the drummer. He's awesome with the bucket, or Bucket's the drummer. Is that his name? I love him. He's awesome. I used to sit and watch his channel and remind myself that I'm allowed to do this. Yeah, I wrecked a bike and fucked up my left knee and pelvis real bad. Marble, about 120. Kamal. Cool. That Azalea Dying has a. Yeah, Azalea Dying does have a good drummer. He was hella famous back in their first lineup. Uh, Angelo, isn't that his name? Angel something. Take care, Jacob. All right, guys. I gotta duck down into the tent. Yeah, I'm only about 120, maybe 130. Drowning Pool was good. They're losing their singer, their seventh singer or whatever, was a bummer. Right as they got big. My dad actually was a huge Drowning Pool fan. He loved that song, Bodies. But I like, off that record, I like the, I don't care about anything but me, I think is how it goes. I had to duck down. I'm packing up my backpack. I gotta get out of here. It's way too hot. I'm just standing here and sweating like an asshole. I should probably change shirts while I'm thinking about it. Just standing here in the ravine, it's all hot and humid. I'm dripping sweat. Bodies was awesome. I love Chevelle. Their new record's even pretty good. I didn't care for the one they released in 2020 because it was all about COVID. But their new record's pretty good. Rabbit Hole, I think, is the new single that they just released. I liked that. But I've liked Chevelle since the Red, since high school. I've never... Yeah, send the pain below. I don't know how bad my injury was. A doctor would refuse to see it. I went and saw 3 doctors for my injuries, and they refused to look at them. They kept telling me that I just had Hep C, and I'm like, I know I don't have Hep C. I can feel my guts. Yeah, rip Ozzy for sure. I do think it's impossible to hate Chevelle. People give them shit, but there's just no real reason to dislike it other than, oh, that one song got played too much. Like, okay. No, Will, I've never detoxed. I don't hate Breaking Benjamin. I like a few of their songs, but I was disappointed when their third album, that one they released in 2015 was just more of the same. Breaking Benjamin's supposed to have a really good live show, from everything I've heard. What's wrong, Essie? Yeah, anything that was on radio from 2000 to 2006 is good. No, I have not recovered. Come on. No. No, no, no. Herniated torso and pelvis in a real way. Deftones were good until your depression cleared up. I prefer Catatonia in that sonic profile. I don't know. When I hear the Deftones, all I can think about is how they couldn't figure out how to write their second or third album, whatever it was, and so Maynard James Keenan came in and taught them how to write an album. And so that's all I can think about when I hear the Deftones, and I just don't like their music. I like that they do I like the sonic profile. I like the way it sounds. I just don't, what's his name, the singer? I might just not like him. AA is for quitters. That's what he actually said. We might be competing to see who has the most lingering untreated injuries. My body still works well enough that I can do this. Ozzy said he went to rehab to learn how to drink like a gentleman. Ozzy had a way with words, didn't he? Papa Roach had their time. Limp Bizkit had theirs. I never liked ICP. Billy Joel is very different from the other 3. Analog, that's funny. I could never get into ICP, but I don't like hip-hop in general. It's too bad that one CKY song has such a cool guitar riff. Yeah, mentally abusive parents.
I'm glad you like CKY. Nine and Nine Quit Better Beings is the song I'm thinking of. I've never heard the song. I've just heard that one really, really cool guitar riff. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Out of that shirt. It's wet and gross. Ah. Okay. Hello, Realistic. Woo! Ah, that's nice. That's what I was looking for. I couldn't remember I needed my hoodie. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking for? All right, try that again. Were you on that TV show, Friends? Oh, I'm gonna want that. See if I can cover up my phone by accident. You remember me from Days of Our Lives? That's funny. That's funny to me. Okay, here we go. Suck down the rest of it. That's not a lot of water. Well, it's hot. Macrame supplies. Okay. Shirt. Ay, 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 it's hot. Huh. That's not good. My tent is tilting. The shape is changing. Okay, what do we got here? Hey, take care, KJ. Thanks for being around, man. And now that you guys know him, do, if you have the opportunity, take the chance to check out his work. Sci-fi writer. Interesting to me. I don't spend enough time reading fiction to follow my own advice right now. But definitely go out and read my guy's work. He's a great hang for sure. And the last I heard, he had a bunch of freebies to give away. So check out his work. If you want to support this channel and keep it moving, I don't need money right now. So if you can help me move it around within the group, within the regulars, within those who come here, we can come here and support one another in a big way. That would make me very happy. make me feel like I'm doing something important with my life. Now let me turn you around here so you can watch this. All right. Your life is all fiction, Carl? I've got you guys at chin level. That's about 5'10". Ouch. There you go. That's what that deer path looks like for a tall male. Ticks aren't bad, zoinks. Ticks aren't bad. I haven't found a tick on me in a while, but when there was that hole in the fabric of my tent, my previous tent, ticks were a serious problem. I was pulling 3-4 ticks off of me a day, and that was becoming a serious problem. Go check those dumpsters. No thanks. Don't need to. They don't have anything in them that I want. Just a bunch of trash. The wind is so nice. The wind is so nice. Up here out of that ravine, the wind is blowing really fast, but not hard, and just constant. And that's good. Anything nasty is going to be bagged up. No, you're not going to find good shit behind a makeup store's dumpster. I'm not going to find anything I want. Whew, that's a lot of seeds on my leg. Not going to find anything I want. I don't know. I don't believe that actually works. But maybe it does. Maybe approaching a woman just to tell her she's beautiful is enough for her to give you sex, but that seems like the kind of woman that I don't want to be doing sex with. The GameStop closed down here a couple of months ago, KJ. Yeah, more likely she's going to call you a pervert. Maybe it works. It works for black dudes. I think you have to be ethnic, attractive, and look rich in order to talk to women that you don't know. Right. Zoinks, I can't even follow a host to my seat in a restaurant without a woman freaking out. That's funny. It feels that way, doesn't it? That's funny. And that's why I don't talk to girls. I look like Santa Claus. Yeah, don't. You can do that. I used to see it happen all the time. Dudes just walk up to a woman and be like, hello. I couldn't move on with my day without telling you you were beautiful. Sex now? And it works. I just, I don't know. I don't know if that's my life. Yeah, KJ. That also makes sense to me. Being approached. Sure, believe in yourself. Yeah, that's not wrong either. I started getting smiles when I changed to a Kingdom Hearts shirt. That's true, Analog. Take care of yourself. If you can take care of you, then your woman doesn't have to worry about having to take care of you for you. Yeah, women will take away your confidence, Zoinks. Yeah, lunch, talk to her, get to know who she is, meet her parents, for sure. That's what I'm constantly telling younger dudes is like, you gotta know a woman's parents, man. You gotta meet her parents. You gotta treat her with respect. Heard that, King. The girls all got quiet, so now the boys are like, okay, how do we make the girls like us while they're not paying attention? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you gotta tell her if she's hurting you. Good afternoon, Christy. I'm having a great day. Hope you're doing great too. It's warm. It's warm. But I'm gonna get something to drink here from the Panera, and we're gonna sit out on the patio and burn up some more of my battery pack, and it's gonna be just another fucking wonderful day. I'm laughing at you, KJ. That was funny. Shy around your crush? That one, man, I never know what to do with that because every girl's different. You just got to know her. You got to know her for whether it's appropriate for you to let her know that you're in love with her. She for the fiberglass. Yep, get to know her parents, know what she loves, what she likes, what she doesn't like. Because one day you're going to look up and she's going to have not put on her makeup, and you're going to just have to cope with that. I don't know why those people honk at me every time they pass me. I don't like it. And if you think too much, you're going to mess it up. Because girls think differently than we do. So if you think too hard about it, you're going to be thinking in the wrong direction. You just got to talk to her like she's her and like she matters to you. And yeah, there's that too. Happened with you and Rachel? You thought about it too much, Joey? Luckily for you, I don't know that show. Yep, heard that, KJ. Me too, man. Every time I haven't told a girl that I like her, it turns out that she liked me and just took her to her second best because I didn't say anything. Lucky for you, Carl. Good job, man. Hopefully you kept all 4 of them alive. I don't know who they are, Marble. They honk and I look over and it's just a tinted car. I don't know who it is. It did sound like girls hollering at me from the inside of the car, but it also sounded like they might have been hollering at me to pay attention to where I'm walking instead of talking to you guys. But I don't remember making a scene or getting myself into danger. This is a dangerous spot. Come on. All right. Whee! What a beautiful day. Heard that, Carl. Beautiful day. Just an utterly stunning day. The GameStop used to be right there. No, dating isn't the same as it used to be, even without the apps. Hypergamy has become a real thing. Granddaughter. Wow, lucky you. Good for you. Congratulations, Carl. But yeah, dating is not what it used to be, Zoinks. Just as far as expectations are involved, concerns. Ah, another one on the way. Lucky you. Congratulations, Carl. I'm happy for you, man. Whee! Margaret, hello, Maggie. 6 months later, you're married. Heard that. I prefer a quick engagement. Because the longer you go with the engagement, the less likely it is to actually happen. She is fine. Alright, I may not have to turn off the camera and stuff because I'm not going to sit out here. After all, I won't be alone, so I won't bother these ladies. Go and bother somebody else. Excuse me, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You just got to see the Midwest dance at the door. Who's going to hold the door for whom? Yeah, LED white. That's right. Oh, that's beautiful, KJ. My wife's granddad was he officiated. He was a pastor. He officiated at our wedding. Having kids is like having your second childhood. That's how I thought it should be, Carl. I'm Christy. Who wants to know? Joey Tribbiani wants to know. Yeah, moved on up here. Well, I have bad teeth too, One Punch Man. It's just one of those things. You can wear a mask. You can get used to the unkind. Not as busy as they were yesterday, King Clown. You can get used to the unkind comments. You might even be able to set it up to automatically filter out just the word teeth. But I would recommend going live, doing shorts. It's so easy. If you've got a phone, if you've got a camera on your computer, it's so easy to get involved in this stuff. I would highly recommend it. I don't know how it happened, but I love that Joey Tribbiani is here. I find his shtick very amusing. So whether you guys do or not, I'm amused. Yeah, I mean, look at my teeth, they're all busted. A bagel and cream cheese? No, King Cloud, I'm probably not going to eat. I've already had a couple of tacos today. I am going to get a Mountain Dew, though. How you doing? I don't know about Rachel. I heard you say that the two of you broke up. That's what I remember, Joey. How you doing? True amusement, by the way. Yep, everything Marble is saying. Yeah, Carl, isn't it great? I was outside 2 minutes ago. I walked up to the Panera, Christy. I walked up here to Panera. I'm handsome. What can I say, Carl? Love yourself for who you are. That's right. Enjoy life. Yep. All they're trying to do is get you to stop. So just don't let them, and then you're good. Oh, all of the references are going over my head too, KJ. That's why I think it's so funny. I can just pretend that this is a real person with a real personality that's like this, and it's just killing me. Hey, king of display. Thank you for being here, Joey. I mean it. Thank you for bringing your particular kind of weird. Take care, Jake. I'm in a Panera in Ohio, 81. I reacted like that because you were yelling at me, 81. Jacob was drugged. Heard that, Marvel. Lightbow, what's up? It's good to see you, man. It's been a while. Everything is great, Christy. I'm having the best day. You guys. Hey, Guillermo. Marble's gonna hurt himself or someone else if you guys don't acknowledge his confidence. I'm doing great, Lightbow. How are you, man? Heard that, Guillermo. I don't always like to say my city. I'm in Ohio, Gavin. I don't feel like saying it right now. I love that you love your being you too, Carl. Thank you, Lightbow. They're very old, but I think they have character. I'm so awesome you can smell it. That might be farts, KJ. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean it. I'm doing good. 614. You can smell food, Joey? Cincy for Gavin? I'm in the middle of the state, here in Ohio. Double tap the screen, give me them likes. I appreciate you saying that, 614. What am I looking for? Oh, I already plugged it in. Tuna steak and chips? That sounds good, Carl. You pull it off every day, Marvel. Good for you, man. I don't know if it's freedom, Guillermo. I would suggest a nap or maybe a walk without the 40 ounce. Hey, Lightbow, you got LASIK. You can get the rimless glasses, or the kind that don't actually have a prescription. I had a girlfriend who wore those for reasons I'm not talking about on the internet. What do you mean, Essie? I do remember you, General Gamer. 11K. What am I missing, Essie? What did I miss? 11K. I can't endorse that, Carl, but if that's what you want to do, I also can't suggest that you not do it. Oh, the sex was good, Lightbow. I don't know about a type, but heard that, Carl. When you and Rachel broke up, it was hard because you were mutual friends. Were you roommates? I should call her. I don't know her number anymore, Lightbow. It's been a minute, 7 or 8 years since I've even talked to her, seen her, thought of her. Okay, Christy. Caught Stealing comes out August 29th, where you're at. I'll keep an eye out for it, I promise. I'm glad you found my stream too, Marble. Not thinking of her, I just thought of her in that moment. Lightbow. I mean, the sex was good, but no, I don't think about her on the daily. I just happened to remember, oh yeah, she did that. You could do that. Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to curate a chat section of cool people. Just, we're all doom scrolling anyway, so let's make it fun. Hey, Joey, thanks for being here, man. Oh, Jacob's back. I'm sorry. You're right. You were talking to Jacob. My bad. Sorry, Joey. Continue your sidebar. I mean, she did. It worked for me because it worked for her. Girls are fun. Yes, you are back, Jacob. I noticed. I don't have any kids, Philip, no. I need to get some caffeine in me here in a minute. I see that I just crossed 70 likes. Thank you guys for those likes. Thank you for everyone. I've never heard the second half of that, a public figure, the absence makes the heart grow fonder. I've heard that part, but I've never heard but it sure makes the rest of you lonely. Oh, I'm sorry, Zoinks. I'm sorry. That sounds like not a joke. Heard that. If you guys want to hang out with Marble on Discord, he's Richard Tracy or Marble Fox Gaming. That's cool. I need to eventually. I should already have one, but I need to get around to making a Discord channel for this chat for the channel. In real life, you're much more like Joey Tribbiani. It's always funny to me that when we're in a chat section or whatever, that people will say real life about this. This is real life. The only wall of abstraction is the actual camera. So like, we're basically in a Zoom call with only one camera on. And so thinking about like life outside of doing this as real life and this is fictional life it's an interesting creative abstraction for me. For sure. It's funny to hear it said so often. Like we used to say IRL, meaning outside of World of Warcraft or outside of the video game that we were playing. But this is real life. But then like if we were talking about the rubber bands being wrapped around that watermelon until the watermelon is finally cut in half, is that real life? I don't know that that's real life. So it's an interesting, I'm most certainly not criticizing anybody who uses it. I see it and I think that every time. And if my chat is broken, which is entirely possible, if my chat is broken, I'm gonna reset. There we go. The fake life is on the pages of my book, KJ. Yeah, your fake life is on the pages of your book, yeah. And so it's interesting to think, if you're familiar, there's a sociologist whose name I can't remember right now. But he writes about prophilicity, the identities that we take on within our profiles. Sure, Marble, that's what I'm saying, but my content, this is the real world. Like, there's no abstraction here between us.
in the real world. So it's funny to, yeah, you were roomies. It's funny to think of, because like I'm telling a story, but it's real. I understand why it's said. It's just every time I say it, no, I didn't play RuneScape. I played EverQuest and World of Warcraft. My dad was very supportive of my wanting to be a gamer, so we always had the system. We just rarely would they buy me new games. It's just funny to me how we abstract like our work away from the real world, or we abstract our it's just funny to me how we compartmentalize time into real and unreal worlds. That's all. It's just something I notice people do. And I thought about thinking about the worlds in real and unreal in a different way than you guys did, playing EverQuest as a little kid. Yeah, Red Dead Online is what you play. Red Dead 2, Marble, or the original? Oh, you said Red Dead Online, so that is 2. Never mind, that was a silly question. I know the answer. That's cool. I've never met anybody who plays the Red Dead Online.
Exactly.
The Neebs guys didn't like it very much. They didn't stick with it for very long. Red Dead Redemption 2. I haven't played any of those games.
Right.
Man, this controller is so full. Yeah, I started playing in 06. I started playing WoW in 06. And I quit playing right after Pandaland. So 2014, something like that. I don't play any first-person shooter games at the moment, but I have access to Call of Duty Mobile, and that World War II Heroes, I think is what it's called. I have more time already spent in World War II Heroes. Black Ops Zombies, the original Black Ops Zombies was awesome. I did some absolutely absurd things playing that solo because I had a friend who really liked it, so I wanted to get good at it. But every time he and I played together, he wanted to get me really baked, and so I kept not being good. Good memories.
But I will check with AT&T since we already have their system installed and we're trying to lock in for another year or two. I'll tell them, y'all find out what they can offer me, and I will insist upon the silence.
Philolethe would be awesome if you wanted to put that in a book. Absolutely, KJ. That'd be really, really cool. That would be a huge honor. That's the capital city. That would be really cool. I don't know, Tyrus. Wrong, Shaggy. That's really cool, Marble. I'm not that good. I was good enough, not good enough to play that, good enough to keep playing. But I was playing it for pennies on a pay-for-play app. So that's cool that you were really good. I don't know that I'm a great gamer. I just know I've been playing my whole life, and that it's easy for me to use video games as teaching moments. One Punch Man 22 says RD2 is dope. Red Dead Redemption 2 is dope. Yeah, heard that, Zoinks. It was fun. The first Black Ops Zombies was awesome.
And plus, I had to call him about something else, and he said, I don't handle that part, I just need to say something. But he's not there. His last name's Herbie. He's gone. There it is, right there.
I haven't played it, Joey, but that sounds intense. You liked it. It was the most classic game you ever played. You really liked it. RDR2 is a masterpiece, is what people say. I just don't like those kind of sim games, Marble. I'm glad you guys like them. I really am. Me too, KJ. And I prefer turn-based games. I like menus. Like, I would play Civilization 6 in a heartbeat if I had access to it. That's what I would be playing. Oh, it's good, Eli. I've been playing Final Fantasy 3 for the channel. I'm supposed to be playing Loop Hero right now for the channel, but the conversation's so good I don't want to risk the chat not working. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Joey. I appreciate that, man. You didn't have to announce it, but I like that you will. You're not sure what those what are, Eli? Final Fantasy. You don't know what Final Fantasy is? Please stop, Snap. I said please. Origins and the COD World at War. That was your favorite map? I didn't play World at War, be honest with you. I only played I played Modern Warfare 2 for a minute, like 3 days, and then Black Ops for a little while. For like a few weeks. Just long enough to realize that I was not good enough to be playing competitively online. The people who play those games are way too good. That's cool, Marble. You played the original two as a kid, so Red Dead and Red Dead Redemption. That's cool, man. And then you fell in love with the series again after 20 years when they finally made the sequel. Yeah, KJ, I agree with that. It feels like the same game. And, like, they added jetpacks and stuff, but it just feels like the same game. Eli, you don't know what Final Fantasy is? Thank you, Jason. It is nice to see people here. Ooh, the new God of War. I haven't even looked at reviews for the sequel. Oh, just straight gunfights. Now you can slide around the map. King Cloud, heard that. People are too good. They're just way too good. I'm not that fast. Only ever got the code for zombies, zoinks. Heard that. Yeah, like I even tried to play, I liked Doom 2016 was a lot of fun, but Doom Eternal was too much. Yeah, Final Fantasy 3. So you've heard of the Final Fantasy series. You don't not know what Final Fantasy is. And Loop Hero is it's a little roguelite kind of auto battler. Omni movement. Yeah, that's right, Joey. You have to play one game over and over and over, and you have to really want it in a way that I didn't. I was already married. The next Castlevania is done. Somebody's going to have to send me money, even a single dollar, and say, play Castlevania for me to go back to that garbage. Yeah, Aria of Sorrow is the only one. No, something is the only one that I've played. I do not like Symphony. Yeah, right, KJ. If you had time, hated it. I hated Symphony of the Night. Hated it. Every design decision just made me angry. Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard. And then I somehow glitched out the clock, so it wouldn't let me advance the game. I found everything that you could find without going into that clock room and waiting for the door to open, and then the clock turned off. Oh, it's beautiful to look at. That's why I played it for so long, is it's beautiful to look at. And I started to get good at it and understand what it was doing, and then it locked me out from progressing the game by turning off the clock, and I don't know how to turn the clock back on in the castle. Simon's Quest is the one that you like, KJ?
Hey, take care, Joey. It was great talking to you, man. We're just talking cheese. I haven't played Golden Sun King. They just they remastered that for the Switch, or they put it on the Switch emulator situation. Golden Sun. I haven't played it. That was the one I thought you had to have the photosensitivity on your Game Boy, and I never had the Game Boys. What's up with you, Cheese? What's on your mind? What's on your heart? Is it chives? Usually chives are drizzled over cheese. I want to convince myself to play Grandia 2 and Wild Arms the first. Thanks, Random. Here, let me get a drink. I'm going to be right back. Okay, thank you guys for waiting on me. That's very cool of you. I'm not gonna be able to get in here like this. Hey Hunter, I see you, buddy. I think the Final Fantasy series is one of the best ever, Eli. Yeah, the first Wild Arms was an awesome game. Take yellow and GoldenEye. I prefer Perfect Dark to GoldenEye. You can play the Final Fantasy games on the PS4, but they're from the 80s and the 90s, Eli. Good morning to Hawaii, Hiccups. I see you. I think I see what you're talking about with your idea, KJ. I don't know how I could help you flesh it out. I don't have any ideas. I mean, I know you're new, Eli. Thank you, PJ. It's all good, Hunter. Hello, Civilian. I've never played horses on the PS2 show. No, I haven't. Thank you guys for that 70th life, or 70th like. I'm a little slow on acknowledging those lately, but thank you. It's all good, Hunter. Don't even worry about it, man. Yes, perfect. Crash Bandicoot was fun. I was never good at it, but it was my granddad's favorite game for a long time. He used to bitch when the PS3 came out. By the time the PS3 and the Wii were coming out, he's like, why don't they just make games like that Crash Bandicoot? Yeah, 3 was awesome. Again, I was not good at them, but they were fun to play. What's up, Eric? I see you, man. Ratchet and Clank. I didn't play those games either, but I know that a lot of people liked them. Did you ever finish that Sand Temple, Eric? Naughty Dog. They did, what was it, Last of Us and Uncharted too. Hard to think that those were the same. My Leftovers? I've already had My Leftovers, 90s. A dungeon within a dungeon, that's cool. Was it fun? Was it worth it? Are you glad that you played it, Eric? And again, I haven't played Twilight Princess. RDO, that's cool. Marble. Big game hunting with a bow, that's cool. Oh, on Red Dead Online is what RDO is. That's cool that you're playing right now. That's cool. Thanks for hanging out with me while you play. I don't know how hard it is to 3-star a grizzly. Maybe, Hunter. Maybe. I'm not sure that the Cardinals are going to be very good, so I don't know if I want to put my eggs in that basket, but maybe, Connor. If you're rooting for them, I'll root with you. Seahawks, Ethan? Heard that. I don't know what that is, Carl. That sounds like it sounds like a book about drugs. FC, I don't know what that is. Maya Hawk? I haven't, Melanie. I have not. Welcome back. I have no idea how to help, Eric, but thank you for cluing me in on what you're doing. Commodore way back in the day. The Commodore 64 way back in the day by Carl. Carl's going old school on us.
Back in my day, all we had was Pong. I'm sorry, Eric. There's probably an internet that can help with that, though, if I had to guess. Which reminds me, I need to double check that I'm not screwing up my Final Fantasy III run at some time today and then pretend like I didn't when I get on tonight. Because they just told me that I can go to the final dungeon, but I feel like I am missing a whole bunch of classes. Jizz in the spoon. Heard that, Carl. That's cool. Vector graphics machine, old school game. Yeah, for sure. Like the that old school Star Wars game. The vector graphics. That's cool. That was big time technology when it came out. The executive types thought that vector graphics were never going to work. I agree, Eric. I agree. That's why I'm not cheating by using the internet for help on any of these runs that I'm doing in Final Fantasy III, or at least why I'm not acknowledging that I'm doing it. Because especially Final Fantasy III, of the first three, is very much an explore, poke around, find stuff game. Carl, that's funny. I am a little bit too young to know about Pong, but I had a babysitter who had an old Atari, and so I used to play Pong and Dig Dug and Mrs. Pac-Man on her little Atari when I was 3 or 4 years old. Yeah, KJ, it's real loud. Heard that, Eric. I'm not encouraging you, I'm just telling you that I can't help. Heard that, Marble. Duck Hunt, that's right. I remember Duck Hunt, that stupid dog. Centipede? I never played Centipede in anything other than a computer. Duck Hunt was cool, Essie. Glad to see you here, Essie. That dang dog. Yeah, I know. The laughing at you. However it sounded. Mario 64 hurts my eyes to look at, but I love that you guys like it. Pac-Man 2 was fun, for sure. I remember being surprised by Yoshi in Super Mario Brothers. Is it World? The one on the SNES? Donkey Kong? The Donkey Kong Countries I liked. And then the Donkey Kong where you're trying to stop him from hitting you with the barrels is too hard for me. I don't have the patience for it. Diddy Kong Racing was the ish. Yeah, the N64 had a ton of great party games. Yeah, the Donkey Kong Country games on the SNES were awesome. Super Scope, I never got to play with it, KJ, but I remember wanting one. Yeah, Super Mario World was the Mario game, in my opinion. The first three are okay, but Super Mario World is awesome. Smash Bros. Back in the day. That's right. The original Mario Party was awesome. It was such a cool idea. Yeah. Ooh. Hello, the best style. Mario Kart? Yeah. The only Zelda I've ever been able to get through is Link to the Past. But, what's his name? My guy Eric is playing Twilight Princess right now, and he's stuck. I am rooting for the Bengals. Hunter. I'm doing great, the best. How are you? That's really cool, Marble. That's really cool. Yeah, those life sim games are really fun for that. Yeah, Mario Party made the party game genre a thing. I agree, KJ. Analog, that's too many times, but I really appreciate you. Awesome Odyssey Abe, I never played that, but I know people loved it. I'm in Ohio, the best style. I'm glad to hear that you're fine. It's over here beside me, Hunter. I take it off when I'm inside. Rupture Farms, I don't know what that is either, Carl. I probably would, but it's also violent. Boogerman. I remember seeing that in at the movie rental place, and my mom freaking out about Boogerman. Yeah, Abe's Odyssey. I understand. It's like really grotesque and well, don't you kill like I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, King Cloud. You're probably right. Then I'm probably wrong. Well, that yeah. It starts to have an effect on me after a while. But I understand that that's not letting that happen is the fun of the game. So far, so good, Hunter. You're kind of moving the chat around from where we're naturally talking about, but yeah, you're fine, Hunter. I don't remember that commercial, KJ. I didn't have access to broadcast television back then. Marble thought Boogerman was good. The 7-Up game, yeah. Eric, thank you for the like to Ukraine, the best style. Sega was the best. Yes, what about it? They make some really good RPGs actually. Sega produced some really good RPGs right now. My week has been great, Hunter. Please be cool, world. Earthworm Jim. Yeah, people really liked Earthworm Jim too. I didn't get to play those games either. The 90s were a different time, man. Mattel football. I liked the Tecmo Super Bowl games. Tecmo Super Bowl 3 was my game. That was one of my all-time favorite games. Oh, that would be so much cool, KJ. That would be so cool, KJ. Yeah, I never had the money either, Essie. That's part of why I like to listen to people talk about their experiences with them, because I never got to play, and I don't have the time or the inclination to go back and try now. They really were analog. Time is money. Yeah, I don't have the time, I don't have the money or the inclination to spend it in that way. And so I make an effort here on the channel. I never saw Vector Man. I make an effort to go back and play these games for the channel, but when the conversation is good like this, it doesn't make sense to me to put a video game on in the background of it. Just for me being me. That's cool, Marble. Gunstar Heroes, I've heard that. I've heard people talk about how good Gunstar Heroes was. I'm glad you like it. I've never seen it. Yeah, Sega released a lot of good games. Streets of Rage 3. Sega had a lot of RPGs. They tried to compete in a big way with the RPGs. Yeah, love watching gameplay. Heard that, Essie. Me too. Well, it depends. I like watching some gameplay. Some people play some games. The Mega Drive and the Dreamcast, that's cool. That's cool. I was told the same, KJ. My dad bought the 64 for me and my brother, and he bought the PlayStation for him. And then it turned out that there were just no games that I was interested in on the 64. The only game that I really, really played on the 64 was Ogre Battle 64. Yeah, man. I want just an organic conversation. I hear you, Marble. What you're responding to is that I could throw a game on in the background and just keep the conversation going, but I don't want to break the flow of this specific conversation we've got going now. And I think what you're doing is confirming that I'm making the right choice, Marble. I'm taking what you said as confirmation. There are two Sonics. I don't understand Sonic, and the fanboys are intensely weird to me. I'm not saying you're weird or a fanboy, Eric. GoldenEye. I liked GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, but the game that I played the hell out of, that I just played and played, and that I turn on and want to play today, hey apps, is Ogre Battle 64. I would stream Ogre Battle 64 if I could find an emulator that wouldn't white out when I use my controller. Perfect Dark was goated. It's maybe the best. It still might hold up as one of the best shooters of all time. Ogre Battle 64, and then Ogre Battle the Witch whatever, the first one on NES is expensive because they're rare. Duke Nukem 64. I remember Duke Nukem 3D, where there's dragons. Perfect Dark gave you the freest range of playable options. Yep. Yeah. Well, Perfect Dark was originally going to be the sequel to GoldenEye, but the studio didn't want it, so they just made whatever they felt like. Ogre Battle 1 is hard. I've never beaten it. Ogre Battle 64, Person of Lordly Caliber, is one of the best games I've ever played. Incredible. I would be playing it right now if I could get a emulator that worked with my controller. Yeah. The team at Rare that made GoldenEye made Perfect Dark, because the GoldenEye multiplayer wasn't supposed to be in it, so they made GoldenEye so they could, or they made Perfect Dark so they could have that perfect. My U Mini, I don't know what that is. They could have that unbelievable, perfect multiplayer mode in Perfect Dark. It was awesome. I hear you, King Cloud. Maybe. Panera wakes up, Spin. Ogre Battle was similar to Shining Force. I remember you suggesting, Eric, that I play Shining Force. And thank you for dropping the caps. I'm gonna read what you say without the caps. I understand you get excited. And yeah, thank you, Analog, and I know that somebody else said it earlier and I didn't mention it, but thank you guys for encouraging. Yes, what about it? Thank you guys for encouraging the like and the subscribes. Whoa, they're working too. Thank you. I should mention them, but I don't want to. Ogre Battle 2? Ogre Battle 64, you mean? Person of Lordly Character? I think that's what it's called. That's one of my favorite games of all time. Person of Lordly Valor, maybe? Borderlands? The Borderlands games trigger my pathological demand avoidance. Wake Up's Pen. I play them and they're fun, but there's so much to do at any given moment. I just have to turn the game off. I get instantly overwhelmed with demands and turn the game off. BioShock was not for me. I tried, it wasn't for me. Maybe if I were playing it with other people, but it's so talky. They wouldn't shut up. They just talk and talk and talk and talk. It's just not for me. I've heard that Project Zomboid is really good. Wake Up Spin. I've seen a couple of people rep it here just in their usernames. Assassin's Creed's not for me either. It's too fucking talky. And it all happens in the present. The Far Cry 3 or 4, one of them was really good. And then I haven't played the one, Alec, where the guns break, but that's the one I want to play. 2, I think. Yeah, KJ, it starts to feel like a job after a while. And then I'm like, wait a minute, all these credits that I'm getting, all this money in game, I can't actually cash out. What am I doing? Munches, Oddworld, on the original Xbox. Heard that, Analog. That's cool. I think the first game I ever beat was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. My favorite game is I'll just say Kingdom Hearts 2 for the sake of this chat. But it's Civilization 6. Advent Rising is another game I haven't played. Telepathic. You mean telekinetic, but that's cool, Eric. I haven't played Advent Rising. I've never even heard of Advent Rising. BioShock 3 is what you like, Carl. The BioShock games weren't for me. Ocarina of Time was your first win, Marble. That's cool. Heard that, Rails. You're going to take that time off when they drop GTA 6. I did that with Kingdom Hearts 3. I took a whole week off. Hey, love that, King Cloud, that you're going to throw on Final Fantasy 5. Heard that. Civ 3 was the first. Civ 4 was my first. Civ 3 is legendary. It's also very difficult. I'm in Ohio, Lando. Fallout, like the original Fallouts, Wake Up. Ocarina of Time. Real-time strategy is what you like, King Cloud, like, what were those damn game called? Red Alert, Command and Conquer, SimCity. I used to love SimCity. Played the hell out of the Doom 2016. I grew up with the original Doom and Wolfenstein 3D. StarCraft. I'm not good at those games, but I tried to play them because they're fun as hell. Yeah, Warcraft 2 and 3. Warcraft 3 is hard, from my perspective. Yeah, pay to play. Wake Up Spin. That's intense, Eric. Zerg rushes. Yes, KJ. Zerg rushes are fun. They're not fun when they're happening to you. I'm glad you like that, Carl. Wolfenstein 3D was the shit. I used to have nightmares. I had a really weird fever dream when I was in kindergarten that Hitler from Wolfenstein 3D was Mickey Mouse, and he was chasing me with those Gatling guns. We're all here to celebrate with you, Marble. That sounds like you're having a great time. Sly Cooper is a series that I never got to play, but I know people love it. I played WoW, Lando. I played the hell out of WoW and EverQuest, yeah. I'm in your base killing your dudes. Commander and Conquer. Generals, I never got to play. 0 hours, very realistic, very cool. The robot at the end. Yes, Carl, I had a nightmare as a kid that robot was Mickey Mouse. Should you attempt in 5? I'm always trying to max out the Blue Mage, King Cloud. I'm always trying to max out to get all of the monster abilities or whatever. Oh, see, I love the Time Mage. Aha! I have found the culprit, y'all. I have found the culprit where the hairs are coming from. It's my backpack. I never used the summoner in the first 5 games either, King Cloud. I never used the summons. Or the Bard. I never used the Bard. Heretic? I haven't played that either, Carl. Thank you, Analog. The Matrix?
I have complex opinions about the Matrix, Alec, because I was already reading Gnostic literature, so I recognized it as I recognized the Matrix as Gnostic immediately, and so I stopped paying attention to the movie at the red and blue pills. Berserker 2 you skip? See, I always use Berserker because it's basically auto attack. Hey, Alec the Goat is here. What a stud. Yeah, a lot of people really got into the Matrix. I had a girlfriend who was really into it, and it wasn't for me. I understand what it was trying to do. Fast and tanky. Fast and tanky. You've seen kind of how I like to play. I like that a lot. Just massive amounts of damage, get rid of trash. Jump is so slow. Yeah, jump is better in 6 with I always give Edgar the book of the philosophy of the Matrix. Yeah, see, that's kind of what I'm talking about, Carl, and Alec, is I was already engaged in the literature that movie comes from, and so I found it lacking, so I never got into it. But as far as like the waking up from the dream, the things that they're trying to present, they're good ideas. They're good ideas that nobody has attempted since then. I prefer, just as like sci-fi goes, I prefer anything that Phil K. Dick did. Animatrix, no. And that's what I know about it, Carl, is that the soundtrack is good. Gilgamesh, the character, and Gilgamesh, yes, King Cloud, Gilgamesh is sick. Phil K. Dick is one of my favorite writers. Yeah, using humans as batteries didn't make sense to me either, KJ, and using humans as processors makes a lot more sense. I try not to talk. I hated the John Wick series, Alec. All that violence. I don't like violence. I hated the experience. It got boring to me after a while, and then that damn woman suiciding. I end up watching that in an HRSA wing of a hospital, so I just don't have it's allowed to exist. It's very stylish, very cool, very slick, but violence starts to wear on me after a while. Okay, bye, Eric. Yeah, Blade Runner 2049 is one of my favorites. The Sixth Day, I feel like I have, but I don't remember it. I don't know what he's talking about. 81 Deuce. Like, it's very slick and very stylish, but it becomes a repetitive wash of senseless violence. Yeah, it's not quite 80 yet, but I should mention thank you for getting me to 80, especially analog static. Thank you. Philip K. Dick with Schwarzenegger. I might have missed what you said, King. The Sixth Day is okay. I have seen it, but I didn't understand what I was watching. I was way too young. That was in the 90s, right? Hey, what's up, good? I don't mean to shoot down two things that you brought up there, Alec. I tried. I wanted to like both of those things because they were big. Total Recall was the better movie, in my opinion. I agree, KJ. For a few days, it got you, King Cloud. I didn't understand what I was seeing, so I don't remember it. I don't see why not. Like, you like Terminator? That's cool. The only one I've seen was the first one. I've seen the ending of the second one. I didn't understand why that was a movie. They made the Terminator too powerful in the second one. I haven't played 7 Days to Die, Lando, but Neebs Gaming 7 Days to Die series is my very favorite thing in the whole world. 12 Monkeys is an awesome movie, Essie. I'm glad that I got to... I've been sitting over here feeling so guilty about yelling at you about that singer by accident. I didn't mean to do that. I loved 12 Monkeys, Essie. That's my favorite Brad Pitt movie, actually. I haven't played DayZ either, but I love watching people play 7 Days to Die, especially Neebs Gaming, Lando. They are getting further apart. This one is starting to erode on the inside, Dave. AI movies are the bomb. 12 Monkeys might be a terrible movie. It might be awful, but I like Bruce Willis, and I really like that movie. Yes, John Wick would be an extremely fun video game or D&D campaign to run. Ex Machina was a great movie. I haven't played Saints Row, Lando. Companion? I don't know that one either. I loved Bruce Willis as a kid. I have not seen Sin City. I know that people say that's his best. Conspiracy Theory really fucked me up, Essie. I didn't understand what was going on in that movie either. Heard that, yes, the Miyu Mini thing. I don't have access to HBO Max, but I could have. You guys are providing me plenty that I could. I haven't seen Roller Coaster by Dixie Han, the Three Musketeers. I can get that out of my mouth. I haven't seen that movie. Yeah, Fifth Element was my favorite movie growing up. Get it through cricket? That's cool, Carl. That's really cool. I haven't seen Memento either because I thought that Memento was the lead singer of Coldplay and I wasn't having it. I thought the guy that played in that movie and I just wouldn't watch it, and now it's been too long. Yeah. How do you feel, Marble, about the direction that Saints Row went by the time it got to the fourth, and then how do you feel about the reboot? Did you think that it got too ridiculous? Yeah, Fifth Element was awesome. Fifth Element was so imaginative. That's not bad, Carl. $60 a month isn't bad at all. Overhyped. That might also be why I didn't watch it, Essie. They should reboot The Matrix without the original directors. I agree with that, Carl. Someone else should direct that series, and it might be good. I might just not like the original directors. Okay, thank you for telling me that, Marble. Everybody that I know on the internet that played the Saints Row games, the original 4, liked everything about all 4 of them. Didn't think that it was ridiculous, the superhero powers and all that stuff. And then the conversation now is that nobody liked them after 2, and I'm like, where did that come from? So thank you for confirming that you were one of the OGs that didn't like 3. Didn't like 4, I'm sorry. I think so, Cloud. I believe that. That's why I never liked their movies, because they're demiurge possessed. That's correct, Carl. King Carl, that's why I struggled with that movie. Alec, I hope that doesn't make me sound spiritually superior or anything like that. That movie just made me feel like they didn't quite understand who the demiurge really is. The Signal? I don't know that movie. You know, I never wanted to be a person who understood what that sentence meant, Carl, but knowing that I understand what the sentence that you just said means something, and knowing what it means makes me feel really good about myself, actually. So thanks for being here, man. That goes to all of you, but that sentence in particular. They are deeply weird people, KJ. I find them deeply uncomfortable people. Oh, I hear you, Carl. The guy that plays Morpheus. I hear you, Marble. I understand exactly what you're talking about, and I appreciate your opinion on that. That you want
your video game to have the realism of GTA, and Saints Row going all the way into the cartoon to differentiate from GTA was just too far. He was in Apocalypse Now. Can I dig it? I haven't seen Apocalypse Now either. Yeah. Just for anybody who wants to know, I found the source of the hair that was in my tent. It was not a woman. It was my backpack. The guy that played Morpheus in Matrix, I can't think of his name either. I can see his face. Lawrence Fishburne. Thank you, Carl. Love the smell of napalm in the morning. Smells like victory. I haven't seen that movie, but that's a famous line. It's like being back in Saigon. Woo! Shut up, dickhead. Valerian was awesome. I wanted sequels to Valerian, and we didn't get them, and I was really pissed off. I watched Valerian tripping balls on acid, and it was a perfect movie. Event Horizon is one that I'm supposed to have seen, but I haven't. I love science, and people always tell me that Event Horizon and Total Impact, is that what it's called? Deep Impact, are movies that I need to watch. Oh, I already know. I watched that opening weekend. Valerian, I watched it open weekend because that's one of my favorite directors. Visually, his movies are just a joy to watch because they're beautiful to look at. If I say it's safe to surf this beach, it's safe to surf this beach. Yeah, people didn't like, Event Horizon. People didn't like Valerian, and I did not understand why. Analog. It was supposed to have a cliche fantasy storyline. It's a sci-fi property from the 20s or whatever. It was supposed to be cliche and awesome to look at. It was supposed to compete with Star Wars, and Star Wars is supposed to be cliched even. Godfather Part 2 is your favorite movie, Marble? I haven't watched the movies. The book is awesome. Are you telling me that I need to read the second Godfather novel, Marble? Das Boot is supposed to be good too. Hey 95, I do remember you. Heard that, Ghost? Yeah, I thought it was awesome. Analog, I straight up thought Valerian was awesome. But you and I were the only people, evidently. Pandorum is my favorite sci-fi movie, Matthew. Pandorum is my favorite sci-fi movie. Thank you for repping a great B movie. Heard that. Jaws, Carl, heard that. I leave sometimes, Jeremy. Heard that, Marble. The books are better, so I do need to read the sequel. I was afraid that the sequel wasn't going to be any good. Thank you for that 80th like, guys. Sunshine is a good movie? Haven't heard of it. I hate when they... I had tacos this morning. They were actually chalupas this morning, so I might not eat here at the Panera 95. Thank you for asking. I hate it when movies take on a second writer in the middle. KJ. It's pretty dangerous, Ghost. I'm doing great, 95. How are you doing, man? It looks like you've got a really nice smile in your PFP, by the way, since 95. It looks like your PFP you have a really nice smile. It's about 2 centimeters big, or however big that is. You're the size of a pea, but that looks like a really nice smile. Of the serious mind? Are we talking Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Vanilla Sunshine. I have not heard of the Peterbot incident. Mexi. M. Night Shyamalan. I also liked Shines, and I think we're still allowed to call him Malama Ding Dong, so that's fun. Shamalama Ham. That's funny. Yeah, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is a movie that it took me much of my adult life to understand. But once I understood it, I wish I didn't. I was like, oh, I would have preferred not to have understood this movie. Mel, Yugi, if you're actually asking me about the actual Mel's hole, I don't know whether I have thoughts about it. That's a pretty long going hoax, but it's probably just a hoax. If you're asking me about something else, I don't. God's blessing, Fire in the Sky. I don't know if I know that movie. Analog, and my life's going great. 95. I get to see you today. We're up to 81 likes and a 6-hour stream. I've had a running conversation for 6 hours. Great day. Marble, that's funny. Mel's Hole is it's a folklore from that radio program, Coast to Coast. There was this guy that called in and said that he had an infinitely deep hole in his backyard. It depends on what you mean by believe. Blessings. I don't know about that 95, but I do my best. Thank you for the kind words. I have no way of knowing whether it's a real or not a real thing. Analog static. Fire in the Sky is terrifying to the child. Fire in the Sky is that movie that my parents watched and wouldn't let us watch because it's terrifying to children. They never talked about it. We owned it, and all they ever told me was don't watch that. And I was a good kid. I did what I was told. I'm serious, King Cloud. That's what my parents told me. They bought it, they watched it, and they said, don't watch this. Never watch this, is what Dad said to me. What? You can spoil the movie. It's been 30 years. What is the scene? I'm in Ohio. That's in the U.S., 95. Isn't that an alien movie? Like an alien invasion movie, King Cloud? That's what my dad said. I can distinctly remember this now that you're talking about it. Start criticizing capitalism? I'm not the guy, Luke. Analog, you're allowed to like it. King has very strong and explicit opinions, and I like to encourage. What's FN Fortnite, Mexi? I like to encourage strong opinions. Bunch of loggers. Abduction. Yep, that would have fucked me up. Oh no, a 411 story. It's kind of about this, Mexi. I just like to talk to you guys. Hear a verse from Crybaby, Melanie? I don't know if I can hear it, but if you want to share it with me, I'm here for it. We're cultivating the YouTube chat section for interesting conversation, Mexi. Oh. That would mess me up, King Cloud. That would have messed me up. Yeah, that would have messed me up bad. That whole plot would have messed me up. My dad knew me really well to tell me to stay away from that movie because alien stuff messed me up bad as a kid. The new Red Dawn affected somebody that deeply, Marble. That's intense. I will, King Cloud, I will. Thank you for the suggestion. Because I don't need to see the whole movie. Personally, I don't need to see the whole movie. That setup is enough. Thank you. I love spoilers like that. For anybody else who doesn't, sorry. So kind of like the opposite of Insidious then.
the monster in Insidious took me all the way out of the movie when they actually show the demon or whatever. You seem to replace your brain with your heart. You take things so hard, and then you fall apart. You try to explain, but before you can start, those crybaby tears come out of the dark. Hear that? No, heard that. Hiya, to India. Utkarsh? Oh, yeah, that stuff messes me up, King Cloud. Do you remember that movie, The Fifth Kind? I do my best, Mexi. I was a little agitated and yelling this morning, but I'm in public. I've made a little bit of money today. That does affect my ability to not lose my mind. Lose my temper. Was it Fourth Kind, Yugi? That is genius, King Cloud. Using a meteor as your ship. Yeah. That sounds like a movie I'd actually really enjoy. And was it called Fourth Kind, Yugi? It's Encounters of the Third Kinder, where they touch you, and Fourth Kinder is where they abduct you. That movie, The Fourth Kind, really fucked me up. Pick a number 1, Melanie. Right, heard that, Marble. Yeah, there were a lot of people who were affected like that by the one in the 80s, so it surprised me, but shouldn't have, that it affected her like that. And what was that, 2010? But 2010 was a surprisingly tense time to be alive, if we can remember being adults back then. It was a surprisingly tense time. 1 through 12, 11. I don't have that memory, King Cloud, and I don't know whether I believe either, but I've seen things I can't explain. And I have memories of things I can't explain, so I believe you. Maxie, do I watch Penguins? I don't know what that is, bud. Yeah, objects, just things that shouldn't be there. Yeah. And not just in the sky, just like shouldn't be where they are. Yeah, heard that. Oh no, I would believe you anyway, King Cloud. Hello, Met Fan CJ. Even if I thought you were pulling my leg, I would lend you the suspense of my disbelief. Followed by something? Yeah. I used to be followed by black helicopters. It was a thing. I was riding with a girlfriend back when I had a car. I'm driving. I've got my girlfriend in the passenger seat, and she's like, "What the hell is that?" And she tells me I couldn't see it in the rearview mirror. She's like, "Look behind us," and I can't see it in the rearview mirror. So I turn around, and there was a black helicopter flying at car length behind us in the road for miles, flying right behind us like they were trying to check my tags or something. I don't know that I don't as well, Mike. I don't know that that's impossible. It's not nice to take money, though. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, the stuff with the black helicopters was happening to me in 2020. Heard that. That's funny, Marble. Your dad told you to stop smoking the wacky tobacco. You, Marble, may have seen experimental military tech. May. The triangle shapes tend to be stealth tech that they haven't disclosed to us yet. Because then when they disclose where they tested that, it maps up with the other, with sightings. So you may have seen experimental tech. TR3B, I don't know what that is. Thank you guys for the likes. Thank you for all of them. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the black triangle.
like over Arizona and stuff. I'm 38, Relics. An ancient satellite, Black Knight. Yeah. Have you guys seen the very real news that they actually think they found an exoplanet that fits the model for that Planet X or whatever? They've actually found an exoplanet. It's on an insane elliptical orbit with our solar system. But there is another exoplanet that will enter our solar system. Yeah, Black Knight. Heard that, King Cloud. Heard that, Marvel. You're allowed to believe in God here. I don't know Black Knight by name, but I may have heard the rumors. I used to watch that guy. One of you will say it. We were talking about him the other day. I thought about doing a show like his, and then I saw he had the market under control. Tesla spotted Black Knight in 1899. King Cloud. I'm not telling you I think it's wrong, or even that or not real, or that I'm skeptical about it. I'm here. I'm down to listen to you guys talk about it. Listen, being relative. I'm here to read you guys talking about it to the future. I'll just do it from a skeptical, I don't know that this is real perspective. I grew up with, I've already told you guys this. I grew up with Coast to Coast in my ear. So we can talk about this stuff. I believe you. But I also believe that the para and ultra normal can show itself to us in ways that are unique to each person looking at it. Coast to Coast was total bullshit. Total bullshit. But I grew up listening to it, so I can at least... Art Bell was awesome. See what I'm saying, King Cloud? The show itself, I don't like George Norrie. Art Bell was the shit. But Art Bell also got used to the smell of his own farts by the end of his career. And that's all I'm trying to say, is I'm not here for the smell of my farts. I'm interested in this stuff. Black Knight satellite was discovered in Galileo's day. It moves. It's on a fucked up orbit. Can't get pictures of it because light distorts around it. Huh. This has all the makings of something that's totally not real. And so I wonder what the scientific consensus is on it. I'm not telling you that it's not real. I'm saying that it's doing things, or it sounds like it's being described as doing things that things can't do, but light can't redshift, and it does. So paranormal is kind of where we're at right now. We're kind of talking about extra planetary bodies that behave in ways that might be intelligent. Yes, what about it? Right, Marvel. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it's evasive of our abilities to study it in the same way that the paranormal is. So I'm curious. I'm not telling you that you are wrong, or even that your data or your description is untrue. I'm saying I'm curious. I'm interested. This isn't anything I've ever heard of. This is the kind of thing I would buy a book and argue with for the channel. I don't know what that means, Yugi, so I'm not going to repeat it, but it looks Hawaiian. Is it Hawaiian? Is it Polynesian? I don't know that Hawaiian is a language group. Yeah, if I want to, I can go, I can get a cup of water. I can refill my water and we can go sit outside if I want to. It's almost 1 o'clock, I think. No, it's almost 3 o'clock. Nice nose. Not typey. It's almost whatever time I said. Almost 3 o'clock.
Heard that. Heard that, Marvel. I might look into that. Because if the scientific consensus says that it's not real, I would like to at least bring that to the conversation for the people in the future who just don't believe. Oumuamua is what they named it. Thank you, Yugi. The one I was talking about that's on the crazy long elliptical orbit, the world ender, is Oumuamua, Yugi. Assalamu alaikum, Rizki. We're just kind of talking, not typey. We've been talking about the paranormal, and now we're talking about extra planetary bodies that can destroy us and might be intelligent because of a movie. Oh, that is annoying that you're getting thrown out. Yes, what about it? I'm not crying. My eye itches. And I have to be careful about putting things in my eyes so I don't get an infection. That is annoying that you're getting thrown out. Yes, what about it? I don't know what I can do about that. And right now I'm trying not to reset the stream because we're inching so close to 100 likes. Yeah, well, there's always a new body. They just found a new one that's approaching right now, Yugi's. We're probably talking about the same body. They're always finding new near Earth bodies. I call them bodies because I don't know the difference in an asteroid, a comet, and a meteor. Oh, that's a bummer that it's your phone provider, so it's nothing that we can do to troubleshoot it. It's always the same, but the structure. Yeah, heard that. Not typey. Do you mean the... That's probably gonna... Whoops! Yeah, trying to click that link throws me out, King Cloud. I'm in Ohio, not typey. Yahweh. Yeah, Marble, the protecting the forest thing. We were talking about Bigfoots. There's a rogue Bigfoot. There's a guy who claims he's hunting a rogue Bigfoot across the Pacific Northwest, especially through Washington. And the protecting the forest thing is his thing as well. He's like, this thing thinks it's protecting the forest from us. Heard that, Essie. Beam me up. I'm ready to go. Heard things late at night that you can't explain? Yeah, I know that, Marvel. I hear singing sometimes that's coming from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. Marble. Hello, Liliana. I feel like I've seen your name somewhere. "2009? I feel like I remember that. Say it's a monkey suit and a block of ice? I heard about that. That's early. That's early, not type. Please get your sleep, and I'm glad that I was able to share with you. Wow. Oops, never mind. Yeah, so I'll be in my tent. Yes, what about it? And it'll be dead ass quiet. And then I'll hear singing. A woman singing from nowhere, but everywhere. It's not like there's a source, and you know how sound waves work. They expand as they go out, but you know where the source is coming from. It's a level volume coming from nowhere, but I can hear it from every direction around me. It's very spooky. I don't like it at all. Yeah, what animal does that, Marble? A deer? Hey, I will be here tomorrow night, Typey. Take care, man. Yeah, Marble. I believe. I've seen things. It's creepy. it's weird. It gives me the, I don't want to know what that is. Don't open my tent is how I feel about it. And put my earbuds in. I just treat it like a Japanese horror movie. If you don't pay attention to what it is, if you look at it and you don't acknowledge that you can see it when you can see it, it'll leave you alone eventually. Hey, Queenie. Should I start my tally now? You gonna be in and out all day again? Understand I'm teasing, and you don't have to answer that question. 13? That's not disrespectful to me, Indian. But thank you for letting me know. I grew up preferring dogs, NDA, but either. They're a different animal with a different ability to love. I've pulled puppies out of their mother to help them not die. But cats are beautiful. Cats aren't capable of evil. I don't know about that, King Cloud, but when a cat loves you, it loves you in a very different way than a dog does. A dog doesn't know any better. A cat chooses to. I'm you, Marble. It's important to me to take in these stories. Razorbacks. You hear barking, you hear the dogs take off toward the woods, and you hear a branch snap and a howl. The dogs come running back and they refuse to leave. They saw something. Cats are aliens. For sure, King Cloud. Cats are so intelligent. They do. The toxoplasmosis is hilarious. I'm doing great, Queen. I'm glad to see you. I really am. Cats are amazing. When a cat loves you, you've done something right. Hey, Olivier. Thank you for the nickname. I like it a lot. I wouldn't have known from the way you type, I wouldn't have guessed you're from India, not typey. Imagine you get really popular and the people cafeteria realize they miss out on a chance to be on my stream and to be famous with me, Mexi. I've thought about that a lot too. The Yahweh. He has wind chimes in the woods. If the Yahweh can hear the chimes, the Yahweh has set up wind chimes, and when your uncle goes out in the woods, if he can hear the chimes, if the Yahweh can hear your uncle make noise, he knows he's too close, so he gets out of there. Isn't that interesting, King Cloud? I don't know if that blue face means I lied. But isn't that interesting? How uninhibiting a mouse or a rodent's brain and response times. Well, isn't it interesting how uninhibiting a rodent's response times also leads that rodent to do things that will get it killed? Green does make you paranoid, you. Understood, Marble. You don't need to go to bed today? Yeah, it does fuck up. It turns off your impulse control, or it turns off your impulse control, King Cloud. That's what I'm saying. So if you turn off a mouse or a rodent's impulse control, the impulse control is what keeps the mouse from dying. And so if you turn it off, it walks right up to a cat. Heard that. I don't know. I've never done this before, but heard that, Queen. Yeah, impulse control is what keeps us alive. And cats just turn it right off. Or rather, they turn your control off, you understand? It's pretty impressive that they were able to evolve the ability to carry toxoplasmosis like that, and in their by Queenie, in their waste, no less, and that it doesn't. They can carry it, but they're immune to it. It's just, that's, to me, that's mind-boggling. Yeah, haven't changed in forever. Thank you, yes. I didn't even notice it, but yeah, same animal, cats. And they're technically not domesticated because we haven't genetically altered them. Yeah, crazy. Like, we want to talk about human dominance of the planet. Cats manipulated us into allowing them to dominate the planet as the world's most prolific pleasure hunter. That's hard to say, but that's what cats are. Prolific pleasure hunters. You spend enough time out in the woods, and you'll see things and hear things that you couldn't have. And the woods that I'm in are maybe 30 feet deep, and I see and hear things that can't be there. But like, we were talking a little bit about the quantum reality the other day, and I was talking with a guy who said that that if I tried to talk the quantum reality with him, I would just think he was dumb. But in the simplest way, the quantum reality is it's just probabilities. I've heard things I can't explain. I don't know where that sound came from. Yeah, move around with ease and loudly. So like last night while I was playing Final Fantasy III, something was very loudly circling around my tent, and it was freaking me out. It does look like it's behind a business. So it basically is. It's just a little triangle of untamed wilderness between a guy's yard, like a guy's property, and the coals. So it literally is. It's basically just a park. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't untamed once, and that doesn't mean that the nature spirit that lived in it doesn't still live in that tiny little triangle of woods right where I am. And so like the way the quantum works is on probabilities, and so the way that we work as observers, if you know the observer, whatever it's called, the observer effect in quantum physics, when you're looking at something, you're changing it subtly, actually. So like looking at this cup, probabilistically, when I can't see it, it's not actually there. Now, our brains have object permanence, so it is. It's always there when I look back at it. But it could not be. Oh, I don't love to hear that. Yes, what about it? I don't live that life, but there are people who live that life. And so like, when we're talking about like UFOs and yeah, remote viewing is 100% in the quantum realm. When we're talking about all this stuff, and when I say that it can show itself to you in ways that are unique to you, even in a group of people, it's because you're observing a quantum effect. You're observing something that's not real in the same way we are. And that doesn't make it easier to rationalize. Two twins are asleep. Neither is being observed. One dies and the other wakes up and knows it was from a world away. Yeah, knows that the other has died. That happens. Yeah, twins are spiritually entangled in a weird way. I've known a lot of twins. I find twins decidedly uncanny. Have you read that book? I'm thinking about it because they just remade one of her other movies, the author, but the book, Stranger with My Face. Have you read that book? That really messed me up as a kid. A Stranger with My Face. It's about it's about these twin girls who were separated at birth, and only one of them knew that they were separated. And so this girl is living a normal life, and she starts having dreams about a person that's telling her she's her twin. And then in the dreams, this person that's telling the character that she's the main character's twin. Turns out to actually be her twin, visiting her in an astral projection, and so teaches her how to astral project and then steals her body, because it turns out that the twin was paralyzed or something like that, maybe even dead. Heard that. You don't have to do that, Hunter, but heard that. You don't have an internal monologue, so reading is difficult. Yeah, it was a crazy. It's a young adult. It's a young adult thriller, but it's a really good idea for a plot. And so I saw that they remade. It was the same author who wrote "I Know What You Did" last summer or whatever. Same author. You read fast as lightning. Heard that. I'm doing great, Logan. I have to stop and voice act. I'm reading in my head, or I don't know what I'm reading. So I'm a very, very, very slow reader. Heard that. Yeah, I don't have the pictures, King Cloud. I don't get the pictures experience. So yeah, I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't make a Stranger with My Face instead of I Know What You Did last summer. Yeah, same, King Cloud. While I'm reading it, there's no visual record. No, I'm not ending, Hunter. I'm gonna get some water and then I'm gonna go sit outside for a while. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, so like the no visuals thing, when people hear that I do or that I used to do a lot of acid, they always ask me like, oh, the visuals, the melting and the that, and I never got any of that. Oh, it's so nice. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh. Oh. I have that a little too tight right now. That's why it takes me so long to take it off. Bless you, Hunter. Oh, because of the sneeze. Heard that. Thank you. I forget people do that. You used to with visuals? Oh, used to like football. Heard that, Tom. I'm rooting for JJ McCarthy to be the real deal for sure. The NFL is better when the Vikings are good. The NFL is better when the NFL is competitive, when you've got 20 or 25 really, really good teams actually competing for the playoffs. Like that's why they expanded the playoff rosters, was to incentivize teams to I don't remember what I was saying. That was funny. Throw a pick when you win in inches? I love the NFL, and I love that it gives people such that it triggers people's sense of injustice or narrative rationality so much. I appreciate that, King Cloud.
It makes me laugh. But it doesn't make me laugh at you. Humans are fun. You think the NFL is fake? God damn it. Understood, King Cloud. It sounds to me like you lost. Yeah. It sounds to me like you lost respect for the Chiefs as a team. And that's affected your ability to watch football in general. I understand that. The Chiefs' effort level in that game was really, really... Yeah. Now you're saying things that make sense to me. Gambling has had a deleterious effect on the NFL. They'll figure it out, but I get it. Yeah. And then the Chiefs, yeah. That's true. It is classified as an entertainment, not as a sport. So they can cheat if they choose to. I don't think they do, but they can if they choose to. And so I hear what you're saying, King Cloud. I do hear what you're saying. And the effort level by the Chiefs was enough to make it hard to watch football for a few seasons. I respect that. I tuned all the way out. I watched that game, and it's taken me a while to want to watch football again. I don't think that's true, the goalposts, because field goals are still really hard, and kickers get cut all the time. But this whole we're gonna measure the spot of the ball with 3 triangles, 3 cameras thing. And yeah, you can block field goals. Some of the hooks are wild. Look, I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm telling you there's a lot of science that goes into it, and that they're allowed to fake it, and they're allowed to cheat, and that I know that certain teams aren't allowed to win in certain stadiums. The Dolphins are not allowed to win when they're playing Tom Brady in New England, for example. And that's what I'm talking about, like the seeing field goals defy physics thing. Football triggers our sense of justice. And so we see things that seem impossible, and we go, my injustice is triggered. And so I hear what you're saying. You're making really good arguments. There's just so much that goes into it that triggers your sense of injustice. I hear you, man. But there were rules. Tom Brady has to be in the playoffs, and so the refs massage the rules. Yeah, the world equals fake. The refs absolutely massage the rules to make sure that Tom Brady was in the playoffs basically every year of his career. Rarely, Odyssey, because they interrupt interesting conversations to ask irrelevant questions. But I don't disagree with you, King Cloud. Most of the world is fake. I think the NFL is smart enough to let big competitions like the Super Bowl come down to the competition. I do think that. But the effort by that Chiefs team was appalling. I agree with that too. Good for like the Chiefs fans out there that want to defend them in the future. I hear you. It was hard to watch that game and not be an apologist, but Kelce has talked about it. Travis Kelce has talked about how he let that team down by showing up like they thought they were going to win that game just because they arrived, and that's I feel like that's what you're talking about, King Cloud. You talk about being a big guy that could run through those guys, and the effort level was appalling. I feel like that's what you're saying. I'm trying to agree with you the best I can, because I haven't watched a preseason game yet after that. And just for those who don't know, I don't know when my chat is broken. It hasn't broken yet today. It's still working. Olivier, he's not still around, Hannah. Did he say something that hurt your feelings? I hear you, King. I do. I hear you. I love but even if it were fake, I would probably still like it a little bit. I would rationalize it like people do the WWE. But I hope you hear that I respect your opinion. You're not saying anything that upsets me, like that you don't like the whole kneeling for the flag thing. That was 20 years ago. I hear you, King. I do. I hope that's not somebody's car, because that's a fan that's clanking around and you don't want that. Yeah. Oh, no, that's great that you had a good talk with him, Hannah. Okay. That's great. That's wonderful. Yeah, I probably do. I probably do need to reset, Kling. I'm almost at 7 hours. I keep looking at that 86 likes. I'm smoking NXTs, Brendan. I'm not gonna lie to you guys who were passing through. I'm looking at that 86 likes and I'm thinking that once it hits 100, I'll probably do a reset and put on some idle game like Loop Hero. Keep talking to you guys, monitor the chat, but do something with my hands. I might also just start working on a macrame project while I'm sitting out here. I'm really enjoying the cycle of the chat, and thank you for that like. Hey, Olivier's back. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Oh, look at that. That makes me feel special. That two people have found one another. I'm hyperbolizing for the joke, but I'm glad you guys are having a good time. Hey, Danny, great to see you, man. Hope you're doing all right. Thank you guys for being here. Almost 8 hours into a Monday. This is doing great. You guys are awesome. Well, let me keep my big mouth shut. Just stay out of the way of that. You paying attention, Olivier? I might move over to that other table too. I'm sitting right in the middle of the patio. Oh no, Olivier. Just pretend I'm coughing. Oh God, there it was. Drooled all over myself. Noistra. Hello. Glad you're here. Great to see you. Cooking dinner for the family. Great to hear that. I am blessed. I am blessed. I got to see you today. Oh man. God. I just drooled all over myself over that. I am not laughing at you. Oh, that was funny. Did you guys hear those brakes squealing? Those brakes squealing were that cop. Oh man, you two. Oh, you two. I remember how to breathe. Oh man.
my heart. Okay, this sweat bee is just not gonna take no for an answer. Thank you guys for all the likes. They really do warm my heart. They used to annoy me. There was a time in my life where I found them repugnant and annoying. But that was my pathological demand avoidance controlling my life. And so I'm really glad. I'm really glad to be here. Hey, Pramod. Every time I see your name, Pramod, this has nothing to do with you. I read Ramrod. I read Ramrod and Nimrod before I read your name. So I have to really focus to say the word that I'm looking at. It has nothing to do with you. You don't even need to care. But I'm sharing it. Trying, Danny. Hello, Big. How you doing today? Trying to, Danny. Oh, man. That was one of the most unexpected responses I ever saw. Oh, God, I'm not making fun of you, Olivier. It was just true to your character. Oh, man. Whew. Short, shriveled, and always to the left. Big effing. Greenie, I just laughed so hard I was drooling all over myself. I just saw one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Just naturally, organically funny. I don't mean to make fun of anybody. And I got to make one of my favorite quotes. I'm having a great day. We're coming up on 7 hours. I'm approaching 100 likes. For the sake of my country. Oh my God. My heart is still recovering from that laugh. That strained my actual heart. That was so funny. Oh, and I think I know, Greenie, just between you and me, because you were there. I think I know where these black hairs are coming from. My backpack has a rip, and it's shedding black hairs. God, that really freaked me out. I don't know what, I genuinely do not know what the fuck I would do if I came back to my tent and there were a human being sleeping in it. Oh, I guess I'm actually homeless now, is how I would react to that. Oh, man. Why is our executive government making such a presence at the mall today? I've seen 2 cops in the fire department just trolling around the mall. I hate this town. Have I made that clear? Right, Dark Wolf. Same thing. It may as well have been the same thing. You didn't hear the story. I walked up on my tent last night, and there was a giant fucking groundhog that I haven't met yet goes running away from my tent. And then I unzip my tent, and I smell the distinct smell of a human woman. And then I later found hairs that I couldn't explain in my tent. But for a very real 14 to 16 hour period of my life, I thought that I might have a groundhog witch sleeping in my tent during the day. And that was really fucking up my worldview, like my ability to navigate a reality that's real. Use the Second Amendment if there's someone in my tent. Yeah, it was creepy. It was creepy and weird, and it took me a few hours to once I found that my backpack is shedding threads, okay, normal life. Reality is real again. But for a little while, I was in this fiddly, God, I hope nobody lives in my fucking tent when I'm not in it situation. Like, do I need to get off Tinder? Oh my God. Good boy, she says. Oh my God. Olivia, I'm a little jealous. I love a bossy woman. I didn't say that. Yeah, well, Greenie, being outside alone is something I had to get rid of. The anxiety, I had to get used to that in the winter when it was so cold. I was telling somebody about it today, that during the winter at night, I would hear singing, disembodied singing, and now the Kohl's and the Lowe's nearby continue to play music after they close. I did, buddy. You got you a German. What a great trip to Paris it's been for you, Olivier. I'm glad to have been a part of it. But it's not that. The disembodied voices aren't the disembodied singing isn't the noise from the stores, because I can recognize the music from the stores. Oh man. Oh. That was funny. I'm really glad that I got to be a tangential part of that. I'm going to be telling that story for the rest of my life. Me too, Olivier. Oh my god. Oh man, oh my god. Oh my god. Just keep all of my commentary to myself because there are ladies present. But oh my god. I'm happy for you, Olivier. Oh man. Oh, if only Essie could see you now. That was funny. Oh my god. Oh, thank you guys for being here, and thank you for all the likes. Really. Oh, but yeah, the quiet. And then like the animals crawling around in the bushes at night. I appreciate that, Greenie. It's just that's a southern thing. It's not even a southern thing, it's just a me thing. I had sisters, and so not every... Oh my god, keep it under control, Vincent. Oh. Wow. That's funny shit. That's funny shit. Yeah, Greenie. I may or may not have known a lot of young women like that, or since I turned about 25. So what I was going to say is, if you just assume that they're all underage and act appropriately, you're not actually going to be fine. Oh my god. Because it was funny at the time. It's still funny, Greenie. It actually is funny. That's why I'm laughing, Olivier. That's why I'm laughing the hardest. Oh my god. I'm 38, Danny. 32. Oh man. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm doing this. I made the joke the other day that I got to see work history, Greenie. I got to see work history. I got to see W-2s. Hey, CJ Prods, yeah. I'm gonna have to see that ID. I'm gonna have to handle that ID. I'm gonna have to make sure that it's not got the fake picture. That because I'm trained to handle IDs from. I used to be ServSafe and alcohol certified. So I'm gonna need to touch it. I'm gonna need you to pull that out of your wallet. I'm gonna need to touch it. I'm gonna need to do all the things to make sure that it's real, that it's not fake, that you haven't modified this. I'm gonna need to see a W-2. Thank you. Social Security card's not necessary because it doesn't have a date on it. But yeah, I used to talk to a girl. I was talking to a girl, and I used to tease her about how she was too young, and it got on her nerves after a while. And she's like, "What, do you want to see my ID?" So yeah, it is offensive. So don't actually do that. I pushed that joke too far. And look after the kitchen, she says. I already like Hannah.
I told him that recently, and he's got this.
I don't want to kill you. I don't want to ambush kill you. But I don't want you on my person. Just stay off my person and I won't ambush kill you, because it made me feel bad ambush killing your friend the other day. I'm talking to a bee, for those who don't know. Hungry for a sandwich, Danny? Oh, God. I think I might have just witnessed a marriage. Oh, man, that's funny. I stopped eavesdropping on Olivier's conversations earlier this morning, too, so I missed their lovely conversation. It probably wasn't it probably was not in a language that I comprehend either. That might have been why. Now, I really think that I was explicit in my request. King Cloud, that's funny. That's an idea that I'm surprised nobody's really explored in fiction. That's kind of what the first Blade Runner is about, right? Two robots falling in love with one another and not realizing that they're a robot and that they're simulating the emotions and the feelings and the experiences that they're having. That's kind of what Blade Runner is about, but I'm surprised that no one's done it. I don't have the skill to do it in the Last Sandcastle world as I've constructed it right now. I just don't have the skill set necessary. So maybe it is that difficult to finally do the pullback reveal at the end of the movie or the book and realize that both of them are androids, non-human intelligences. Pant leg is fine. Don't bite me. Actually, get off my pant leg, because you're going to try to bite me, you fucker. Has any of you seen El Cid, the Amazon Prime show? Hannah reminds me of, is it Charles? Is that his name? That doesn't sound right. The young king's Claudio, something like that. God damn. Maybe Sancho. Maybe Sancho makes sense. His wife, his German wife. I know, Danny, right? When is the wedding? She'll tell you. Take care, Hannah. I know she's not talking to me. I just like to say goodbye. Well, there you have it, Olivier. That's beautiful. And hilarious. It's just not a fair fight to be fighting a sweat bee. It's just not a fair fight at all. I feel like I've got a serious advantage. Thank you guys for all the likes. I might get a crunch wrap for dinner. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, King Cloud. Oh, I would not anticipate that she's joking, Olivier. I think she's letting you know exactly what she thinks of you. And I think that you're probably best inclined to go along with that. That sounds like you're gonna be taken care of. Shaggy P, what up, Callie? Crunchwrap, it has it all. Yeah, for sure. For sure, King. And it's got really good texture. They don't keep well. That's why I don't tend to eat them. They don't keep well. And thank you guys for all the likes.
Once we hit 100, I might do something else with my day, but I might not either. It depends on how long that takes. Because we're gonna hit 8 hours before 5 o'clock my time. Actually, we're gonna hit 8 hours at 5 o'clock my time. Doritos Locos Tacos, heard that, Danny? I like those with the whatever it's called, the hottest of the salsas, the little salsa packets they sell. The Doritos Locos with the hottest of the salsas is really good. I know, Olivier, my chat didn't randomly match you up, man. You had what she called a lovely conversation, and now you have a wife. Great job, buddy. The sausage breakfast crunfish, they don't do breakfast in town here. It's almost 5, I think is what I said. No, it's about to be 4. Cal, is that Callie? How do you like that? Kaye? What's up with the tacos? What do you mean, Danny? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense why the Doritos Locos cost less too on the menu. That's why they're on the dollar menu. I do like those. I actually do like the taco shell better. It tastes better to me. It's got a better texture and stuff, but they break easy. I understand, Denny. I understand. I'm sorry. I misunderstood that. Hey, great to see you, No Mercy. King Cloud is just a repository of information that I want to know. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that, King. I never would have cared, but I never would have looked to know. That's what I mean by cared. But I was curious why and how the Doritos Locos Taco could be cheaper and on the dollar menu. Watch hours? Oh, I don't know. I won't know for a couple of days, Gina, but we're going to hit that. We're going to hit 3K. Did you hear what changed in my monetization goals, Gina? The Doritos Locos Tacos are cheaper here than a regular hard taco. You probably can get me on bullshit facts with everything. But they are cheaper to make, and so it would make sense to me that there's something different going on. Yeah, she wanted to talk to you. She wanted to hopefully she's a biological female if that's your preference, but she wanted whatever you've got. She wanted more of it, man. They're very straightforward. Yes, they are. Okay. Once I hit 3,000, I don't need the 1,000 subs anymore. I only need 500. They changed it yesterday. 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours gets me super likes, memberships, and I can open a store through YouTube so you guys can buy my merch should I make merch. And then at 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours, I can put ads on my videos, but I don't really want to put ads on my videos, so thank you guys for all those likes. They mean a lot to me. Yeah, so we just crossed 7 hours live today, Gina, so that's going to be another several hundred watch hours for the algorithm or whatever, my analytics. Yeah, YouTube is legit. Thank you, Greenie. I don't travel, Tin Man. I'm too poor. But someday. You can just say someday. Yeah, it is legit. I'm serious. Give me ideas and I'll learn what I can sell on shirts. I'm not saying that you guys have to buy my stuff, but people will. If I have clever taglines, people will buy because they like clever shit. And I'll see that frequently enough if you call me Veridique, Olivier, I'll see it often enough that it'll be on my mind.
I'd like to, King Cloud. Cryptid shirts, cryptid stuff, because it's one of my interests. So what I need in my life. Shaggy is his name, Phil Alitea is the brand. Well, it's more like Shaggy is what I do, Phil Alitea is what I am. But I also say I am Shaggy. But yeah, Shaggy's his name, Phil Alitea is the brand. For sure, Danny. Shaggy Phil Alitea is the brand. Oh, I love when that happens. I don't like to read it out for the future audience, so they have to be here to see it. They're like, oh, what does he love? Ooh, that's very, very healthy, King Cloud. That's almost eating like a woman. That's a good snack, though. That's a healthy snack. It's a screen name, Danny. My name is Vincent. I go by Shaggy because it's a shortening of Shaggy Dog, and I used to go by the Shaggy Dog Philosopher. So I just stick to Shaggy now because in the winter I grew out my facial hair. Oh wow, I hate to hear that, Gina. They don't use pesticides on kiwis. I can't eat kiwis. The texture grosses me out. I tried. It grosses me out. Ugh. But they are really good for you. Just that grosses me out. Ugh, it's the hair that I don't like to touch them, and then the inside I don't like either. I couldn't even describe it to you. I don't remember. It got in my mouth and I said, nope, that's not going down. Yeah, my ridiculous facial hair. Whatever. It helped against the wind. Hey, Alejandro, how you doing, man? How's Italy? I'm glad, Olivier. I left that there for people who want to know. I documented so that people could see. Nah, Danny, I know you're only kidding. Nah, I'm not that thing. Great to hear, Alejandra. Yeah, not all the stuff that I recorded this winter was happy, but I tried to leave bread trails to how I got to here. Yeah, I've seen many funny things happen today, Christy. Truck cap? I should invest in hats, shouldn't I? Since I wear so many, I would just wear my own stuff. Pull the Jason Newsted and wear only Shaggy brand gear. That would make a lot of sense, Danny. Thank you for that suggestion. And heard, if I have a good cap, a trucker cap. Heard that. I don't know what my goals for September were to get to monetization, so we're gonna hit that. My hairline is my moneymaker. I should leave the hat off and get this back to how it was before I cut it all off. My goals were monetization. Now my goals are I thought she might, Olivier. Hopefully you're having a good time. Don't even worry about it, Gina. I'm in a spot right now. I made $105 today. I'm in a spot right now where I'm gonna be able to pay my debt down by half. I got another month to fill that in. To deal. I got another month. I got the rest of my life to worry about that last 100. I'm good.
All I need is watch hours, Alec. Right now, need is watch hours. Yeah. And then if the watch hours, the subs are gonna happen. I think I crossed 650 today. I might not be quite at 650. I'm just assuming I will be in my head. Just tracking that out. I've been averaging between 25 and 50 a day for the last 5 days. And if I assume YouTube's gonna keep pushing me like that, I'll hit 1,000 and what's 350 divided by 50? A week. So my goals for September are to see what keeps see how growth goes as it's manageable, and then the last week of September will mark a year, so I'll probably do something for myself there, and then October will be buying gear, and hopefully by then the gear will provide for itself. That's my plan. That's how I see it working out right now. Heard you, Christy. Love the t-shirt. Thank you. Yeah, Gina, if what I'm trying not to do, but if what I were trying to do is to manipulate the algorithm, 684 is a lot more than I thought I had, Alec. Today is a much bigger day than I thought. Thank you for the report. I don't have a Bengals t-shirt, Hunter, no. Hooday, love, welcome back, love to see you. And yeah, 9 more likes and we're at my personal best right now, so 9 more likes and we're at that threshold. Don't worry about that, Danny. That's what I was kind of saying. If we were trying to manipulate it and fake it and cheat, there are ways. And you're not giving a job interview. You are sitting down for a first date, Olivier. You are preparing for marriage, my friend. Take time and treat that with the seriousness that you just treated your dinner, and you might have a very happy the rest of your life. Treat that with the dignity and the respect that you treat your dinners, and you might be preparing dinners for someone who loves you very much for the rest of your life. Don't put a lot of pressure on it. I'm putting a lot of pressure on it. But the reason you repost the things that already have a lot of likes is because they'll get likes again from the people who already liked them and new people. I would be very humbled, Danny. There is a little girl. She's not a little girl anymore. There is a 13-year-old girl running around in the world who has my middle name as her first name. Yeah, Hunter, they're probably, if this season doesn't go well, everybody on that offense is not going to be a Dolphin next year. I think she named her Kyla. I think that's what she named her. I don't remember. I let her mother drift out of my life. I saved her life. I'm not her father. I let her mother drift out of my life because I thought I was a negative influence. Because I had really negative people in my life who were very jealous that I was a positive influence on lives not their own. Hi, Jason. What's up? What do the eyes mean? Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I'm not anybody's father. I saved that little girl's life while she was in utero. No, Hunter. Not while Steven Ross is the owner of the Dolphins. I'm not gonna root for the Dolphins in a real way until Steven. I'm gonna root for them for the fans because they have really devoted fans that try really hard to be informed football fans. But Stephen Ross just ain't it. He just ain't it. I can't, Jason. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, 10 Man, they're my real favorite team. Andy Reid is my favorite coach. Can I buy you your smile? I can give you my smile for free, buddy. The Chiefs are my favorite team for real. That Super Bowl was an appalling lack of effort, but I expect the Chiefs and Eagles to rematch in the Super Bowl. The Chiefs, just an appalling lack of effort for that one game, but I think they're going to bounce back just fine and be a better team. All season, what's his name? Deshaun Watson or DeAndre Hopkins and Mahomes were playing street ball, just improvising. This is what I do, Jason, just improvising on the field. And so with a full off season for Mahomes to actually learn an Andy Reid offense, I can't imagine, if he's still with the team. I don't know actually that he is still with the team, but I can't imagine that they're not going to be better. They have too much talent at wide receiver to be as piss poor as they were last year at the position, as they've been the last 3 years, really. I don't know, Jason. You sound like you might be a little young for my channel, buddy. It's a little young. Left tackle. Heard that. I mean, that makes sense. Their offensive line has been a weakness for years, but you can overcome that. I mean, you can't if you're Mahomes and the pressure is ridiculous like it was against Tampa Bay. What I saw, I watched the game. I didn't watch it a second time, and I was watching it on my phone from my tent. The Chiefs' game plan was to come out and score on their first 3 drives, and when they punted on 3 and outs, it was over after three drives. I don't know what that. No, football, American football, NFL, Jason. When they came out and 3 and outed on that first drive, the game was over, and then they gave up after the 3rd drive of the game, and just watching an NFL team give up in a Super Bowl was really not easy to watch. It was not easy to watch because the defense gave up after that. And I think they'll bounce back. I think they'll be fine, the Chiefs. You suck at it? Like in Madden, you mean, Jason? Or playing it in school? You can't kick it straight? That's funny. I think you probably mean soccer. Football. But yeah, that division is going to be a lot better. So we'll know early whether the Chiefs whether they're going to bounce back. We'll know early because the Broncos are going to be good, the Raiders are going to be better, and if the Chargers aren't finally a real team, I'm going to be annoyed all year. You can ask, Jason. I don't have to answer.
The Rams, how worried are we about Matt Stafford's back, Alec? Before I can answer that question, because the Rams were one play away from the Super Bowl last year, or whatever game that was against the Eagles in the playoffs. So the Rams are only going to get better. They're so young. But yeah, is Matt Stafford's back going to be able to make it through the season? Well, I don't honestly, I think about that, and Garoppolo is more than a serviceable backup. So even if Stafford doesn't have another year, Garoppolo is more than a serviceable. He's a quarterback with Super Bowl experience. The Rams should be right there in the NFC Championship. It shouldn't even be a question, regardless of Matt Stafford. Come to think of it, the Rams should be right there. There's no reason they shouldn't be. They've got one of the best coaches in the NFL. They've got that ridiculous roster, all those receivers. You know they're going to be able to run the ball. And then the defense was awesome last year and super young. The Rams should be awesome to watch. Garoppolo's, I always forget, because Garoppolo's injury prone, right? But even if Matt Stafford is hurt, they should be fine. They should be fine. And then yeah, if his back is fine, they should be just like they were last year. Maybe a little slow to start because whatever, but I don't even believe that. They should be a 14-win team. They're not gonna be, but they've got the roster, they've got the coaching staff. It's the Lions I keep looking at, like, if there's a team that's gonna disappoint, it's gonna be the Lions. Well, you were talking this morning about how much you loved that artist and you didn't want her to struggle with her finances, and then here you meet a woman who's a remote digital artist. That sounds like a really, really convenient day for you, Olivier. Habitat Mars? Yeah, I don't know why not. We've thought about it, and the hard part is the terraforming. The hard part is making it human habitable while we set up colonies or whatever. Is that how you feel? You don't like Goff, Alec? Well, if you're a Rams, that's the question, right? Was it Goff or was it Ben Johnson that made that offense look the way it has the last few years? And I don't have an answer. I don't know. I really don't know, because Ben Johnson was with the Dolphins when Tannehill was going off, and so I don't have an answer. Hey, welcome back, Billy. Mars does seem cool. Mars has a really interesting history as far as its magnetosphere and atmosphere dissipating over time, and the frozen water that might be still under the surface. I'm not sure about that. I don't know why you need that, Ruffalo. But yeah, I used to have the same opinion. I used to say about Goff that his pants never fit. It always bothered me with LA in his first season with the Lions that he was always yanking his pants up between plays. That always bothered me. On all the planets, not all of the planets have habitable surfaces, Jason. So like Saturn doesn't have a surface to live on. But I don't know why we couldn't explore exoplanet. I don't know why not. There are some really interesting theories in the UFO literature that aliens are actually humans that did colonize other planets in the future, coming back in time to us. I do like the Vikings, Hunter. I do like the Vikings. I'm going to be rooting for J.J. McCarthy all season. You want to live on Pluto? It's a little cold. Bob, he's 15. That's inappropriate. Yes, there might be bacteria on Mars, and our planet might have been seeded with life from an impact from Mars. Yeah, Billy. Could. The problem is temperature and pressure, gravity, whatever. It's environment.
And so we're in that Goldilocks where we've got water and it's not frozen. No, Pluto is a planetoid, is what it's called, Greenie. Pluto's a planetoid. It's too small, and it hasn't cleared out enough of its neighborhood in space. There you go, Olivier. Just treat it with respect. Treat it with respect, and don't get ahead of yourself. Not our moon, no. I think Mars has Earth equivalent gravity. I think it's about the same. No, it's okay, Greenie. I really wanted to understand that argument while it was going on. So I was reading Popular Mechanics and Science and all these different magazines while the argument was going on. I was listening to the people. Who, who were arguing about it, explain the argument. Eye of the Storm, Kung Fu Blast. What does that mean? I'm gonna have to move here in a minute. Fake allegations, Melanie. No, I didn't know about the fake allegations. I do like the Lions, Hunter, but they're my sleeper team to have a really bad season. I understand, Kung Fu. Yeah, we're in the Goldilocks, and you call it the Eye of the Storm. We're in the calm amid all of the spinning things around us, because we collected all that stuff, and how do I want to say that? We accreted all of that stuff, and that's what Pluto hasn't done. The Chargers better be good this year, Sensen, or I'm going to be really annoyed. But I have a feeling the Chargers. I don't know about their quarterback, man. His performance in the playoffs was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. Calm before the storm. Heard that, Gina. Well, I don't know about that. Oh. Hey, it's not the temperature that gets you, it's the humidity, Danny. Are you okay? You comfortable? You in shade? Heard that. Good night in Africa. Take care, Jason. I can thank God for the mute button. Do you want to talk about it, Billy? I don't know the scandal, but if you want to talk about it, I'm here to listen. That's what the fountain's for. Hi, Stenson. Thank you for introducing yourself. Billy says such dumb stuff. I appreciate that Billy Lover is probably Eilish. I don't know the context. I don't know what happened there, Billy. So she said that it's fun to be surrounded by people who like me. Her genetically, culturally, she's Irish. She's in Ireland, and now they're mad at her. I'm doing great, August Gray. How are you, man? You miss so much, Aisha Tyler. So much. You're very tall. Your stand-up is very funny. I wish you did more of it, where I could easily run across it. I've been wanting to tell you that since before you started Archer, by the way. Yeah, Danny. That's funny. Yeah, you're not supposed to complain about that one, buddy.
You've missed a lot. I'm not gonna recap it. There's 8 hours. You could scroll backward. I'm sure that you scroll backward to anywhere and you'd find something that I find amusing. I don't feel like telling you my city, Stenson. I'm in Ohio. But I won't make fun of you, Danny. I won't make fun of you for breaking a sweat, walking between your car and your truck. But I will say it for the future so that they can have a good laugh. It is that hot. And if you're above the heat index, please actually do be careful. I think what actually happens is that the mama bear files for divorce, Kung Fu. You miss Green Acres? Hey Shannon, how are you doing? Oh, Green Acres maybe, unless it is Green Acres like the TV show. I hear it's the place to be. Hopefully Mama Bear can be happy, yeah. Hopefully she can find some contentment. And hopefully it's not a long custody battle. The Space Needle with the light, that light fixture. That's funny, Gina. I'm not in Seattle. Hi, Anway. Mama Bear? Billy from the three Goldilocks and the Three Bears story. I'm sorry, Shannon. Nothing I can do about it though. I'm pretty sure of that. They're mean loud there in Seattle. Okay, do you want to talk about why you're not, August? I do know why, but there's nothing I can do about it, Shannon. It is. 5 is so good. 5 has my favorite. I'm trying not to spoil it. Galoof's Galuf, however you want to pronounce it, his character arc is one of my very favorites in video games, but certainly in Final Fantasy. I can't, August. This is probably not the place, man. I've only beaten it once, but I beat it last year around this time. It's awesome. I don't want to even talk about it. It's not even that I don't want to talk about it with you. It's that I don't want to talk about it too much on the channel because I'm going to play it and I'm going to swoon over it for hours and hours and hours once we beat 4. It is a beautiful day, Chia. It's great to see you. It's not appropriate, Shannon. You're not going to cheeseball it? I love that. You still play Warcraft, Billy? That's cool. WoW, I'm assuming? World of Warcraft? What a day, Essie. Did you, I don't know if I want to do this again, but did you see the romantic connection, Billy and Essie? I know you guys are in Europe between her for poor Olivier. You're Sora in real life, Kung Fu? That's cool. It depends on what you need the phone for, August. I'm being serious. Boo, says Danny. I'm not sure why, but that's funny. Bye, Shannon. Take care, babe. RuneScape over WoW. Heard that. Heard that, Kung Fu. He's fine. Yeah. Mr. S, he's in Texas. He's fine. that was just me having a freak out and not finishing a story. He's fine. I'm sure I'm sure it'll come back, Essie. A very lovely and hilarious German woman has taken him off the market. He might be on his laptop, Shannon. King says you're Donald Duck. Nah, I'm Goofy. You are Goofy, Kung Fu. Yeah, you're the player character. You're the player, Kung Fu. Yeah, people do make vacation, GoFundMe's to go on vacation. Mr. S was, he showed up for a second in the chat last night. What happened is, he hadn't texted me for an afternoon, and I hadn't not heard from him in like 6 weeks. We text every day at 6:30, and so when I hadn't heard from him by 10 p.m., I was starting to freak out, and then he texted me at 1 to tell me that he just decided to sleep the night instead of, he had the night off and didn't know he was going to have the night off, so he just decided to sleep. I don't think he's going to be embarrassed about me telling this story. He's going to perform for the channel someday, so I was just freaking out like a good big brother should. Just worried that my guy had fallen off a cliff or something. It depends on why you can't provide a phone for yourself, August. Oh, Olivia, I love you, man. I'm glad that you're having a good time. And that's so funny. That's so funny. Of course, Billy. He's fine. He's fine. I got codependent for a second. I think you know what I mean. I'm just worried about my little buddy. I would like to invite you to vent, Billy. You don't get it? Oh man. Olivier is a beautiful boy, but he's no longer single. Okay, well, what are you going to do about that? How are you going to provide a service, August? Yeah. You may or may not remember the conversation that we were having with him earlier this morning, and his day has gone well since that admission. Oh man. Hilarious. Well, be careful with that, Olivier. Unless you're selling her work. Does she sell her work under that alias? She did have most of those names in her profile. I'm hearing you, Billy. Do you need a phone before January, August? It's windy in a good way, Gina. Muggy, no. No, not the street art lady, but another artist. You remember the conversation about the artist lady? Yes. Different woman. Hello to London, Joanna. Is that Joanna? I'm guessing because 2 N's, not Jonah. Good August wind. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful, perfect day out here. Can you see the just perfect sky cap? Hey, Naftali. Let's keep it. Oh, you and the beans. You know what happens. Thank you for all those hearts. I don't know who's hammering that heart, but I see those hearts and those hundreds, and I read them like that means you can't hit the like that many times. Thank you. Beautiful day, Gina. Naftali, please. I'm begging you. Joanna, it's nice to make your acquaintance. Thank you for telling me how to pronounce your name. Not everybody does. This guy is leaving, does not like that I do this. He does not like that I do this. I don't know if you could hear him back there huffing and gruffing and clearing his throat and blowing his nose. Yeah, you can tell how, look, I'll just keep my mouth shut. Just keep my mouth shut. Heard that, August. I'm not calling you either needy or prick. I'm just asking you if you've considered your hierarchy of needs. Do you need a camera? I'm homeless, by the way, August. So you asked the right person if what you wanted was guidance through a hierarchy of needs. Thank you for that most recent like. That puts me over my personal best at 94. Every like after this is better than my personal best, is a new record. You need cash money dollars, Naftali. Well, you just heard me say that I'm homeless. It's okay, Billy. It's okay. And I agree. He needs to leave his headphones on if he doesn't like that I'm doing this. Because while I was doing this, there was a threesome that was having a conversation in the parking lot that he wasn't gruffing about. And there was a woman talking on her phone over here that he wasn't gruffing about. And he sits in the dining room with people who talk to one another that he doesn't gruff about. I'm talking to you guys. I don't know why he was gruffing about it, but he hates this. He hates that I'm doing it. So thank you guys for those likes, and thank you for the opportunity to do something that an old asshole fucking hates. You can leave your headphones on while you read your book outside, man. I'm also allowed to enjoy the sun. You don't own this fucking patio. Yeah, Bengals hat, superfan. Who day? I listen mostly to metal, August. I like Metallica. I like Death Clock, Blacker Than the Blackest Black times Infinity. Superfan, it's actually valid. A lot of people wear hats because they think the logo looks cool. There was King Cloud. There was a guy, an old guy sitting behind me. Old gray beard with long hair and a long beard. Sits out here and reads. Sits in the lobby and reads some days. It was just huffing and puffing every time I would talk. Kick-ass metal, that genre? I don't know the genre by name. Heard that, August. I'm glad to hear that you're no longer drinking too much and that you're wanting back in the game. Yeah, there was a person huffing and puffing. Whether he's huffing and puffing that I'm live or that I'm talking into my phone, whatever he was huffing and puffing about, yeah, he's just gonna hate for no reason. That's why I was laughing so much, is I think it's funny. Yes, Olivier, that's what I'm saying. Treat her with dignity and respect, and be honest with her. Just treat it with the same seriousness that you treat your kitchen, and whether it works out or not, you will gain life experience, is what I'm trying to teach you. I should, King Cloud. I've thought about it. Every time I walk by, I think about it, but he's so rude to me, I don't want to talk to him. I've done that a couple of times, Naftali. It's not as good as you think it is. Can you help me with a band, Billy Lover? What do they sound like? And thank you for sharing about your loneliness and isolation. Do you feel better having shared? Do you want to continue? I heard you. I didn't read it to the future because it's none of the future's business. They can, if they want to know about Billy Lover's personal life and interior mind, they can climb in the chat with the rest of us. If you're done sharing, know that you've always got the talking stick. It's right there at the send button. But I have thought about interviewing him, King Cloud. He's just so rude. I haven't been in a fist fight in a few years, Naftali. I prefer love, but if you want to harm my person, I will defend it. Heard that, man. Deathclock's my shit. Nathan Explosion is one of my personal heroes. Huh? My dad's awesome. Pet stores, Greenie? There's one right here behind me, and there's one across the street. Why do you miss him? What happened to him? Deftones are very popular. Okay, the Deftones are very popular in my chat. I don't like the Deftones. Do you consider them kick-ass metal? Ow. My personal villain is a better version of myself. I do agree with that, Republican. Welcome around, buddy. Hooday, chill baseball player. Yeah, we love the I do not like the Deftones, but they're a constant reference. Heard that, Billy. So kick-ass is drop C, basically. Do you know what I mean by that? God damn it. I heard that, Greenie. Yeah, we have two, one on either side of the street here. Heard that, Naftali. That sounds intense. Yeah, so you like that drop C tone, and then the not quite gent, and then not quite metalcore. That was to you, Olivier. Thank you is received. That means it's genuine, buddy. Hello, is that Karan? It's been a really good day. I'm here for you, Olivier. Whether you need advice or whatever. Thank you for understanding. I was most certainly not laughing at you, and she didn't care whether I was laughing at her. AC/DC are good. They were a band that I listened to a lot in high school. I don't turn them off when they come onto my playlists. Yeah, it's a great day. And thank you for telling me that I pronounced your name right. Krishnamurti. The 3 things that mean most to me in my life. Doing this, smoking this, and a good night's sleep. Naftali. Those are the 3 things that mean the most to me. Well, I'm here for you, Karan. Do you want to talk to me about what you mean by rough time? I would love to visit France. Is it Titus? Titus? Dior? Is it Bonsoir over there yet? The cigarette is a Marlboro NXT, and then the other stuff is weed. Yeah, getting that full hours, or at least sleeping until rested and the body doesn't want to sleep anymore, is my favorite thing in the world. Okay, so you're lonely. Heard that. Is that a cultural loneliness, Karan? Like you're homesick? I do usually apologize for smoking, but I ask permission in public without letting you guys hear it because it's not their business, your business to hear them speak. Okay. That's a valid answer. Okay. The first thing that I would do, Karan, you can switch up your day to day. The first thing that I would do is I would talk to your mom. Because if you don't know whether you miss the culture, whether you miss home, or whether you miss talking to a sweet Indian girl, your mom will know. Your mom is the best place to start. You've got the job, you have a lovely girl, you're acing your studies, talk to your mom. Ask your mom what you're feeling. Do I miss home? Talk to your mom. Heard that, Danny. And Karan, what do you want? Do you understand what I mean? Because your 20s are shit. Your 20s are a shit that just never ends. Ah, understood, Billy. How often do you talk to her? Hello, Camel. I would start by talking to your mom. How often are you alone with her, Billy? I'm doing great, Camel. I've been given the opportunity and the responsibility of helping young people figure out their emotional lives, and so I'm in a great place. You feel like you never live up to your potential. Well, let's. Okay, Billy. Heard that. You're in your 20s, man. I felt like I was never living up to my potential too. Like I could always do better. Thank you, Camel. Take care of yourself. Reasons, Terry, that are inappropriate to the subject matter happening around me right now. The 20s are just like this because your body and your brain want to develop and they want to mature. And so no matter how good you are, you're going to feel like, well, I could be better because, yes, it makes me feel very angry and frustrated with myself. We're talking about being young and having depression. Yes, Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts taught me a lot about this thing that we're talking about right now. Yeah, Olivier, I'm sure your mom is going to just have the blast with this story, man. Okay, Karan. Okay. Well, here. you're isolating where you're feeling like you could do better comes from. Ruined your body. You're in your 20s. How ruined are we talking? Nikki is in Kingdom Hearts, yes. He's not a playable character, but he's a narrative. He's narrative glue. Thank you, Soon. Okay, Karan. Good morning. Good afternoon, Angela. Karan, are you afraid to seek help? Are you afraid of hospitalization? Does your girl know that you feel this way? You may have, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Are you religious, Karan? Your girl does know? And you're afraid of hospitalization? Hey, Billy, if what I would have told you is just be patient, thank you for sharing with me instead of being impatient and scratching it at scabs that just need to heal. Okay, but she knows. She knows. She doesn't know the full extent. Yep. You need to talk to your mom, and you need to tell your mom that sentence. Please don't call me back home. Naftali, it's really inappropriate, man. Hi, you gotta tell your mom. You gotta start by talking to your mom, and then the next thing you gotta do is you gotta tell your girl. Because if your girl loves you, you're gonna get over this just fine. We had a guy in here, I wish I could remember his screen name. I think I saw him earlier. We had a guy, when I first started doing this, who was going under the knife. Well, he was going under the MRI for what he thought was appendicitis. And when it turned out that he did have appendicitis, it was his wife who held his hand while he was under the knife. You have to tell the women in your life what you're going through. And then Essie's not wrong. The next thing is treatment. Thank you for 100, guys. That's it's been a personal best since 93, but 100 is one of those nice round numbers that YouTube really cares about. Angela's not my girlfriend, Danny. I've given her permission to treat me like she is for the purpose of people who are being inappropriate in the chat. That's what people say, Kaida man. I'm not trying to get it, but I have helped 2 people find connections. Heard that, Billy. You don't have to share more than you're comfortable with. But just remember what I told Olivier if you were there. Treat it with the respect and dignity that you would anything that you love. It's not about listening to you right now. Yes, you should be talking to your brother because he listens to you, but not instead. You gotta talk to your mom. Yeah, your folks are supportive and they turn a blind eye. That's why you gotta tell your mom, don't take me back. I am a man. I am going to take care of this, but this is what I'm going through. My day's going great, Dano. I hope you did, August. I'm praying for you. Moms are very complicated. My mother was very abusive. But the first step, if you're dealing with addiction and feeling like you're inadequate as a man, the first step is you gotta tell your mom. Yep. Listen to Angela. Thank you, Dano. $101. Yep. We just crossed 8 hours. It took me 8 hours to acquire 101. So now I have easy math. It's really hard. Love you, Billy. Great job. Proud of you. I'm proud of you. Christy's right. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do. Maybe writing a novel is more difficult than telling your mom that you're sad and lonely and you feel like you've messed up what she provided for you. But you gotta tell her. You can double tap the screen, Danny. I don't know where the like button is in lives. Double tap if you're on your phone, Karan says. I love you guys. Thank you for being here with me all day. I don't have a mom that I can cry to, so thank you for being here with me. Really. You can do it, Karan. If you can talk to me, I believe in you. You can talk to your mom. You are in control of that conversation. You don't have to go to her as a baby boy anymore. You can go to her and say, Mom, I'm hurting. I've made a lot of mistakes, but I've got it under control. I just need your support. I need you behind me while I get my life right. And then you go to your lady and you say, I made a lot of mistakes before I asked you out, but I asked you out because I want a future where my life makes sense. And then you don't ask for anything. Don't ask her to do anything. I am sure that you do. I'm sure that you do, Karan. You don't have to worry about whether she believes you or whether she listens. In fact, you can tell her, and then you can go and immediately tell your brother, she didn't fucking hear me again. But if you tell her, you will have the experience of having said it. And that alone is the kind of push-ups that are going to make you a stronger man. And so what you're talking about is reaching your full potential. And so what you don't feel like is you've done the push-ups to be a strong enough man. And so you've been drinking away that fear. And you can get over this. Fear is just pain you haven't experienced yet. You're going to be okay. It's one day at a time, Karan. And please, do not stop anything cold turkey. Because like you said, if you need hospitalization, you need hospitalization. But if you need hospitalization, you need your mom and your woman to know. Because if they don't know, you're going to hurt yourself. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. That's right, August. Christy and Angie are the real ones. That's right, Karan. Don't listen to me. Listen to mothers. I actually don't know if either of them is a mother. But thank you for using this space for what it's for. Thank you, Christy. You did. But I bring mothers with me. Heard that, Gina? I can't repeat the story, but that's confirmation of what we're talking about. Karan, I want you to understand that I'm not suggesting that you go talk to your mother from a place of having never done that. I haven't spoken to my mother since 2005. She kicked me out of the house. And so being worried that she's going to retract you to the home means that she loves you and in her way. And I look at your name and I see India, and I understand that your culture is different than mine, mother to son. But if she loves you at all, you have to talk to her. Heard that, Gina, about the ER. And Angela's right. A short amount of dark discomfort is worth the great amount of light and happiness. I'm here for you, Billy. And just remember the same things that I'm telling Karan. Communicate. Communicate, share. You don't need to overshare, and you don't need to share to connect. Just communicate, share. My day's going great, Mazen. Yeah, basically, Danny. My mother put me on the stand and tried to prosecute me as a liar in front of the court and her fucking divorce case with my father. Are you seeing this? I'm not going to read that out loud, Christy. Thank you for sharing that. Don't be Mazen. Don't be sorry. Hard times make us who we are. If God didn't think we could survive it, he wouldn't put us through it. Understood, Quran. And that, in my opinion, that feeling is just religion. You gotta eventually just let it go. You just gotta let it go. You just gotta let it go. Because the more you push it, it's negative, it's inversely reactive. The more you push on it, the more it wants to be there. The first thing I would do, Karan, between now and talking to your mom, is just asking yourself if you're open to the idea that there's something that you're not reaching toward, that you're not fulfilling religiously. Yes, Christy was told to look in the mirror and say, today is going to be a good day. Sometimes you'll hear me say, have a good day, or else. Have a good day, or else you won't. It's about determination. It's about choosing. And thank you for the kind words, Mazen. I didn't not see them. I saw them. Angela says the only person you hurt by not letting go and forgiving is yourself. So you gotta find what can help you breathe. Breathe in and let it go. My childhood was hard, Olivier. My childhood was hard, man. But it brought me to a place where I can communicate to people who are going through it in a way that they can tell me what they're going through. Ooh. I hope you have the day you deserve is brutal, Danny, because most people deserve really bad days. If karma were real, immediate, and happened to everybody but the religious, life would be brutal. Congratulations, Gina. Early detection is the most important thing. I've done my best, August, to learn how to do this before I sat down to try doing it. Thank you. I spent 15 years in management and leadership before I sat down to do this for the first time. And Karan, if you can have a relationship with a doctor, as in a primary care physician, that will be a good place to help too. A good place to start. I think you said that you were in the UK. They have good medicine. I've been there, Mazen. The better. He's better. It's a devastating injury, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I usually don't say that, but I hurt for you for that. That's an injury that you can't recover from. From what does that mean? Thank you, Billy. The quality of service is good, but it's a bit backed up. So if you can get a relationship with a doctor. Well, I'm glad you are still alive, Gina. Well, I'm sorry that you felt like you needed that, Angela, but I'm glad they all failed. Thank you, Analog. And then she left. There's a Jars of Clay song. There's a Jars of Clay song, Mazin, that I think about when my heart is hurting from that pain. Where he says, I taught you to walk and you ran away from me. We are all here right now for a reason, Gina. Thank you for sharing that, Mazin. That's a wound that I will carry for the rest of my life. Not you telling the story. A woman did that to me, and it's a wound that you can't heal from. I couldn't. I don't know how. It's unfair. I understand that, Karan. And so I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm not asking you to subscribe to a dogma or find a religion. I'm just asking you to open up the idea that you might be for something more than just straight A's. I'm grateful that you're here. I wish, like Ozzy Osbourne said, that life had been kinder to you, Angela. But I'm glad you're here. Yeah, no, Mazin, no. You can't be better for her because she's hurtful and mean. There's a woman out there who will love you and not tell you to be someone else. You're not being disrespectful, Karan. I believe, and you're not being disrespectful. It's not appropriate, Epic. I'm not in a park. Rip Ozzy. That's a badass start, actually. That's a badass start, King. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm not going to repeat that, Analog, but that song has wisdom for the place you are in your life. If it's not a walk, it's a crawl, and that's okay. Like, there's that song, House That Jack Built. The further you walk, the longer you crawl. Take care, Karan. That's what we're here for, Karan. Next time, I like you, Karan. You've got a good heart. Let's make sure it's healthy. Bonne nuit, Olivier. How are you, man? Have to return to Le Havre. Am I getting close on that? Well, Mazin, they say that the most efficient way to get over someone is to get under someone new. So what I would do is open my heart to the idea that maybe there's a woman out there who will treat you with respect and dignity, and that you can take out to the things that you like, and that you will go to the things that she like, and you can have a beautiful and long life together. It is a beautiful, beautiful day, Chill. It's actually starting to get cool outside, which is unusual. Angela's right. You don't have to have anything but the will to be a better person, the will to be humble and reliable and caring and loving. That doesn't require a God, just self. Just loving yourself makes you that person. And then at the end of it, you might find God is at the end of that rainbow. Maybe God was the rainbow all along. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, you let her go, but now you're alone. Tinder exists, Mazin. You've got a cartoon for PFP, which means that you're probably a remarkably good-looking dude. Don't even worry about her. And if you were that devoted to her, there's always another woman who deserves devotion. Nope. I live in a tent. I sleep in a tent and have for 11 months now. I'm just going to start calling it 11 months, Mazin. Being alone is not a bad thing. And thank you for the positivity, Danny. Thank you for the positive feedback. You guys don't understand. I need to pee really bad, but I want to say something really quick. You don't understand how valuable and meaningful it is to me to be here for Mazen, to be here for Ellie. To be here for my guy Karan, to be here for you guys, but also that I have people that just because of conversation with me are engaging again with their favorite video games. Right, Danny, who needs it? Just hang out here long enough. Really intelligent and an artist. And it seems like her personality is an exact match with my guy Olivier. Look at that. Mazen, if you just are yourself in public, the meaning of life is death, Joe. I'm really proud of all of you guys today. I'm really grateful to have met all of you when I've met all of you. The meaning of death, memory. To live, to eat, to die, to fuck. Hopefully fuck something. I do, Suresh. They're loaded questions, Danny, so I'm answering them badly and quickly. I've already made $105 today, Suresh. Usually, what I would say is I don't take requests without tips, but I've made more money than what I need today. Yeah, funny. I do. I just don't think the list exists. Yes. Walking helps clear your mind. I say this all the time, Mazen. I'm not telling you that I say it all the time. I'm reminding myself. Walking helps clear the mind. Doing something repetitive with the hands or the feet doing something repetitive with your body that allows your brain to go into autonomous control of the body allows the brain to work at peak efficiency as far as the communication between the soul and the ego. Someday they will, Danny. Likes equal pats on the back. Play Grow a Garden Epic? I do not. Hello, Harsh. Do you prefer Sharma? I'm in Ohio, Sharma. It's in the U.S. I'm not doing a good job of managing my battery. I keep leaving the pack unconnected, but it's full. So, Alex money has gone to very, very good use. $10 p.m., Mazen? I thought you were asking me about THOTs, that hoe over there's funny, and I didn't know what that meant. I don't have any thoughts on the UFC. The fights are too short when they're actually good. I don't watch F1, Suresh. You weren't asking me whether I do, no, Joe. You weren't asking me whether I give advice or whatever because you have a question, Suresh. You were just curious if that's why I look the way I do. I might look like I'm frowning. I am sitting in direct sunlight. Have a good night. Rent, funny. I'll buy someday maybe, but I plan to leverage this into being invited to speaking engagements that
fly me all over the world and keep me in hotels. Zero, Joe, zero chance that aliens are going to do that thing. Not by request, too tall. A long time and 15 years of leadership experience, Maz. I am an older brother. I have 3 younger siblings. We were raised in grinding poverty and horrible abuse. Not bad enough to be in a TV movie on Wii, but indescribable. And I gave my life in service to the goddess at age 4. And she called me to be a leader among the injured. And so here I am. USA! I have no POV, Sharma. World leaders meet. That's what they do. World leaders have met since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of tribe. So 400,000 years tribal leaders have met. Okay, that's a difficult question for me to answer the way you framed it, Mazen, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt of language barrier. I don't support a religion, as in I don't subscribe to a religion, and I don't give my money to any particular religion. But if I were to tell anybody to follow a religion rather than to follow my word, I would tell them to follow Christianity and probably Eastern Orthodoxy. Yeah, you never get over it, Joe. You never get over it. Bro is an interdimensional universal spirit. Yeah. Basically analog. Heard that, Mazen. Yeah, I wouldn't ask you to change your religion. I struggle personally with Islam, but not with Muslims. Muslims are the only people who have ever sent me death threats. How is Sam doing, Angela? I meant to ask you when you logged on, but then I forgot his name. Sam Raimi is not going to help me remember his name. Sam Elliott's not going to help me remember his name either. Kind of looks like Sam Elliott. He kind of looks like Sam Elliott. You don't need to, Danny. You don't need to. If you don't understand and your life doesn't feel empty without it, you don't need it. Some people need it. There's a biological need in some beings. Approaching 50% of human beings cannot live without it. It's biological. No, Suresh. No, they cannot. No. I grew up in Jehovah's Witness, Danny. My mother was an antagonistic atheist, and I usually say devout atheist. My mother was a devout and antagonistic atheist, and my father was a Jehovah's Witness. Mom is Catholic, Dad is Jewish, is why you don't understand religion, Danny. All right, give me 2 minutes, and I have to potty. I'm gonna be right back. You guys know what to do, and thank you for doing it. Don't worry about it, Angela.
I almost jogged back here. I am a grown man. Suresh makes the here when he says to not exaggerate Hinduism, else everyone's going to hate it, is the right move, Suresh. Hinduism is about as old as Zoroastrianism. It's a little bit older than Judaism. It's about as old as Homer's poetry. Not about as old. Homer's poetry is about as old as the Vedas. Yeah, and then those dates are hard to support. Just between you and me, Angela, the 5,000 year date is very difficult to support. It's more like 2,500 years. And the 28,000 is impossible. Hinduism is not 28,000 years old, but no, 5,000 years BP before 1950. So about 3,500 is not when Hinduism was developed. That's when the Indo-European language family was developed. And so Suresh has been taught to conflate Hinduism with the Indo-European language family. And then some people want to push present is 1950. As far as dating conventions go, we are after present. That's why we are post-modern. Modernity was 1950. As far as dating scales go, so BP, before present, starts at 1950 and moves backward. The Bible can't be the oldest. Well, the Bible can't be the oldest because according to the Bible, Noah served in Pharaoh's religion. So the Bible isn't the oldest. The Bible's not even the oldest monotheistic religion. Egypt was older there too. The Bible's not very old. It was only the oldest books in the Bible were composed in the 8th century BCE, fully in the Iron Age, and most of what they've described in the later books about that period are wrong. Yeah. Older were the sun worshippers. Yeah. Yeah. The Vedas of Hinduism didn't exist before the Indo-Aryan migration across the Indian subcontinent and the Middle East, like the steppe, reaching into Iran and Anatolia. Yeah, Suresh, yes. I'm not telling you that you're wrong because I don't want to argue with you, because there are people who make that claim. And so I'm not arguing with you. You understand, Suresh? But it's hard. No, Zoroastrianism and the Vedas were written in languages that had diverged by only a century. The Vedic and Avestan language, the Vedic and Avestan languages could still communicate interchangeably when Zoroastrian and the Hindu Vedas were composed. So they had to have been composed within a century of one another. So they were composed at the same time by the same people in just with a mountain range between them. Well, so Uresh, am I close, Suresh?
So Urish, more like that. You hit the U harder than I'm getting at it. Understand that I respect the Vedas and I respect Hinduism, because the argument that's being made for the 28,000 year date is for the animist religion that the Aryans wrote down. So Urish, it's okay, funny. It's hard to make fun of religion. I take it very seriously as a religious person. Like I've read the Vedas. I've just read the Vedas, Danny, and I care about this subject deeply. I wanted to be an archaeologist when I was a boy, an anthropologist. I wanted to do both. I didn't know there was a difference. And I'm trained in public history, oral history rather. It really does cause issues, yeah. That's why Suresh asked the guy not to mythologize his religion. That people don't like it, they get really angry. And so, Suresh, you're allowed to say whatever you want. I'm not telling you not to say. I'm agreeing with you that it's hard. It's hard to establish. And so I was just warning Angela that not to just swallow it as the truth, that it's hard to support 28,000 years. But people do make the claim and they do argue in support of it. Thank you, Kayan, for the sub. I really do appreciate that. I've been told to say double tap to like. It's a Bengals hat. Chill, my guy. We are agreeing, Suresh. I was just using gentler language than what you were. Yeah, it's hard to support, but people do make the claim, and no one is here to say that Hinduism wasn't a thing conceptually before the Indo-European language system showed up. I'm not here to support any kind of Aryan supremacy. Believe me on that. Interesting, King Cloud. The Kali Yuga. Yeah, it's supposed to be very soon. Yeah, we're supposed to be coming into an upcycle toward a golden age, King Cloud. And it's supposed to begin with a cataclysm. That's what a lot of people believe about the Book of Revelation. That the Book of Revelation and the Kali Yugas sync together. That they're the same thing. That they're describing the same thing in time. I see no evidence for it, but it's interesting to think about. Because there were people. It was interesting in 2020. There were people that were saying that the Gregorian calendar, I think is the right one, that the Gregorian calendar is actually off by 8 years at one point, and then that theory went away. It got kind of brushed away. But if it was off in the way that they said that it was off in 8 years, 2020 would have been the 2012 predictions. So, funny. You sitting in your car, Danny, don't want to go inside? Funny stuff. Oh, Suresh, you're right to call him on the use of the word, but he wasn't being he was being disrespectful, but he meant and all of that. He just used truncated words. I think he's suggesting the same thing you are. This, chill. Talking to the flyers by. Yeah. I'm glad that I got that right. Just in case King Cloud didn't see it, but he did see it. And he didn't mean fake. He meant etc. King Cloud and I use language in a similar way. Not the same way, but in a similar way. I use bullshit in that way as well. When I can't remember the phrase etc. or and all of that, I just gotta get past what we're talking about. You guys are on the same page, Suresh. Thank you for being here. It's excellent to talk to you. As I've said, I've read your holy books. I care. Oh, that's beautiful, Gina. You bring the party. You bring the warble. It's me, Shopnal. This is what I do for a living, Suresh. I was highly influenced by Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism to live a life of simplicity and teaching. Winter's coming fast up north, Gina? Yeah, I guess it would come faster for you guys than down here. I am doing damn good at it. I am doing damn well, Danny. It's gotten a lot better. Thank you, Danny. I know I'm not making as many shorts anymore, but it's really cool that you guys duck in here for the lives when you would be seeing the shorts. It's very cool. MT is Montana. I know that about you, Funny. Montana. It's taken me some time to learn these things. I'm gonna have to make like a fucking chart at some point for you guys. Angela, that's how I feel. There's that line in that Metallica song where he says, the less I have, the more I gain. Thank you for those kind words, Joe Johnson. All I ever wanted to do was be a radio guy who just sat on the radio and talked all day long, and that's not a job anymore, so I'm recreating it on the live. Nobody else uses it like this, so here I am. Does he actually say the more I have, the less I gain, Funny Republican? But that's also true. The more you have, it does become asymptotic to zero. What's it called in video games? Diminishing returns. Diminishing returns. If you're still around, Essie, diminishing returns is what we were talking about earlier today, and that's why I was asking you, like, what do you want? And contentment never has a diminishing return. You still listen to the radio, Danny? That's cool. Heard that, Gina. Secular radio. I use YouTube. I used to listen to podcasts, but I don't like what the podcasts... oh my God, I don't like podcasting culture since 2020. Everybody's sold out. Everybody's sold out. You want to be a rapper, Funny? Is that for real? For real? You want to be a rapper? Because you're usually joking. I'm going to ask things like, is it real? Yes? I don't know who that is. If you're being funny, I don't know who that is. Hey, Melanie, should you rap her? Supper's gonna be Taco Bell again, Angela. Actually, I might do the street tacos for breakfast thing again tomorrow. Babe, Melanie, what happened? I feel like there's a loop that I'm not in, that I can't Google. Like, I don't have a laptop here that I can Google what happened with Melanie's favorite artist. Because that's intense, Mel. I hear you, Funny. Every day, Danny. Every day I give thanks that Mexico was invaded by Spain. Without that war, tacos would never have happened. No one would have ever thought to make a tortilla. I don't mean that last thing about the tortillas. I was waiting for somebody to correct me. But without the Mexican-American War, there could not be a Taco Bell. Because California could not have spawned Taco Bell. Which used to be a burger shack. I think it might have been called Burger Shack. Taco Bell was originally a burger competitor with McDonald's. Understand that I'm being insensitive to For Funny Republican. I'm making jokes for Funny Republican that are very anti-PC. She has this wiggle that I absolutely should not notice, but I do notice it. Leave me be. What's up, Danny? $420 Shaggy. Okay, talk to me, Mel. Why is that bad? I'm sorry I bossed you around. I don't understand why that's bad. Making fun? Belittling? I'm here for you. I don't know this bitch. She's the devil now. Explain to me what happened so I can hate her properly. Thank you, Carlos. Is that Aguiar? Aguiar? You don't need to sing a verse, Mel, unless you feel like you can't articulate it without showing me. Aguiar, thank you, Carlos. Spanish, Aguiar. The ultimate gift of life? Life itself, Suresh. Maybe ultimate is death. I try not to have them funny. Food, I don't know. I don't know, yes. I've crossed 8 hours. I don't know. I don't know, buddy. I've really not thought about it. I had those street chalupas from Taco Bell for breakfast this morning. And I haven't thought about it. So probably I'll go up to Taco Bell. Actually, I have thought about it. I got the Nachos Bel Grande and those motherfuckers, not even the Nachos Bel Grande, I got the $2 little nacho thing, and those motherfuckers, I don't know if they forgot to stop putting meat on it, but they put 2 whole days worth of food on my nachos, so I'm going to get nachos again. On the off chance that they put 2 whole meals of food on my nachos again. And then I'll probably get some of those chalupas and make you guys watch them and watch me eat them in the morning. Sorry, man. I just try not to have... They don't want me in their number, so I try not to think about them. I find them reprehensible, if that's what you really want to hear. He just won't. He's just not about it. Yes, he's just not about it. Leaving me alone, that is. I'm going to have to take you guys inside here soon. Probably not Hacienda. People do stuff like that for money. So I don't think that I'm worth any less than what they are worth.
friendship is the gift of life, but you think it might be relationships, so deeper connections than simple friendships. And was the person, that famous person, were they Aristotle? Yeah, the bees are, I don't know what their problem is. If I knew what they wanted, I would give it to them. It is a really beautiful day, Watson. It's great to see you around. I don't mind him on my hat. If he wants to be on my hat or on my head, if he's just trying to rest because it's sunny and hot, that's fine, but my ears are not. Yeah, bees want pollen, don't piss them off. I don't know what sweat bees want. These are tiny little fuckers, and I don't know what they want. Because they're not bothering the tree, but they are like climbing all over me and the table here, so I don't know what they want. Annoying and aggressive. Wasps are the worst. I had a wasp in my the other day, and I just went, "It's yours. You can have it. Don't fucking bite me." Don't climb on my feet. You were biting me yesterday. Yellow jackets are the meanest. Thank God we don't have yellow jackets here. These little fuckers look like yellow jackets, but the like infantile versions. They're like a quarter of an inch, maybe even less. Hubert Humphrey, not Aristotle. Heard that, Suresh. It was a Westerner, though. That's all I wanted to know was, were they a Westerner when they said friend? Because their friend means what you mean by relationships. So I think you agree with them, and I think your definition is a good one. To make connections between other human beings. You rap about the internet funny? They look like yellow jackets, but they're tiny, tiny. I can't even make the space between my fingers. I mean, they tiny, tiny little fuckers. And they bite. That's the thing, is they bite. They don't well up, they don't itch, nothing like that. If you just ignore them long enough, they'll start biting you. We call them sweat bees. I assume that what they want is the salt on my skin, and that's why they start biting me, is they gather it up from my sweat, and then they start running out from the sweat. Bees, yeah, these little bastards. That's concerning, funny Republican. I'm going to give you artistic license and not be concerned, but it is concerning. Yeah, the killer hornets or whatever they're called, murder hornets, Gina. I know, funny. I know that. That's why I said you have artistic license to share a lyric, so I won't be concerned. But it is concerning that was what was on your heart to share. But I'm going to look away. I'm going to treat you like the Columbine kids. Right. And I wasn't sure exactly who knew that you were rapping. On the rhyming? I mean, the rhyming worked. Every time you spell thought, I think you're talking about a young, attractive female. I don't know that there are any rhymes. I mean, you rhymed myself with myself. That's a little tacky, don't you think? We could do better than that. Myself, my wealth, my health. I never said Tupac was good. Holes aren't attractive? No, you don't want them in your face, especially Danny. Sure, Danny. Poe. Gina's throwing down bars. Why are we all suddenly rapping? Somebody was asking me to rap this morning. Is that why we're still rapping? You're hoping that I'm going to read one of these out a cappella? Hello, Claire. The salt gun from Amazon. I mean, if what they want is the salt, I would be happy to figure out a way to get them some salt water. I would hate it if I thought that what they were doing out here is dying. Slowly starving to death because there's nothing for them to eat or drink. I would hate that. It's going great, Claire. Hello, collector of music. What's your most recent addition to your collection? It's only 5:30. And I've already got 8 hours in a day. Are you asking me why men have such a low view count? I don't have titties. And damn it, fucker bit me. I'm not amenable to homosexual men. One of the kids who works here was looking out this window real intensely. I'm assuming he was just enjoying the weather. But my first thought was to ask him, is Cousin Timmy going to come back from the war any minute now? And then I realized that nobody but me would get that joke. I'm glad I told that story. Is it finally broken? Or was that joke just that bad? If the chat has broken, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this because 9 hours is good. 9 hours is very good. Then I might do nothing for a while. I might just do absolutely nothing for a while. I might just veg out for an hour and decide what I want to eat. And if I decide I'm going to stay here at the tent because I'm going to charge my phone, I'll go live again and we'll play a video game or something. But that does seem to be the case. You busted it, collector. I asked you a question and you didn't answer it directly, and you busted the chat. I give it another 15 or 20 seconds while I pack up my shit here. Weird song. She says she's got no bodies in the basement. What does that mean in the context of this song? You guys can't answer that question. I think the chat's busted.
which is kind of funny. I'm impressed it took so long. Good job, YouTube. You're getting that shit under control. Your analytics are being fed through an AI that's actually paying attention to what's going on in the user experience, which is very impressive. But yeah, I don't go this long without chat or without comments anymore, and haven't in a really long time. So thank you guys very much. That has been 8 hours. I feel like I should take a bow. I'm gonna go figure out what I want to do next, and you'll see more from me. If not in the next hour or two, you'll definitely see more from me by 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Eastern. I will be playing Final Fantasy III. Count on it. It's going to be my night every night for the foreseeable future. But I might go play some Loop Hero or something. Monday is supposed to be something. Anyway, thank you guys very much for being here. 8 hours is because of you, not because I have any particular amount of endurance. I am tired now, I notice. So I'm gonna end this, and you will hear from me again tonight. And as many as 4 hours. Thank you. Take care of yourselves. Have a good day, night, evening, whenever it is for you, whenever you find this, future audience. Everyone's still here with me. Take care of yourselves. Be well, or else.